Hey guys. At Accountable, we are building the new wave of verifiable credit. And in today's pitch, we're going to show to you that under-collateralized lending can be done right, which was not the case in 2022. But why credit, why us? Because it's usually associated with TradFi people working on another fixed income product and not necessarily with crypto itself. So I was running the credit arm of Maven 11. It's a European venture arm. We're an active participant on Maple Finance. At one point had close to $500 million TVL under our wings, and we were issuing the loans to all of the well-known market makers in the game. We got scammed. We lost 36 million in 2022 with orthogonal trading that was falsifying its financial statements for many, many months. We didn't have any means to verify or monitor whether they're actually doing a good job. So I promised to myself that if I ever gonna come back to those LPs that lost the money at that time, we need to have something fundamentally different and to be able to say that this time it's different, but for real. But you probably remember the infamous 3AC NAV statement and the balance sheet of Alameda. I had a pleasure to work with those on a daily basis, and I can tell you one thing, that these are absolutely worth nothing. The problem actually extends to even protocols like Etina or Ondo. Actually, is Etina holding the cash and carry trade as they claim to do, or is Ondo actually holding the treasuries that we are hoping they do? That's why we need an HTTP to HTTPS moment also for crypto. And we need to be able, in a trustless manner, to prove that we are operating as intended. So this is the current state of the credit market. 90% contraction in uncollateralized lending, I think, summarizes it pretty well. Lenders completely abandoned it. They moved fully to over-collateralized options for the right reason. If you cannot get trust from the counterparty itself, you ask for collateral. The problem is that market makers do not hold any inventory. So if you tell them that they need to source the collateral from the open market, hedge it, which is expensive, of course, and then give you 150% of an asset in order to get 100% back, that doesn't work, and that is not a true credit. So that's why we need to fix it very fast. If you're bullish on crypto as a whole, you need to be bullish on crypto credit. So the good part about it is that credit, it's not another hype train that comes and goes. It's a fundamental need for all of us. And crypto is no different in that sense. So the market is slowly but surely waking up that maybe the price action we are seeing today, it's also due to lack of leverage in the system. And we see in that a big opportunity. Market as a whole, I think we are all agreeing that it's maturing day by day. But the discrepancy between the crypto credit and the market as a whole was never wider than it is right now. And this is our opportunity to be the driving force to resurrect it. So how do we change that? We start with our data verification platform, which serves as a trust layer in order to re-enable the communication between lenders and borrowers and make them work together once again. So effectively cleaning up the mess from 2022. So this is the architecture of the data platform. We are basically starting with existing claims and increasing verifiability by all means possible. So we are running our own API connectors. We can also run them in SGX to have hardware guarantees, utilizing also zk-TLS as another element to increase the trust. And then this is our own solution, the so-called signed APIs that will be the future industry standard for sensitive data sharing. We can talk about it more during the Q&A. So I told you about the data platform. This is like the first step to even think about lending today. And there are various benefits from it. So lenders, of course, can finally calculate their risk reward, be able to allocate more dollars to the system, drop their collateral requirements. Of course, borrowers benefit from all that, but most importantly, they are able to raise their hand and stand out and say, I'm the trusted counterparty that you should trust, and I'm able to prove it. And secondary thing, if you are a transparent borrower, you're deemed as less risky counterparty, meaning you should be asking for lower rates. Lower rates, that's very substantial cost saving. That's why it's a solution that benefits both parties. But we shouldn't stop here, because if you make your decision that I want to allocate the capital to this counterparty, you also need to execute on this idea. So that's why we need a capital formation layer that we are building at the moment, and Monad will be part of the equation here. We also need to be able to match the lenders and borrowers together in a privacy-preserving fashion. This is also in preparation at the moment. We'll have in-house and external settlement, where Monad will also play a big role here. And we'll also provide all other set of tools, like compliance tooling, to be able to cover the full life cycle of a loan. And this is the professional side of the platform. And there are obvious benefits from it. But what we are also trying to create here is to replace the old model of Celsius, BlockFi, Genesis. They did something well. They were able to onboard an average Joe that can put $1,000 into the system and start making yield. What they did wrong was that they were relying on one centralized credit desk that was not having the data platform as we do have today, but also had all the wrong incentives to make it happen. So we are going to decentralize this one credit desk with a professional network of parties that are specialists in their field that will be fighting for the dollars from the retail side, take it under their wings, and be able to put it to work for their strategies and pass those yields back to the average Joe. So this is the current set of projects that we are working on. Credit is, of course, our little baby, and we are working with the major lenders and borrowers in the space to create a coalition around this product and make it a true industry standard. But we are also involved in a couple other interesting projects, CLO credit structure, together with Galaxy, Anchorage, and Arch. We issued 2 loans to Amber Group and ScientArp in the last weeks. And we also see a lot of demand on the proof of reserve sides, especially with stablecoin issuers that are growing very, very rapidly, especially in Europe. So this is what we do. Happy to take questions.
So particularly on centralized exchange platforms, for example, do you guys have a first right to the underlying collateral, or what do you do in the situation that you have someone on the platform, they appear to have enough assets, then it turns out they have some crazy derivatives position off platform that's unreported, and they go into bankruptcy and liquidation, and then it's okay, what do we do?
So first of all, we are a neutral infrastructure, so it's still the lender that needs to take a decision. I want to lend to this counterparty. We are not a credit rating agency. In fact, we don't see any data from the borrower. The whole idea is that the borrower can prove it themselves in their own local infrastructure and send it in a peer-to-peer fashion to the lender. So we are not a party here.
Right, I just mean the core question, right, is something that I don't think you can necessarily prove is the lack of existence of unreported positions, right?
Exactly. So it's let's say a problem that is not solvable technically, but we do everything that is possible, and we have our solution. So we build a summation Merkle tree on top of all the assets and liabilities. And supposing that I'm a borrower and I took a loan from party A, the moment I want to prove my financial health to a party B and take a new loan, we do a ZK Merkle proof check that the liabilities they know about are properly reflected in the report they get. So this is the most you can do to reveal hidden liabilities. And there is a second step, which we hope to get. Once you are big enough, you can embed yourself into Venus. And by that, you get a loan.
Yeah, if Binance runs us in their infrastructure, then all of the users of Binance can prove their live financial position directly and have the guarantees from the source that this data is true and you can trust it 100%.
Very interesting presentation. Thank you. Very relevant to my interests. Is it fair to say this is similar to the early version of Credora?
Yeah, so Credora, it's a SaaS solution. So you need to share with them your keys, you need to share with them your wallets. We work with Credora, in fact, and we were the early user when they were still called X-Margin, so Darshan is a great guy. But the problem is that if you're a market maker, you cannot share your API keys. It's against the policy of those companies, because behind those keys, there is your sauce. That's why Flow Traders is a millisecond earlier than a guy that you don't even know about. And nobody gonna risk for a 10 million loan go out of business tomorrow. So we need to create a solution that it's fully preserving the sensitive information that they want to preserve, and just let the bits that are important to the lender share in real time. So everything happens in their own local infrastructure. You can have one old laptop even that is there, and you can run our software and treat it as your own position management system effectively, and choose the bits of data, performance, risk, whatever that is, and share it peer-to-peer to a third party.
Can you say more about the inserting the proofs on the blockchain? Like, what is the purpose of that?
Proofs itself, like I think Johan can talk about it more. Like if specifically for market makers, like they're very secretive, right? So they're not gonna put a proof that I have 100 million on Binance to the whole world. But for any other use case, like for example for stablecoin issuers, what we are doing is that if we are checking Fidelity account, or they are actually proving that themselves, if they're proving that on Fidelity I have 100 million, and we are matching that with the assets on chain. And if, for example, this 100 million is not enough to cover the assets on chain, then we can create a smart contract that would prevent minting of the new stablecoin.
So the smart contract functionality is limited by the proofs that you put on chain. And in particular cases, so in the lender-borrower relations, all the proofs are validated off-chain, because there is no need to have it on-chain.
There were a couple of technologies that you alluded to on the slide. I think you mentioned ZK-TLS. I think you might have mentioned TEEs. So like how much is like implemented already versus what's like roadmap?
So we do have SGX running. We have our own solution for signed APIs, which involves being able to produce trusted derived applications, meaning that we build ZK proofs in which we do the data transformation or aggregation, and we recompute the hashes from the same commitments, which is the important stuff. And then we can set an aggregation to the lender that validates the numbers they have with the hashes of the data, the hashes with the signatures, and the signatures with the public key, and you have a full chain of trust from multiple sources. So that is also implemented. And ZK-TLS is in progress. We work with vLayer on that.
Also a Polish team.
Got it. And then do you need to build like custom connectors for each
yes, exactly.
Exchange? Or,
yeah, we have around 36 right now.
So of course, if somebody, I know, has a bank in Manila and wants to start reporting from there, then sometimes can be an issue to get to the proper API documentation, but that will be a custom work that will be paid on demand.
What would you guess is the total size of the market today for lending to trading firms?
Oh, I can tell you what it was in 2022. Like Celsius, BlockFi, Genesis had around 70 billion under their own wings, and this gap was not replaced at all. So as I said, like the discrepancy between where we are today in 2024 with the market as a whole and where the credit is, like, you know, parties even like Maple, they stopped lending under collateralized, right? Because nobody could get comfortable with it. At one point, even our small firm had $500 million under our wings. So it needs to grow, it needs to come back, and somebody needs to do it. It's either us or somebody else. This is...
I wanted to point out, so at the peak, it was 1.5 of the traditional or the TradFi unsecured business loans. So if the crypto market is 1.5%, it's not what we... I mean, I assume everybody in this room believes in crypto. So it should be 10% of TradFi, at least.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, hopefully I can get through this in less than 40 minutes. I'm from Ammalgam. Just first off, I want to thank the Monad team. This has been a privilege and an honor to be included in this, and already really feeling excited about the results, and looking forward to continue to compete in this competition. So we're building a decentralized lending exchange, and our tagline right now is set it and forget it, capital efficiency. I think that one thing that happened with Uniswap, I'm a big Uniswap fan. I've been using it since 2020, but when V3 happened, I think some of the solutions with capital efficiency were not ideal. Okay, and I think Hayden's tweet here points out some key issues. One is that he suggests using a strategic 1% of assets in his protocol and the rest in a lending protocol. He's suggesting using 2 protocols instead of 1, which is a little bit not ideal user experience. And a lot of teams have tried to do something building a DEX on a lending protocol or vice versa, and a lot of these products have struggled to this point. So DeFi composability, there's a lot of these great fun things that we've created on chain, but it can be cumbersome to use these all. And so Ammalgam recomposes DeFi into one protocol. And the key value adds here is capital efficiency that we get by lending out the dormant assets in the V2 style DEX, the utility of being able to have lending and the DEX features all in one protocol, and doing it autonomously without oracles so that we can support any asset and offer lending on it, and even long tail assets. So the capital efficiency piece. The V2 style DEX was inefficient. This is well known. We take those assets, we lend them out from our protocol itself. We build a lending protocol into the DEX, and we've seen in our models with current DeFi rates about a 60% increase in capital efficiency. On top of that, we have multiple orgasms worth of utility that we have created because you have feature parity with Uniswap and Aave, and putting those things together, you have shorts and longs, market making that you can borrow against to create delta neutral strategies, go long or short, or even leverage your position to create similar payouts as concentrated liquidity. Additionally, we allow people to borrow the market making position to long volatility, create calls or puts like positions, or have 10, 20, 30x leverage. The only limitation being the amount of liquidity in the pool relative to your size. We did this all autonomously. This is where I put a lot of my mind share and engineering thought. We've talked to auditors, some of the brightest minds in the space, about how to do this in a way that's manipulation resistant, as well as protecting against cascading liquidations. And the TAM in this space, because we're being able to offer both lending and DEXs, is massive. It's basically all of DeFi less stable coins. And we think this 60 billion number is going to continue to grow. The fee switch problem has been eliminated in our situation. We don't need to worry about flipping it on because we're taking lending fees, and we can take protocol fees from those lending fees. So just from day one, we think we can create a 2 to 3x in protocol revenue, because with respect to what you could earn on swap fees taken from the front end. And so that scales quite well as we create momentum on the TVL side. The team, so my background is very unconventional. I studied math in college. While in university, I was given an award in excellence by my department for my scores on the Putnam exam, which is, I got the highest score my university had seen in 35 years of giving that test to their students. It's a 6-hour, 12-question test that has a median score of 0 that's given to math students across the US and Canada. And after university, I actually worked in construction management and didn't really know what to do with my art degree of math and science, which is what I call a theoretical math degree. And I ended up doing that for a while, but stayed curious. Did things like, at one point I bought the actuarial exam book, read it, passed the test. I started studying classical cryptography online, and then that is actually what led me to Bitcoin in 2015, at which point I started trading that pretty heavily, and got sick of doing what I was doing, quit my job in 2017, and taught myself to code building a market-making bot on the GDAX API. and in 2020 fell like deep down the rabbit hole of DeFi. My team, Tim has a really rich marketing experience working at both OKX and Celsius, and before that in more traditional companies like Adobe and EA. Ashley is the reason I'm here today. She's done an excellent job of getting really involved in crypto communities across the space and integrating into them, and was the reason that we were applied to and got into this competition. And then our math, we have math and tech nerds galore. We've won a ton of awards across the team. Emi won like 14 Barley's hedge. I'm not a trader, but apparently that's like a big deal. Like won that award 14 times. And so we have a really stacked engineering team. We're backed by DeFi OGs. Kane Warwick has been instrumental in like helping us along, as well as Anton from 1inch. We just recently were funded by Faction and Framework. The marketing strategy, we really want to focus on organic growth and really integrating with the right people and teams and communities in the space, and create that alignment. We have some learn to earn things that we're going to do with our beta dApp when it launches, and then additionally, some more to come that we're not quite ready to release the details on. Our timeline, we're basically code complete, starting audits in November. And then we're going to release a beta dApp, which will be feature complete in December, launch Q1, and then basically observe, iterate, and keep grinding to actually build the growth that we need to be successful. So thank you, and that's any questions.
What did you learn from running the alpha?
There was some bugs. That was like the obvious one, is that people found some issues and pointed those out that we worked on. But generally we had like pretty positive responses to it. I think it's hard to do in this format, but a lot of times when I pitch, I just actually go right into the alpha and do a demo of it, because I think it's more compelling. When people actually get to see the power of having these things all in one place.
I'm curious if you have had the opportunity to do user studies with large LPs on AMMs and the types of things that they might care about or are looking for.
I can give you some just examples of conversations we've had. We're pretty well connected with the Thea team, which is a liquid fund, and they're super excited about both having a position in our token when it's liquid, but also the product that we're building. As well as recently I talked to the D2 team, which is building non-custodial hedge fund strategies on chain, and it's like they look at our product as this amazing toy that they can play with. So it's a very, the UX the user experience I think is very easy and playful, and so I positive across the board so far with the funds that we've talked to.
At a high level, how does the liquidation or oracle mechanism work in a non-manipulable way?
Yeah, sure. There's a few things to that, but so let me see, where did I start? There's a measurement of how much is being borrowed in what you could think of in ticks or large ticks, to make sure that there's not too much that would lead to a cascade at any given time with the available liquidity. So that's one mechanism we put in place. The other piece is that we sorry, I'm blanking right now. We have a few different weighted averages over various times, an instantaneous 10-minute, and then a longer one that can actually be as long as you need, but probably will be somewhere around 3 days. And then those three metrics are used to determine what the actual valuation is, not as a single number, but as a range. So you can only use the worst case whenever you're opening a position, and then we use this instantaneous and the 10-minute for liquidations for the shorter instantaneous, because it's important to make those liquidations as fast as possible. Additionally, we only allow the price to move so much when we're recording data in the DEX, so that it doesn't, it makes it impossible to make a huge trade that would manipulate the price, because we only move it incrementally per block or time. So those are just a few things. I'm probably missing some things as well, but.
Who do you think the Uniswap LPs are?
People like me.
Just wondering more about if you could talk more about you mentioned that you're enabling people to put on more complex positions as well. So like if I put on, you had like some parabola shaped things. So I guess like I could get like levered exposure to ETH or something. Like who takes the other side of that? Who loses if I win?
So the market maker, right? So it's basically taking the market making position that has impermanent loss, lending it out, as some other teams have talked about, to get impermanent gain, right? Or upside on volatility. So, they basically are paying to borrow that position, and then in return, the market maker is going to take the loss if they take the gain.
Okay, that makes sense. And then how do you decide like if there's a funding rate or like the charge to like for the market maker to take the other side of that?
It's utilization. So it's a variable rate based on use.
I see. Okay, got it.
Thank you, Will.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Jacob Fisher, and today I'm here to talk to you about Boujee. Well, what is Boujee? Boujee is a mobile native e-commerce platform designed to foster more meaningful relationships between brands and consumers, harnessing the power of tokenized incentives. So who's building Boujee? Boujee's team consists of both fashion and tech industry players, with Lee and Naomi Giannopoulos of Vegas Nay Brands, bringing decades of combined experience in the fashion, cosmetics, and social media marketing industries to the table. Vegas Nay Brands was the first influencer-led brand to ever launch a line of products in stores. Over $200 million of sales later, their impact can be seen anytime you walk into a store or scroll through your social media feed. After stepping back a few years ago to deal with a growing family and a difficult cancer diagnosis, Naomi is ready to return to the scene, armed with a master's in business and fashion from Polimoda University in Florence, studying under Roberto Cavalli, and ready to leverage her family's experience and connections to change the industry once again. Our tech team, with experience in fields such as UX design, blockchain engineering, and data science, is working tirelessly to bring Naomi's vision to life. So the problem is simple. Buying good clothes on your phone is difficult. Whether it's wading through hundreds, if not thousands, of spammy dropshipper listings on marketplaces such as Amazon, or having to juggle dozens of retailer-specific apps on your phone, which were probably built about a year after the iPhone came out, it's pretty difficult to find good clothes on your phone. And there's way too much friction in doing so. Boujee solves for this friction by handling every part of the customer purchase journey, from discovery to curation to checkout, all without ever making the user leave the app. We're using a Tinder-style interface in order to let customers say whether they like a product or not with just a simple gesture, providing us with preference data. And you may be wondering, why are we building this on Monad? Because we are introducing a tokenized rewards point system, which allows brands to execute very, very direct-to-consumer campaigns tailored to whatever needs they have, whatever profit margins they need. And it also Building rewards points on the blockchain allows us some really, really cool stuff, such as swaps between different types of rewards points from different brands. And rewards points are a tried and true form of gamification, which increase stickiness and boost conversions. This rewards points ecosystem creates a virtuous cycle wherein users earn by swiping, which provides us with more preference data, which in turn leads to better recommendations that we could surface to the user, which in turn leads to both more purchases and more time spent on the app, since users are being shown the content and the products that they actually want to see. Here are some early screens of what Boujee may look like. On the left, you could see the Tinder-style interface and the product page, and you can also see our rewards page on the right, as well as share to earn and leave a review and other social features in order to boost engagement and provide more info to users. Here's a quick video of an early demo of the app, which is, yeah. So you can see the rewards here, swiping, adding to cart, buying a backpack there, and see has 500 rewards and redeeming some rewards here as well. Obviously, this is all filler text, but you can see where we're going for, and he's about to apply a $5 gift card to his rewards, and then he's checking out with one swipe. And it's one swipe checkout, since users will have their payment info right in the app. So Boujee comes at a time of great opportunity. The race to the bottom price wars that these ultra-fast fashion companies have been engaging in have not only alienated users, who are oftentimes very disappointed with the quality of the products they get, as we've all seen from Shein and Temu memes, but they've also caught the attention of regulators, who in recent months have taken significant actions at both the legislative and the enforcement level in order to close the customs loopholes that ultra-fast fashion companies such as Shein and Temu are exploiting in order to offer their goods for so cheap, meaning that consumers will soon be returning to buying domestically, and we're here to fill that gap in the market. As you could see, brands or companies which offer a mobile-first shopping experience are such as, well, Shein and Temu are running circles around legacy brands and retailers such as Zara, H&M, or Nordstrom. This really highlights the importance of offering a mobile-first, incentivized, gamified shopping experience for these consumers who have become very, very accustomed to the gamified user experience offered by Temu and Shein and others. So our business model to start out will be two-pronged. We will be earning from display ads and sponsored listings in the app for companies and brands who want to promote their items, as well as margins and commissions from sales made within the app. So the initial audience we'll be tapping into for this is the audience of Vegas Nay herself, who boasts 6 million followers on her Instagram, and from her extended network has over 200 million additional reach. Additionally, we'll be incentivizing referrals to create a network effect of friends and family, or people inviting their friends and family in order to earn some points. And just to highlight again, we have a very, very broad social distribution network, so we're confident that we'll be able to get this app in hands of users as soon as it's ready. We have over 152,000 organic followers on our Instagram, 600,000 followers on the Vegas Nay Facebook, 6 million followers on our Instagram, and up to or over 200 million more through our extended network. We've been in talks with many, many brands, everybody from small specialized boutiques to major name brand big box stores, and all have shown very, very, very acute interest in listing their products on our app. And we've already gotten a few LOIs, and we are expecting around 20 by the end of the month. Thank you, and I forgot to put my Telegram on there, but it's telesurgeon if anyone wants to hit me up. Thank you, and I'll open the floor for questions.
My question is, where are Temu and Shein most popularly used? I noticed Android was about 2x iOS, which I don't have the numbers, but I just assume iPhone kind of dominates the US side. So just curious on which markets typically use these apps.
So obviously, Shein and Temu aren't making their usage data public. That was the best data I could find. It does seem that they're popular around the world, but I mean, as we all know, they're very popular in the US. So again, I couldn't get more granular data than that.
What do you think about the different price points of Shein and Temu versus Boujee with respect to potentially differences in customer preferences at the different price points?
Yeah, so this is something we've thought about a lot. I think we're going to be tapping into a different market. I mean, Naomi's audience skews a bit older than Gen Z. It's more millennial. So they tend to have greater spending power. And I don't think we're going to take over the market share of Shein and Temu because, frankly, we don't really want to sell $3 pants that are going to break in a day. We want users to keep coming back and enjoy what they buy. So it's definitely going to be slightly more premium, which is, I mean, why we called it Boujee. Kind of going for an aspirational lifestyle thing there, but yeah. I still think the experience that Shein and Temu offer, that the gamification incentives is huge and adds value to any price point.
Can you say more about the on-chain element? Like, how exposed are the users to the blockchain? You know, is it totally abstracted away? Like, you know,
100% abstracted away. They don't have to know they're on the blockchain. The reason we're using blockchain is just it allows us to do more. It allows us to scale infinitely. It allows any company to start up. You know, once we really open up the marketplace, we can allow anyone from the smallest of businesses to the biggest of retailers to create their own customized rewards point program according to what works for them. So that's one benefit. And the other benefit is, yeah, like the enabling us to offer secondary markets for points from different retailers and brands, sort of allowing shoppers to create new and novel strategies for shopping. But yeah, it'll all be abstracted.
How do you get users to download the app?
We're going to be advertising it heavily on Instagram. Early on, we'll be incentivizing users heavily, either out of pocket or preferably with the cooperation of retailers to drive initial sales. And yeah, we'll be gradually tapping into more and more of our network. And we also have some articles lined up with some major magazines, Cosmopolitan, Vogue, that sort. So we'll be, once this app hits the App Store, which I expect 4 to 6 months, we'll be hitting the ground running, getting as many users as we can. And even if we get a fraction of a percent, it's still going to, of our network, it's still going to be very, very significant as far as how many users we get on board.
Do you have an estimate of how much it costs to acquire a user?
No, not yet. We don't have an estimate. I mean, it's going to be cheap in the beginning because we're using our built-in network. I imagine the cost will probably scale up a bit as we evolve beyond that. And as far as the cost to acquire users, as far as what we're giving them as far as incentives, it depends on what kind of deals we're going to work out with these retailers and brands we're talking to. So who's going to front the cost? I would imagine I'll ballpark it at a couple dollars.
And I guess, can you comment? So it sounds like there's a little bit of, I'm going to really butcher this, but I would call it like a mall strategy of having like a bunch of individual stores within. Mm-hmm. So I guess, like, what are the analogous apps that have pursued this strategy in the past, and why do you think that, what's your competitive advantage there?
So there was one app who did something very similar a few years ago. They were called the Yes. They were started by the CEO of Stitch Fix. And they were quite good, but 2 years ago they sold to Pinterest and shut down. And now a lot of their tech is used to just send users to Amazon referral links in Pinterest. If anyone's used Pinterest in recent years, it'll like identify the item of clothing and send them to Amazon. So it was a great app, but it doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed for 2 years, and nobody's really filled the market. But they were quite successful. They were acquired for a couple $100 million, somewhere around that. But yeah, at the moment of course there's like Farfetch and stuff, but they tend to be way more high end. Like the $500 pants. You know, Shein and Temu sells the $5 pants. Farfetch and Essence sell the $500 pants. We won't sell the $50 pants.
Like, what's the funnel like from Instagram?
From Instagram? I mean, it's the same as any funnel from Instagram where it's a link in a bio. And we'll be posting on there a lot and getting users to sign up, offering them a 10% off their first order or something like that to get them to actually use the app, check it out. And hopefully they like the app enough to stick around, just browse. I mean, hey, I could have used this app when I was looking for clothes to buy for this event, I was running around Soho going to like Uniqlo and stuff. Thank you. Yeah. Any more questions or? Thank you.
Of chipped. So the future of wearable tech runs in parallel with consumer crypto. And the future is one of inevitability, and it's happening right now, but let's face it, we're not off to the most elegant start. Whether we're looking at wearable tech or consumer, to the everyday user, it's threatening, it's hideous, and it's definitely not it girl. So when we think of the future of consumer, it's powered by the next generation of women. We need to prioritize blockchain in a way that's not through vanity numbers or botted block space, but prioritizing real users and meeting them where they are, instead of forcing new or hyper-financializing alien habits. So how do we do this? So hi, we're chipped, using NFC chips in press-on nails that link directly to your aggregated social media. To your social media profiles, connecting all your Web 2 and Web 3 identities all in one place, iconically just by tapping your nail to your phone. Chipped is a full-stack brand built on crypto rails with non-invasive wearable hardware that makes our users unforgettable as that girl with the on-chain nails. When tapped with a smartphone, these nails open a customizable profile, allowing users to share their social media, website, and other digital identities. Our platform supports both Web 2 and Web 3 profiles using Privy Sign-In, enabling the creation of proof of IRL credentials, while also adding notes and pictures to the connections to give context to your Rolodex. Chipped isn't just a CRM tool, it's a movement, and the crypto it girl brand worthy of the mainstream internet. Not only does it allow our users to manage their contact lists with the necessary level of parasocial intimacy, while empowering them with boundaries, privacy, and rewarding them for these connections. Chipped girlies are the most valuable and powerful nodes in our ecosystem, and through Chipped, our users can be on-chain in every moment, mint on-chain, chat, and soon send crypto. And this is where we take it on-chain. Every connection that you make is beautiful and takes time to grow, like a pearl, but we prefer to spell it PIRLS. With each connection contributing points to your on-chain identity's reputation, so the more you tap and connect, the more pearls you collect. Through this, we're creating an anti-Sybil network of real users and wallets through high-signal actions. As blockchain and consumer crypto matures, we see beyond hyper-financialization as a first mover and focus on real-world rewards, using fun as a KPI, and enhancing current consumer habits and building brands worthy of the mainstream internet. We built a die-hard community, and not just in Web3. With over 1,500 active chips, 300 app users, we've been featured by the likes of Paris Hilton, Forbes, Vogue Business, High Society, and even on the catwalk at New York Fashion Week. I'm not sure how many roll-ups of service can say that last one. As a physical product, scaling and distribution is our highest priority, of course. So we meet our consumers where they are. At events, collaborating with their favorite brands, favorite musicians, TV shows, and online shopping platforms, all of which I'm happy to share the outfit if you come to find me and yap about it, but there's some things I can't say on stream just as yet. Our distribution is not hindered by, but it is possible because of the fact we've built a full stack brand. And what does this term actually mean? The entire supply chain has been built by us in-house, from software to hardware, and we have the full ability to white label and customize the experience for our partners, while never removing you from the chipped experience. We have truly created the brand for bringing users on chain through real-world actions, and existing brands are already seeing the value of this, all of which you'll see in the coming weeks, despite us only having been live for 3 months. As much as we love the attention that we get in the USA, we truly see APAC as where we see expansion. So it's super important for our chain partners to understand the Asian market. At Chipped, we're quite literally WACC, W-A-C-C. We're wearable accelerationists. As the wearable tech market is expected to reach 161 billion by 2033, and despite this growth, there is a gap in products that are user-friendly, non-invasive, with viral potential. NFC chips have been going viral on social media for years, but it's yet to be scaled and paired with the appropriate software and user experience. We are the first to do this and currently filing our patents for our full stack. We see ourselves not just positioned in traditional fashion and technology, but we see ourselves positioned correctly on chain while maintaining our agnostic position. There are elements of a chip that can live across different chains. So chips can leverage Monad scalability architecture to process a high volume of IRL interactions on chain while ensuring seamless proof generation and reducing transaction costs for users as they grow their social graphs. As we grow, we can see Monad's network supporting the gamification aspects of chipped, efficiently processing numerous microtransactions that fuel the pearls. We've been incredibly agile since our pre-seed raise of 300,000 in March and have built out a full hardware to software solution where we are the first to go to market with this product. Since demo day, we've hit 40,000 in revenue through unit sales and event partnerships, and we're on track to sell out our first collection through our collaboration in the next 2 weeks. The next 6 months are purely focused on scaling through product sales, B2B partnerships, traditional consumer consignment, and white labeling our stack. We are a small, agile team of 3 core members. Myself, I've spent my entire professional career in this industry. 26% of my life, I worked out the other day. And it pretty much started when I wrote my undergrad degree in 2019, my undergrad thesis in 2019, where I wrote a paper on the relationship between fashion and blockchain for sustainability and transparency. My professor said this is the stupidest thing she ever read. So naturally, out of spite, I went on to study a master's degree in computer science and build out these systems myself. I went on to, in 2021, I went on to be the founding member of a team called Shiller.xyz, a Web3 native growth company, and becoming part of the furniture of crypto Twitter. Florence, our COO, has 6 years experience in scaling e-commerce, and Liam is a milady. No, he's an incredible full stack dev who has built our entire stack, and yeah, we're just super great team. Yeah, so I'm going to leave you with this. We're often asked, why does chips need crypto? It doesn't, but crypto needs chipped. Trust me. Super happy to answer your questions, as there's so much we couldn't fit into such a small amount of time. But yeah, you can shoot me an email here or come yap with me afterwards.
Awesome. Can you talk a little bit about the logistics? Like, how much does a set cost, and then how hard is it to put on, take off? What happens if they get lost? Things like that.
Yeah, for sure. So when it comes to cost, everything is in-house, and the more we scale, the cheaper everything gets. So right now, to produce a set, it's around $3 to $5, depending on the styles, and we retail for $64 to $69. So that's just like one stream of revenue. When we see, where we're looking at it, it's like through white labeling our stack. So because no one's built the chain that we have, pretty much, we're able to white label this to potential partners who can do, yeah. And then from a privacy perspective for the chips, they're super easy to put on. Everything comes in the box, prepackaged. There's instructions. And when it comes to privacy, you can remove them from your account. So if it does fall off, it's no longer connected to your account.
Awesome. And then one other question. What do you think constrains your growth, or what do you think accelerates your growth in the next year?
I think what's accelerating our growth right now is like UGC and TikTok and just user-generated content. We have a product that has been proven to be viral, and we're allowing users to just, that moment is like the aha moment, which is super easy to film and easy to post about with the viral potential. So that's been great for our acceleration. The thing that's probably hindering us the most is what we're, like with our raise, we're really hoping to work on is our tech stack, just to make sure the friction, there is no friction when using the application. So I think that's going to be for traditional consumers. If there's lag, if there's issues within the app, that's going to be probably the biggest turnoff. So just sorting out the application and making sure that's as consumer ready as possible.
Do you foresee men wearing the nails, or do you have any good ideas for wearables for us too?
I have a snarky answer to this. Crypto is by men for men. Women receive 2.3% of funding. When women receive more funding, and I think men can do it themselves if you have that much. So that's my snarky answer. But I think men can wear nails. I don't see any issue with that. We also, chipped is not just nails. We do have an entire ecosystem of connected products that we do have. But I have a set. Do you want some? I can give you some. Yeah.
That was going to be my second question.
I have a set for you. Yeah.
Yeah, why APAC for sort of like the growth strategy?
Nails. When we look at women in Asia, are you on TikTok?
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, if you're on nail TikTok, it is people travel to Korea to get their nails done, and there is, especially when it comes to understanding the tech, like it's amazing here for the press that we get in the US, but when we see, especially the two things merged together, when you look at the tech and look at the nails, it just makes so much sense. That's just where we're seeing the potential growth.
Thank you, Winnie.
Thank you
Everybody
so much.
give a hand.
Hello everyone, exciting to be here. My name is David and I'm co-founder of Cork Protocol, where we are building a novel DeFi primitive, credit default swaps for pegged assets that allow anyone to price and hedge the risk of DPEG. So why do we do that? In the last year, there has been tremendous expansion of peg assets on chain. There are 200 billion of stablecoins, LRTs, now in existence, each with different risk profile. EigenLayer is just starting, its competitors, Babylon, Karak, and others are launching soon as well. And the restaking is spreading to other ecosystems, including Bitcoin as well. And all this creates layers of risk that are neither priced in, nor there is a way to hedge them. So you can think of it as a stack of a burger, where each new addition introduces like novel risk that is not priced in. And when you take any given restaking token, each layer has like isolated minimal risk. But when you stack them together, it compounds and suddenly becomes much more real. And the market needs a way to understand, price, and hedge this risk. Because people are using these assets as a collateral in DeFi. So for example, just the recent DPEG of Renzo ETH caused 50 million of liquidation across platforms like Morpho and Gearbox alone. And of course, the past DPEG events related to the USDC, staked ETH, and of course, UST liquidated billions. And this is something we want to prevent. That's why we built Cork. Cork solves this by creating DPEG swaps. Oracle-free, fully collateralized, trustless credit default swaps for pegged assets. And by doing so, it allows risk pricing and hedging to take place for traders, institutions, and protocols that are in turn pricing the risk for the whole market. So how does it work? So Cork creates a peg stability module for each specific asset pair, for example, ETH and staked ETH. And when ETH is sent to the contract, two tokens get created, DPEG swap, which allows you to redeem staked ETH for ETH. So when staked ETH is DPEG'd, you can get your ETH out. And cover token, which is taking the other side of this trade, essentially being underwriter, and at expiration ends up with whatever is left in the contract, ETH or staked ETH. In addition to this, Cork creates liquidity vaults that issue DPEG swaps and earn the yield from selling them, not only from selling them, but also from the AMM fees and the protocol fees on top of that. And this is really important because this design ensures that the risk premium for DPEG swaps can be much lower than the yield on pegged assets. And this unlocks a new set of use cases, one being liquidation-free lending pools on platforms like Morpho, because now the collateral is fully hedged, so it cannot be liquidated. This enables better and safer leverage trading. Then we have hedging. Now users can earn yield on peg assets without the risk of DPEG. This actually unlocks lots of institutional capital that previously could not invest in this asset class. And third, the protocol enables traders to speculate around the DPEG events by creating two-sided market. And what this does for everyone is actually pricing the risk of the whole market. So similar to like Polymarket is pricing the likelihood of event happening, Cork is pricing the risk of pegged asset through DPEG swaps. So our vision is to serve institutional credit markets across the peg assets today, real-world assets tomorrow, and ultimately the broader 30 trillion global CDS market in the future. Because we believe that as crypto market is getting more sophisticated and attracting much more institutional capital, the risk pricing and hedging tools will be increasingly more essential. And that's why we are working with the largest issuers of peg assets to set up, incentivize, and provide seed liquidity for the initial liquidity markets and pools. We also built Cork as a protocol that can be like a new primitive that is composable and can be integrated across different protocols. And beyond the permissionless protocol, our goal is actually to bring a regulated front end of this to the US market. And we are interfacing with the institutions that have need for this tool, as well as the legal resources that can take us there. We are a team of serial founders. I've been myself in crypto for over a decade, built a crypto brokerage service with 100,000 users. I advise to central bank in my country. My co-founders built protocols in on-chain carbon credit markets with billions in volumes, Flow Carbon and Toucan, and also a company that already IPO'd. And we built an all-star team with a really good track record of shipping with velocity, as we went from an idea on a piece of paper to testnet to live trading competition with thousands of signups in under 6 months. And we are also backed by some of the best investors in this field: A16Z, Crypto, Orange DAO, Steakhouse Financial, and a couple others, including founders of QuantStamp, Celo, or Centrifuge. So while we are building ultimately for the 30 trillion CDS market in the future, we are starting now with the hundreds of billions of peg assets, because we believe that on-chain traders need the same tools that are available off-chain for DeFi. And just as Uniswap and Compound were the key protocols to take DeFi to hundreds of billions, we believe that Cork is the needed protocol to take DeFi to trillions. So please join us as we take DeFi to the next level of adoption. Thank you. I think there was supposed to be one more slide.
Just a quick question. Do you think that people would get higher yield just like depositing into staked ETH, or do you think they would get higher yield by depositing ETH into Cork and then like getting the yield from like offering the DPEG swap?
Yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah, we think they will get more yield when they deposit into us, and that's what, like, why we designed this liquidity vault that actually have additional source of revenue for the liquidity providers to actually compensate the users who want to be the underwriters essentially, and that's why like this design allows actually for the yields for LPs be higher than just like yield on the peg asset itself.
Okay, cool. And then I guess the next question is, if the yield is higher to offer a DPEG swap, to me that seems to mean that someone would have to pay like, well, so just put it in numbers, like staked ETH yield is like 4-ish% maybe. So you're saying they would get more than 4%
yes.
to deposit into Cork. So then why would someone who owns staked ETH buy protection on that at more than 4% per year?
No, the risk premium for the DPEG swap, like the cost of insurance, should be lower than the yield on the peg asset. And the difference that compensates the LPs between these two numbers, it comes from the trading fees in the AMM and the protocol fees on top of that.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
How would this work in the context of a centralized stablecoin? Is that something you're able to offer the CDS product for?
Yeah, so we can basically offer any asset pair, but of course we need to like bootstrap the initial liquidity. So that's why we are also now working with different also like issuers of stablecoins. But yeah, essentially the stablecoins can be on actually each side of the pair.
So this doesn't require that you are able to redeem the stablecoin for the underlying fiat assets or anything like that?
It can, doesn't have to be necessary. That's like the question. Like, and this is something we want to experiment with and see like where the market, like what are the actual market needs, like if they're okay with ending up with some other stablecoin or the fiat. But of course, having fiat and it requires a little bit more sophistication and like it's more advanced.
Do you have a sense of what the cost to ensure a tether position would be, for instance, against DPEG for a year? Do you have any data on that?
I mean, so unlike other protocols, like they were providing insurance, like we basically enable like a free market price discovery of this insurance. So, I mean, we have some estimations, but like it should be, like lower than the yield on that asset. Mm-hmm. But essentially it will be like a market-based, and it's probably also moving.
Maybe on like the Renzo example with easy depegging, like with Cork, is it sort of like the time is compressed to bring it back to parity? Would love to like understand how Cork would solve.
So each DPEG swap is like, has expiration.
And withdrawal period and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and so we are thinking now about having like 3 months long periods. And I mean, essentially it can be also longer. But the point is like when so you basically buy DPEG swap, which is, covers you for this amount of period of time for 3 months, in which you can anytime redeem it, even if the DPEG event doesn't happen. And you just can get what we call collateral asset from the contract. Like in the case of if you buy insurance for Renzo ETH, it will be the ETH that you can get out of the contract.
If someone deposits Renzo ETH and they have the option to pull out the ETH kind of like one-to-one by redeeming it, is there like a early redemption like penalty fee that should be given to the provider of like the ETH collateral? So
yeah, that can be, and this is something we are still expecting out, like what is the best way also to incentivize both sides of the market. And honestly, this is something we want to like experiment once we go on the mainnet and to see like what's the feedback from the market.
A credit default swap's usually pretty capital efficient in traditional finance because you don't have to hold the underlying asset. Here you have to like lock up the underlying. So how do you think about the capital efficiency of the product?
So yeah, so in the V1 we are fully collateralized, and like basically the DPEG swap covers you for the 100% of DPEG. And now we are like doing a lot of research and exploration, like how we can do this in like more capital efficient in the V2. And then there are like multiple ways to design it, and but like we still need to like kind of figure out what is like most elegant and safe way to do it. So not there yet, but like we are figuring it out.
Say Cork hits like a reasonable market penetration and it's somewhat widely used. Have you guys thought about, and just like out of curiosity, how this either slows down or speeds up repeg or full depeg events? For example, USDC going to 75 cents and then repegging and staying stable versus UST during the Luna collapse. Like, would it speed up the repegging, or what would some of the kind of second order effects of this be?
I mean, obviously, probably in the case of Luna, it would not probably repeg, but actually, this protocol allows like to traders to speculate on both and support speculate on depeg, but as well as like speculating on and supporting the repeg. So actually, also the strategy inside of the liquidity pool, the way it is set up is like actually quite profitable if it's repegs. And I mean, most of these depegs are usually temporary, and it can be actually quite profitable and generate profits essentially for the LPs who are holding the cover token. Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Gamonad, ladies and degens. I'm Brennan. And we're with Drake Exchange, where we put the sex in perp decks. And thanks to Monad's cutting-edge technology and high performance, Drake aims to deliver an experience that feels better than sex. Trading on centralized exchanges. Now, bad jokes aside, let's go into some of the problems that are being currently faced. So with AMM models, they usually do really well with small orders, but with large orders, they suffer from high costs and high slippage. They also lack a lot of advanced trading features that are common on centralized exchanges. For order book models, they almost always have an off-chain matching engine, which then lacks transparency and runs the risk of front-running and order manipulation. The solution to this is Drake, as our hybrid AMM order book model combines both the best models and works harmoniously with Monad to create the sexiest on-chain perp decks you've ever seen. As for the market, in the wake of FTX collapsing, there's been a huge shift from centralized exchanges to decentralized exchanges, from 1% market share in 2022 to 5% today, with projections indicating it'll grow to be over 10% in 2027. And now, why Monad? Well, there's a few reasons. First, the tightly knit and collaborative community is perfect, and Monad's focus on decentralization fits seamlessly with our values. But the most important reason is the 10K TPS, as it makes Monad the first chain that is fully capable of running an on-chain order book. On centralized exchanges, two of the most popular strategies that drive trading volume and open interest are price spread arbitrage and funding rate arbitrage. We've designed Drake with these features or these strategies in mind and included some features that make them accessible to traders. And these features are usually not found on perp dexes. Those are cross-collateral deposits, margin collateral swap, and we're also adding some customizable perp indexes. Now, I'm going to kind of go over some of these features by explaining how our tokenized funding rate vault works. So all it requires the user to do is deposit USDC, and then they're able to earn a delta neutral yield while collecting funding rate payments. And the vault automates everything on the back end, so they don't have to worry about managing the positions or anything like that. So after they deposit USDC, it gets put into a cross-margin trading account. Once it's in their trading account, Drake sells the USDC, for example, ETH in this situation, and opens a 1x short position all in the same block. So then they're able to collect funding rate premiums without having any sort of risk. If the funding rates flip and go negative, the vault's going to close out their position and then wait until positions are more favorable again to reopen it. As for our architecture, it starts with the on-demand auction liquidity, which comes into play immediately after any order is submitted on chain. It allows market makers to compete for the best price execution. Next, we have the order book liquidity, which is comprised of limit orders that are placed by market makers or normal traders. And lastly, we have the AMM liquidity layer, which is based on Drake's current V1 model that we're deploying soon on base. And the AMM liquidity layer guarantees backstop liquidity in case market makers don't step in. Here's the auction order flow in action. So if you see like a trader puts a 1 BTC long request in, the order gets submitted on chain and goes into the on-demand auction pool, where market makers have 3 different time periods to compete to fill it. Each time period passes, the execution price rises up until the predefined slippage. And if the market maker fills the order, the trader has their position opened and everyone's happy. If the market maker does not fill the order, it then gets routed to the AMM pool and trader still has their position opened. As for our business model, we have a pretty similar model to other perp dexes where we take a fee on all trades that are executed. But what makes us stand out is that through these vaults, like the funding rate vaults, we can take a performance fee. And this performance fee and the vaults add an additional layer on top of our business model that creates a super positive feedback cycle or flywheel, whatever you want to call it. And I'll explain that here. So as the funding rate vault is constantly opening positions on Drake, that increases the trading volume. Increased trading volume generates more fees for the protocol and yield for liquidity providers. Higher yield for liquidity providers increases the amount of liquidity on the protocol, which then allows for higher open interest. And higher open interest allows for a larger funding rate vault and other vault capacities, which then in turn drives more trading volume. The circle just keeps going. So you might be wondering, where does the name Drake come from? And it's not from the rapper, unfortunately. It comes from the Drake equation, which is used to determine extraterrestrial civilizations. And in line with this, our GTM strategy is called the Space Odyssey, where all user activity during this time will earn points. We're calling them spice credits, which comes from Dune, and it's the substance used for space travel. And as you may or may not know, most retail traders, on average, do not win. And so in an effort to promote retail trading and also like disincentivize Sybil activity, we'll be heavily compensating any negative P&L. So it's a lot harder to Sybil, and traders have their downside protected. We're going to have multiple seasons with different varying incentive structures, apart from the lose to earn compensation for negative P&L. On top of that, we're committed to providing different educational content and tools, such as the types of arbitrage strategies like price spread arbitrage, funding rate arbitrage, and then also creating more tools and vaults to allow retail users to take part in these strategies without needing any sort of technical knowledge or 5 years of a trading experience. For some of our milestones, we're super excited that we recently, earlier this summer, took first place in the Base On-Chain Summer Build-a-thon in the DeFi trading track. It was really competitive, had over 300 applicants. We also have a Chainlink partnership for the low latency oracle that will be used for our AMM layer. And on top of that, we just got a full security audit for our entire V1 code base. For the team, we have Benjamin right here. He's got 5 years, a little more, as a Google software engineer, and 7 years leading a high-frequency crypto prop firm that specialized in price spread arbitrage and funding rate arbitrage. He's also done really well as a developer, winning gold and silver in the ACM programming competitions. As for myself, I got into crypto around 2015, then got into DeFi in 2020, and have not looked back. During this time, I was a core contributor at a Coinbase-listed protocol that's on Arbitrum. The rest of our team is comprised of software engineers and smart contract engineers. And with this team, our mission is to, again, put the sex in perp decks. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Is it possible that, this is kind of maybe a stupid question, but could people game the lose to earn mechanic by like trading against themselves and deliberately losing on the venue and winning in kind of the offsetting trade somewhere else, and thus being kind of like ultimately neutral but collecting the points?
Yeah, they could, but I wouldn't give that alpha out if I were you.
Sorry.
But yeah, you're good. But yeah, they can, and as long as there's more trading activity going on the platform and generating fees for both protocol and people providing liquidity, there's always going to be some people trying to game it, and yeah, we're going to look to, and that's why we're going to have different seasons with different incentive structures, but we just think it'd be really exciting to actually give bad traders some rewards this time around.
It seems like most other perp dexes have decided to move to like app chain models or like roll-up models where most of them have off-chain, are able to have off-chain order books in some form. Just curious, like what you guys think of like on-chain perp dexes in general. Like why have people chosen to do that historically, and why do you think it's more possible to do like on-chain here?
Do you mean like on specific app chains or just on Monad and in general?
Well, if you were to look, it's like Hyperliquid, Avo, DYDX, and a few others. All of them chose to either move to an app chain or roll-up model and then pull the order book off-chain in some form. So I was just curious, what you guys think it is about your design or about Monad that makes it like more attractive to actually sit the order book on-chain.
Yeah, it's like Hyperliquid, it's fantastic, and I hope points go for $800 like everyone's saying. But I think some of the issues with those designs, like having a specific app chain, is that they don't have natively minted assets, and it also makes things with like interoperability a lot more difficult. So with Monad's like high performance and also just how many communities and projects are building on it, we think it's kind of the perfect middle ground where there's going to be the assets that we need, protocols that we can work with. We've already talked to a few of them here. It's like integrate the tokenized funding rate vault and the other vaults we're going to be making in the future. So yeah, I think there are positives to the app chain, but also siloing yourself away from the rest of the market can have some disadvantages. And yeah, we chose to work with the market and not kind of funnel ourselves off.
Yeah, and just add more comments for this. So Hyperplex is actually, they have actually some off-chain match engine stuff and order book. So it's actually not transparent. If you really like to analyze their data or latencies, and you can find, okay, they definitely have lots of wash trade. And they have the internal market makers to create a lot of fake volume or manipulate the order book. Yeah, you are traders and you maybe know this. And yeah, I think it's not quite transparent and not fair for some retail traders. And currently, lots of their volume is by their professional market maker, and they just manipulate the retail traders. Yeah.
Not to throw shade at Hyperliquid, but I think right now they only have 4 validators that are all in Japan and run by the team. So it's, you want to trust them, but we chose to build on a chain that really has a focus on decentralized block production and just making things more transparent.
Yeah, we just want to give the community or like more like mainstream Web2 users or another choice. Okay, there's another choice for the full transparent on-chain DEX, and also wanted to explore the limits of the monad infrastructures. Yeah.
Do you have an estimate of how much it costs to acquire one retail user?
We haven't do the estimation yet. Yeah, but based on the user execution is a very important factors for the success of DEX. So yeah, I can't say I can give an example for the DRDEX. So they have a block mentioned there about $1 to $5 per user for user execution, and and also we heard yesterday's presentation. We also want to give the users $10 of their bonus, let the user to trade under Drake. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so give them, but they cannot withdraw, but they can use this to trade.
Yeah, similar to that example yesterday in the panel where they were talking about pay, where you can only really use the app if you've received a payment. We're trying to do something similar with referral codes, where you say you refer someone and they're going to get a $10 Drake credit, which is not withdrawable, and you can trade on it. And it gives people actually a reason to trade. Because you get a normal referral code, it's like, what do I get from this? But you get a referral code, it's like, hey, you have $10 here, you might as well use it. You can make some money on it. You can't withdraw it if you don't trade it. We think that's a really good way to incentivize people. And yeah, so it goes in line with hopefully about $1 to $5 per user acquisition cost.
One more question. Do you have any thoughts on how to build the Drake brand to be synonymous with trust, high performance, whatever your objectives are for the brand of Drake? Yeah,
we're still figuring out the exact details with that, but we want to go in line with just the space and space exploration theme from the Drake equation. So we're going to be doing a lot of alien and astronaut themed campaigns, and just while we're doing those, also really hammering in just the features on Drake that make it transparent and trustworthy, and crafting a story around the space narrative that engages people and also educates them on why it's a good solution.
Awesome, thank you.
My name's Phil George. I'm the founder of EarnOS. And today we want to be talking about two things, which is simply solving the consumer adoption problem that crypto's got and fixing the $1 trillion advertising industry in 7.5 minutes. So wish me luck. Thank you. But first, what do we do? EarnOS at its core is a platform that enables any brand on Earth to pay any user on Earth when they establish an engagement or a useful activity for that brand. What does that actually mean? It means that we facilitate the assignment, verification, and payment for any task that can be performed on the internet. In this instance, we're concerned with trying to fund everyone's wallet, or the first wallet that they create, which is intended to basically be the first step for consumers to come into Web3 And the reason that we think that that's quite different is if you think about most of your first experiences in Web3, you may have remembered that you had to load a wallet up, spend money, and do a bunch of things before you could actually do anything in crypto. And we think that that's the broken problem and why there's too much friction to actually have normal users coming into the space. And we think that if we can solve that by giving people their first $5 or $10 when they engage with a brand and begin their Web3 journey that way around, then they don't have to experience fear and risk and friction as their first experience. Instead, they can experience reward and engagement and basically have a positive experience rather than getting rugged or something like that. This is what the platform looks like, and it's designed to be very, very easy and ideally completely hide crypto. Creating a wallet, plugging in your social media platforms like Google, Twitter, Facebook, should probably update it to X. We do this to sort of have like a general heuristic that you're probably a person before you earn your first reward. Person's just earned $10. Create a username. And then from here, the user can issue a debit card straight against their decentralized or non-custodial wallet, and then go down to the shops, Starbucks in this instance, use their card, buy a coffee, only $3.80, and pull it straight out of their first wallet that they just created seconds ago. And we think that if we can give this experience to billions of users who have never used Web3 before, that's truly letting anyone experience what we all know is magic money. Like this is something we all know, but this way someone can have it in 2 minutes when they engage with a brand like Uber or the North Face or Lacoste. Why did we look at advertising? Like, why did we take the approach of focusing on the advertising industry and connecting brands with people? Well, we did it, one, because it's a $1 trillion industry. So if you capture some of that, that works out pretty well for us. But we also did it because we'd sort of seen this behavior start to play out in Web3, where we'd seen that you can have aligned incentives models, you can build out communities, you can do all these things. The problem is that you have to do it with things like NFTs and tokens and things that the rest of the world don't give a damn about. So we were like, well, what if you could apply those mechanisms, but make them understandable and relatable to literally anyone who's signed up to an internet account and has a mobile phone, which is what EarnOS, what we sort of seek to do. On top of that, brands are facing immense headwinds anyway. So there's bots everywhere. They reckon that it's about 50% of the internet is bots now. And I'm pretty sure that that's going to be a higher number next year and the year after that. And that means engagement, actually reaching real people, is going to get really, really hard. 120 billion of ad spend wasted annually, which is, I don't know how many times more than the total revenue of this entire space. So that seems like something that we should try to save. And on top of that, as creators and influencers have become way more important in the growth story for brands, it becomes more and more difficult to actually work with them and orchestrate a media campaign or a marketing campaign. So we thought, what if we could build a platform that rewards users, gets creators, rewards them for bringing in users, and brands pay when they get those users engaging with them. Brands are now demanding results-based marketing. Gone are the days of just being able to throw endless money at things and not know how much results you're actually getting from it. People actually want to know that they're getting the right results at the right times. We're designing it to completely realign the incentives of traditional advertising and instead allow people to get the right users and know that they engage with their brand and get paid when they do. We call that cost per result. Cost per result basically means that instead of cost per click or cost per impression, brands only pay when users do the things that they have defined as valuable. Users are rewarded, brands get the outcomes thereafter. Real people connected to real brands means that you get real revenue, something that seems to be sorely lacking at the moment. Our platform's abstracted end-to-end, meaning it's made for everyone. We ideally would want users to be able to use our platform repeatedly and have no idea that they're using crypto. So a typical mission might be a mission for Sunglass Hut where you are encouraged to try on a pair of sunglasses, you then post that picture online, you share it, create user-generated content, and that proliferates outwards. Ideally, you do that mission, you get paid $5 by Sunglass Hut, you spend it down the shops, and you don't know that you've actually used crypto at all, despite the fact the entire thing was run through Web3 rails. In this instance, brands get what they're after. Users aren't being turned into the product. They're actually getting the reward. The creators that bring the users into the platform are remunerated because they get a portion of our fee. The agencies win because finally they can actually offer something for brands that's lower risk and actually delivers results. And if all of those things happen, we win, which seems fair. How do we deliver the right users to the right people? Well, we use web proofs. We use web proofs, on-chain and off-chain verifications, but we're primarily focused on off-chain verifications. Why? Because no one really cares about on-chain verifications right now in the real world. So we're working with web proofs so that we can do the vampire attacks that we've seen work in Web3 on Web 2 companies that previously had a moat that now exists as basically an attack vector. Beyond the initial functionality of being able to earn on the platform and then spend the money in the way that you guys just saw, we want to expand the platform out as people become more familiar, but right now are laser focused on showing that the flywheel can spin and that all the participants in the network will get what they're after. Our model is simple. We take 33% of GMV, high for this industry, but low for the advertising industry, which effectively takes 100% of the advertisement revenue. I know that they share it, but this is just to tell a story. We then earn a portion of income from every other user outcome on the platform, rewards, yielding, spending, and you can sort of see where that would go. We recently launched a beta. We onboarded more than 250,000 people, not wallets, people. From those users, we got more than 3 million brand outcomes for the likes of Uber, The North Face, Sunglass Hut, Baskin Robbins, across 900,000 missions, and we paid out about $4 million of USDC in testnet, just to prove that the whole process works. Do I have to stop straight away? Or? Okay, cool. The results that we got sort of speak for themselves. The brands were super happy and they gave us even more budget for when we launch our mainnet. We think right now is the perfect time for this because where the techs come with the wallets, where that's come with the bridges and really, really fast chains that are cheap and efficient, you couldn't really do this a year ago, whereas you can do it now. Now's the time, and we think that it will work. I'll sort of finish up pretty soon. I'll just say that the team that are building it, we've had crypto startups before, we've built micro investment platforms, been in advertising, CTO's XRV Lens protocol. We sort of know what we're doing, and yeah, that's about it. Cheers.
Cool. So, okay, stupid, very annoying question. The crypto element here is the point of that you want the ownership of the assets to be non-custodial. You want it, or could you just as easily do the system with fiat?
It's the easiest, fastest, cheapest way to pay anyone on the internet for doing something without having to deal with all different jurisdictional limitations on how you run those payment rails and then have to manage KYC and things like that. Effectively, with this system, brands give us the money, we dispense it out through wallets, everyone gets rewarded instantly. It's not really possible to do that on traditional rails. There's markets where it's partially possible, but if you think about two-sided content like marketplaces, you have to sign up to Stripe in order to be paid. You don't have to in this way.
So because you presumably you have a global audience of contributors and then payment frequency and granularity.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, global audience. We get information when they issue their debit card about where they're from, which then means that we can be more targeted with who we're doing the missions for the brands.
Sybil resistance presumably is a huge part of this.
Absolutely.
That's kind of the whole game, I guess, right?
Yeah. And it's the reason why one of the first outcomes that we seek is the issuance of the debit card, because it sort of prevents from that so that we can deliver high quality users.
Thank you.
Can you expand a little bit on the notion of vampire attacking Web 2 with, I think you said zk-TLS?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, brands will pay a lot more to acquire a customer of a product that is essentially the competitor that they're trying to take over. So let's just say that you're a Robinhood user who has made over $100,000 in trades. That means you're meaningfully more valuable than someone who doesn't have a Robinhood account or does but has only ever made $5 in trades. We can have a variable reward mechanism where people can be paid more in that instance if they're the $100,000 user over the $10 user. Or we can do things like know that someone who's promoting a post has got 10 million followers instead of 10, in which case they should probably be rewarded more than the person with 10. 2 examples.
That makes a lot of sense. Curious also what the necessity of the ZK element is there, because it seems like if you have a company that you trust, you could just give them your login or whatever, and they could go check. Like, what about it? What about like crypto or cryptography is necessary to enable the?
Not much. We just do it because the protocols already exist to plug into those platforms, and it means we don't have to do it ourselves. Yeah.
So Sunglass Hut, they pay you guys with the assumption that they're going to activate their user base. Is there any cross-pollination between those rewards, like capital going into other brands, like basically the cross-pollination?
Could you just expand on what you mean by cross-pollination?
So you have like the 5 or so design partners.
Yeah.
They're siloed to an extent.
Well, it exists on a marketplace where people would browse through different missions that they can complete at their discretion. So essentially, certain people will be gravitated towards certain missions, and some of them won't be visible to all users based on the constraints made by the brand. And people can complete them at their discretion and be rewarded whenever they want. So I guess in that way, the more brands that come online, every mission is more successful than the prior because of the fact that more users are coming on board.
Right, and let's say you get a competitor to one of these brands, on board, like
bidding war.
Cool.
Yeah, that's why we're excited.
Okay, yeah. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, like Robinhood and Webull decide to both run missions. You'll then incentivize one of them to have a higher priced reward on the mission, which is great for us because we make 33%. So the same sort of dynamic should fall out as what's happened in Google Ads, except it's more circular in so much as that users are the ones taking the majority of the actual spend. So if we captured the industry, then users are the ones getting $666 billion or something.
What's the current scale of the platform?
Current state of the platform is
scale, or like number of users?
250,000 users, yeah.
What's the type of person who would be checking an app like this daily? So in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking people use social media applications because there's kind of...
Why would they go there?
Yeah. So for social media, they're seeing like what their friends are up to or like what's in the news, and the advertising is kind of like a byproduct that's monetizing their attention. For an app like this, it almost feels like the reason that user would want to use it is because their value of their time might be potentially quite low. So I'm just trying to reconcile that with potentially like the price of some of the products that the brands might want to sell.
Yeah. So we think of rewards in a whole bunch of different cohorts. So I'll sort of speak to those cohorts, and that might sort of answer your question, which is basically a reward doesn't have to be a fixed fee reward where everyone gets paid $5 or $10. The rewards can be proportional to the value that that user brings to the brand. So that means that one person might be willing to do a mission for $10, but an influencer might join the platform and have 10 million followers, and they get a substantially larger reward. So then they've got an incentive, meaning that there's different quality of users coming in for the same mission. The other thing is that there's multiple different mission types. So do I have to stop now? Okay, cool. It was the last of the day. So there's multiple different mission types, meaning that you could have a competition format where the person who gets the most engagement on their user-generated content wins $10,000, or you could have a free sweepstakes format where the total budget basically is randomly assigned to one person out of 100,000 people that completed it, and they win $100,000 or $200,000. So the people who might not be willing to do the $10 mission might want to do the $100,000 free sweepstakes, or someone who's a creator or an influencer who has a following might be incentivized to do the variable reward mission. Does that sort of address that question? Awesome. Cheers. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Hey guys, I'm Terrence from Hyperplex, and I'll be presenting our AMM rehypothecator. So before we start, how many of us like free money? How many of us are skeptical of free money? Good. I see you guys use DeFi, well seasoned. So AMM rehypothecation is going to be the closest you can get to free money in today's DeFi innovation, and I'll show you why. But before we begin, first of all, the team. We have 3 people, and one of them is Brian right there. He's been building in DeFi since 2019. Long time. He was the tech lead of Honey NFT Finance. He is super hard worker, and if you're from Chicago, he'll love you immediately. Next, we have Austin, who worked for 8 years at Meta. He worked across the entire creator app. He was focused on Instagram, and finally, he was the founding engineer of Reels. He might have been the founding or a founding, I forget, but either way, he's unleashed a lot of evil into the world, and so he's doing his penance by working with us. And finally, myself, I spent 6 years trading at HRT, one of the top HFTs in the world, before I goofed off to Korea and started my own esports trading firm there. Unless you're from the Korean government, I did not do that. And eventually found my way into DeFi, which is pretty similar. So in any case, the problem we want to tackle today is one as old as time. AMMs are super capital efficient, and they underperform. And one of the reasons why that happens is because AMM users provide liquidity to an entire range of prices. But at any moment, the AMM only uses liquidity at a single tick. And as a result, 98% of all liquidity in AMMs is just sitting there idle, waiting to be used. So rehypothecation is this really big term that means nothing more than, hey, let's just take all the idle liquidity and put it somewhere else that actually earns yield, right? Super simple idea. This should not blow anyone's mind, and it's crazy that doesn't happen already. So the way we take advantage of this is not by building another AMM. God forbid, we think that's a terrible idea, but we think a simple user experience that just wraps the existing AMM position is a much better approach, where someone who might use Uniswap just takes their position, deposits into Hyperplex. We let them choose exactly how they want to rehypothecate, and this means they get to decide which yields they get, incentives, or they want to go super safe with Aave, no big deal, and we just hand back the wrapped position. This is as easy as it can get. You would trip your way through this UX and still come out earning more money. And so this is what I mean by free money. Like, you're already LPing, you might as well just take the extra yield, 5% from Aave, 10% from auto compounding, call it a day. There's no change to your principal risk profile. So when I explain this to people, some people compare it to Morpho, because why would you use Aave when now you can use Morpho? Or why would you use the DEX directly when you can use the DEX aggregator, Lido, EigenLayer, and hopefully us and Uniswap? But the best comparison, I think, is Convex. Because if you were around in 2022, you remember early on that Curve liquidity had a gauge vote, and Convex was this bribing platform on top of it, where people paid you 6 to 11% to direct your liquidity in certain ways. And it was so effective that Convex ended up owning 89% of Curve's liquidity. Right? Curve came onto the spot. It was the second, if not occasionally the biggest AMM, and all of a sudden, this minor protocol came out on top and owned nearly 90% of its liquidity. And today, we have the opportunity to do the same with Uniswap. An enormous opportunity. And not just that, not just Uniswap, every AMM that currently exists, because all of their designs suffer from this flaw. But even as incredible as that sounds, that is not why we built this. We built it because AMM liquidity has another unique feature, which is its curvature. This negative curvature that some people call IL, that options traders would call negative gamma. And the cool part is if you short this negative gamma, you get positive gamma. And the combination of which allows you to create any payoff that you want, any second order payoff you desire. And the incredible part is you can use this to power other protocols. This means if you're building a derivatives protocol and you think sourcing liquidity is a daunting task, because it 100% is, and you cannot understate how important that is to your protocol, you can instead just come to Hyperplex and borrow liquidity so you get instant access to deep liquidity for any token that has an AMM pair. And that's it. After Hyperplex, there should be no derivatives platform that is ever liquidity constrained. And this all goes back to our users. Now, no longer are you just earning your AMM yield, your rehypothecation yield. You're also earning yield from literally every options or derivatives platform that is borrowing gamma from your liquidity. And you get this Frankenstein's behemoth of a yield. And this is really our moat, because if you think about it, the first player to do this just has to be better than Uniswap. The second player to do this has to be better than our entire network, right? And this thing only grows. And so the first mover advantage in this type of product is incredibly important. So this is our execution. We previously built a rehypothecating AMM that allowed us to create options on chain. So this is why we understand derivatives so well and why derivatives really suffer from sourcing liquidity. We've spoken to so many derivatives platforms. We understand it anecdotally, we understand it intimately, and we understand this is the real problem they suffer from. After we pivoted, we validated this new generalized rehypothecator idea with degens. A lot of them instantly became our angels. They understood the product immediately. They want to use the product. They became our angels. Some of them are the loudest voices on crypto Twitter. Some of them are other industry experts. We established who our rehypothecation partners are going to be. Some of them are AMMs themselves who are literally willing to advertise us directly on their website as their partnered auto compounder. Some of them are just co-marketers who want our rehypothecated yield, and some of them are options platforms who say, hey, can you just direct some of this liquidity our way? We would love to borrow liquidity from you guys. And we're currently on testnet. We are about to launch our full testnet UX. And once that happens, we'll be able to enable our points program, really ramp up marketing, co-marketing with said partners. And we'll launch a cute little website, Make Uniswap Great Again, which is just a simplified one-shop, one-click experience. The reason is because we understand rehypothecation is relatively new, and we want to give a simple experience to start testing out what the user base is like. I know there may be bad blood between Monad and Bera, but we actually think they have very differentiated audiences. And Bera has a unique audience that is very into just willing to take on risks for random yields, and that works really well with our token rehypothecating experience. And so we want to understand that audience. And Monad really excels at the trading experience, and hence we want to make sure our gamma rehypothecation is on Monad, where it will enable a universe of derivatives. Well, once we understand these two audiences well, we expand to DeFi chains before allowing interchain rehypothecation, meaning you can sit your liquidity on a chain that's suited for it and trade that liquidity on something like Monad or super fast chain. Great, so that's Hyperplex. That's the entire story. I hope it made sense, and yeah, I'm open to any questions.
So what happens if some of the liquidity is, I guess, loaned out to another protocol, and then in that other protocol there's a loss in LVR terms or something, or maybe a complete loss?
Yeah, in LVR terms is not the concern. So that they're actually like the whole shorting thing I described is in LVR terms, so they want that. But you're saying if that other protocol is maybe exploited, right? So we don't actually give them the assets. With your derivatives protocol, you really just care about the book value. And so we just give you a receipt to say, hey, you do have some claim to this combination of gamma here, and the tokens actually stay here. So if you do have an exploit, we have multiple layers of security to say, okay, this looks totally wrong, the contracts don't change. Check out, we cancel all of these receipts.
If I understand the gamma rehypothecation point correctly, essentially what you're doing is acting as like an option seller, or for other types of products as well. And I'm just curious why you think the protocols would be able to price it such that it's consistently profitable. Because like classically picking up pennies in front of a steamroller is like even difficult for HRT, for example, although they are quite good at it with a lot of brain power.
Yeah, and I alone cannot replicate all of that brain power. So pricing is an important question. Our pricing is pretty straightforward because from a professional trader's experience, like you might think of pricing one way, but from a DeFi experience, consumer experience, you're just saying, I want to make more than I already make on Uniswap. And so that simplifies the pricing. And all we do is we say, based on demand for gamma in this specific tick, we just put a multiplier on what the real-time earnings of Uniswap is.
Yeah, how do you go like beyond the degens and just like get the normies, or is this entirely focused sort of on the very sophisticated Uniswap LPs?
Yeah, I wouldn't say very sophisticated, but definitely DeFi native. I don't really see normies providing liquidity on that side anytime soon. I think the normies, if they ever interact with the protocol, will be through one of the derivative protocols that borrow our liquidity.
One question. mechanistically, if I deposit some funds in an LP and then I get a position representation, I deposit that into your protocol. How is the underlying collateral available to be lent out in Aave, for example?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I didn't have time to go into it, so I'm debating on the level of detail I should go into. Effectively, we break down the entire range of liquidity into these multiple subcovers. Effectively, they're like buckets. And these buckets, when you deposit it into this range, we figure out which buckets you should belong into. And we put back the one bucket that actually needs to earn the Uniswap yield. And everything else we just put into a yield-bearing protocol. And we move these buckets around as the price in Uniswap shifts around.
Like, so you're breaking up my LP position.
Exactly.
Got it.
So just this wouldn't work on V2 or like Radium, for example, right? Without like concentrated or per tick liquidity.
Right. So if someone gives us V2, we break it up and put it into V3.
Got
but
it.
there's more volume on V3 anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And if it's V4, even better. That actually makes our job a lot easier. Cool. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
What's up, everyone? Excited to get started. I think this is working. Cool. So, I mean, he already broke the news. Infinity Pools is the first exchange ever to offer unlimited leverage on any asset with no liquidations, no counterparty risk, and no oracles. So why is this not possible today? Well, futures today are a variation of margin trading. Essentially, you start off, let's say you're trying to go 10x long Ethereum. You would start off with a margin of 100 USD. You would borrow 900 USD. Take that combined 1,000 USD and you swap it over to Ethereum to enter into your long position. If the price of Ethereum goes up, all that's well and well because you can take that Ethereum, sell it for more money than you borrowed, and reap a profit. Unfortunately, what happens when the price drops? Well, if you get liquidated, the best case scenario is the classic liquidation penalty, right? So 1 to 2% notional, 10x leverage trade, that's 10 to 20% of your starting margin. Very, very expensive. And even with that huge liquidation penalty, there is no guarantee that you can actually sell the assets efficiently enough to avoid bad debt and cover your original cash loan. So for example, this is particularly exacerbated with low cap assets or large position sizes where the slippage plus the fees are actually greater than the liquidation penalty. For 1,000x leverage positions, very similar. You would need to sell your position before a 0.1% drop in market price in order to not have any bad debt. And this 0.1% includes slippage, fees, and the price drop. Obviously, not really feasible as it currently stands. So what happens when liquidations aren't done efficiently? Well, you have the first settlement in the markets, which is trading is halted, insurance funds are depleted, and profitable traders don't get paid out. So in order to mitigate all of these liquidation risks, exchanges today do three things. They limit the leverage available, they limit the assets that you can trade, and they have liquidation fees that eat into traders' expected returns. So how do we actually solve all of this? Well, Infinity Pools guarantees the liquidity necessary for unwinding leverage upfront. Basically, instead of borrowing straight USDC, what we do is that we borrow liquidity that is backed by USDC. So imagine, once again, you're going 10x long ETH. You would borrow liquidity that is at your hypothetical liquidation price point, right? So at $900. And this gives you two things, right? Because liquidity positions are two things. They have the assets that are required to initiate the margin trade, and it gives you the right to swap one Ethereum for 900 USD for the duration of the loan, right? Because it's basically a limit order. So once again, similarly to before, you have your margin, you have the borrowed USDC that was backing the liquidity that you can swap into any DEX aggregator of your choice, and you get your leverage long position. Now, outcome one is, Ethereum stays above $900. So you can take that one Ethereum, sell it, any DEX aggregator of your choice, and you can repay the liquidity that you borrowed, the LP position that you borrowed. And outcome two, which is what if the price drops? Well, your Ethereum once again, you can sell for $900 because you have the right to swap one Ethereum for 900 USD no matter what happens for a given period of time. And that means that you can still repay the liquidity even if the price drops to 0. So this is a quick demo of how it actually works. So you start by depositing assets to a vault. So here we have a ETH USD market, so you can either deposit ETH or USD. And actually, the entire interface looks very, very similar to perps. And we made it, so it sounded quite conceptually difficult, right? But we made it as perp-like as possible. So you have, once again, a search where you'll have permissionless market creation, right? So you can create a market for any token immediately. You have long, short, a deposit. You'll be able to deposit either ETH or USD in a WEF USD market. You can select your leverage, your size, and you place the order. There's a couple differences. The execution price is given to us by 1 inch because that's how people enter and exit their long positions. And by the way, like this is all testnet. This is all smart contracts, so this is actually working. I feel like it's important to precise. And another particularity is that you have 2 new things: unwind price and protected for. Unwind price is kind of like liquidation price, only that you don't have liquidations. And sorry, this demo is going very fast. This is the LPing UX. It's very much like Uniswap LPing UX. You can go full range, custom, and you can see directly on the price chart where you're going. And yeah, I mean, once again, concentrated liquidity. I'll just skip over. So what does this actually enable? Well, it enables unlimited leverage on any asset with no liquidations. Practically speaking, in our V1, we're going to have about 1000x leverage on high market cap assets like ETH, RAP/BTC, et cetera, 10,000x leverage on pegged assets, and lower levels of leverage on meme coins and long tail assets, but it's better than 0. Any asset, no liquidations, all with 0 counterparty risk, which is actually pretty important. And the LPs actually also benefit here because they get higher yields, so structurally higher yields than spot AMMs. They get continuous yields, so they actually generate yield even when their liquidity is not in range. And it's actually designed for passive liquidity providers because stuff like just-in-time liquidity, where you put in your liquidity for a block and you take it out, no longer possible. We haven't actually talked about this publicly too much, but it's actually kind of crazy. A single Infinity Pool's liquidity pool can power 4 different markets. It can power spot, over-collateralized borrowing, options, and leverage swaps without fragmenting liquidity. This has never been possible in the history of finance. And this means that from a go-to-market perspective, we actually won't have competition for the vast majority of markets, right? Because once again, there's no futures, there's no lending, there's no options for the vast majority of assets, right? So like 5,000 plus spots, but only 400 futures, 29 in lending, and 3 to 5 on options. We already have a good amount of traction. Once again, we're on testnet, but we have 50 plus mil in liquidity verbally committed to us by liquid funds, whales, people we know, and 15K plus of interested traders in our email list. This is our team. You've got my co-founder up at the top left and CTO. He did his math PhD at Cambridge University, then was a quant at tutor, Goldman Sachs, the whole shebang. And that's me right there. I did my computer science degree at Columbia, then was also a quant, but then became a researcher, product, et cetera, et cetera. Very, very good team. Thanks for listening. Cool.
Could you explain what the meaning of unwind price is if there are no liquidations?
Sorry?
Can you explain what the meaning of unwind price is if there is no liquidations?
Yes. OK. So best way to explain it is the perpetual futures are 24-hour futures that get continuously cash settled via the funding rate, right? Infinity pools is closer to something like a margin trade plus an option, right? So in order to buy these options, you need to have margin to pay for the premium of the option, right? And what that means is that if your margin goes to 0, you no longer have enough to pay to keep your position going, right? You no longer have assets to pay for the premium of the option. Does that make sense so far? Right? And the unwind price essentially tells you when your margin goes to 0 and you no longer can pay for the option to roll over. Yeah. So basically, once again, it's when your position stops getting rolled over and gets sold without the liquidation penalties.
Good. I thought 50, even 100x leverage was degen. Like, who's asking for 1,000, 10K x leverage? Like, curious on just like how you frame it to the market.
Yeah, that's a very good question. There's actually a lot of sophisticated actors on top of degens. Well, first of all, 1,000x leverage, there is product market fit for it. If you look at Rollbit, people love that platform. The only difference with Rollbit is that we're not a scammy like company, and we're not doing shitty stuff. But there are actually also sophisticated use cases. So, for example, market makers looking to hedge positions super capital efficiently. Yeah, stuff like that. I can get more into it, but yeah, it's MEV stuff essentially. There's actually going to be like an entire design space that opens up for MEVers. Because you essentially get the same leverage as flash loans, right? Flash loans have about 1,000x leverage, but they're only over one block. This allows you to have a flash loan over multiple blocks, right? This completely redefines the strategy design space for MEV.
The payoff structure for the LP?
Yeah, same as Uniswap, but higher yields.
But the LP's not making any trading fees, right? It's just the borrow rate?
So you're getting all the fees from this bad boy. So you're getting spot trading fees. You're getting, and yeah, you're also basically it's a regular spot AMM, right? But on top of like the spot fees that are going through your MM, your liquidity can also get borrowed. So you actually have two revenue sources. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So to the point that it's the same as Uniswap plus the like borrow yield. In like a normal Uniswap situation with no leverage compared to this, if someone does put on, say, a 100x leverage trade on like ETH USDC, like some party in the market is absorbing like that loss if it goes in the trader's favor. Who is the party absorbing the loss or paying them for their profits?
Yeah, once again, sorry, I keep using options with you, but the way that you can really think about it is that the traders are buying options and the LPs are essentially selling covered options.
Got it. So to the point that like it's quote unquote like Uniswap plus borrowing yield, I guess like in theory those LPs could sell a bunch of options that like pay out poorly from their perspective, right?
Once again, I mean, there's a couple different ways to look at it. Yeah, the payoff itself, the structure of the payoff is the exact same as Uniswap LPs. It's just that you have a trade-off, right? Which is that you get higher yields, right? So higher trading fees, but your liquidity is locked for a given period of time, right? So you can't put it in and then take it out like an hour like after, right? Does that answer your question? Sorry.
I think mostly, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Is the liquidity in the LP pool only spoken for once in the sense that it can only back kind of like one leverage position?
So can it, okay, I see what you're saying. Yes.
Got it. So then is the constraint kind of, or the trade-off between the infinity pool approach versus like cash margin or like kind of like the traditional like perp margining is that for traditional perp margining, you might be able to do like 200 million like on like both sides, and like that market might have like be like flat. Whereas in this case, it's kind of constrained by the amount of liquidity that's in the underlying liquidity pool.
It is constrained. Yeah, it is constrained by the amount of liquidity that's in your underlying liquidity pool.
Got it.
And then obviously, like this is kind of like you could theoretically build then, like some margining system on the LP, right? So basically right now we only do covered options because that's how you get zero counterparty risk. But theoretically speaking, we could very easily have somebody do the equivalent of naked options on top of infinity pools by lending out the assets necessary, right, and just having the naked call selling payoff.
This seems kind of fantastical, or maybe like too good to be true, not to be mean. Why was this like not possible either in TradFi or crypto before? Like, what changed? Is it just your genius, or like did something? Is there something?
Not my genius, my co-founder's genius, but
okay.
He's definitely the brains behind the operation. But yeah, so there's a couple different things that that have changed. Okay, so there's the first one. Basically, like I think what you're asking really is the why now. Why is this possible now? Why was it not possible before? One really important one important thing actually is the rise of Uniswap style LPing. Basically, in options before, the way that you tended to provide liquidity, right, or sell options, is that you're essentially doing a peer-to-peer transaction, right, where you're saying like, this is exactly the strike that I want to sell, and this is, the person that's going to be my counterparty. With LPing, it's very different, right? Because number one, you don't care about expiries, right? You just have like your assets that are constantly just being, used to transact. You don't care, so you don't care about expiries. You don't care about, we're also out of time, but you don't care about, and you don't care about basically how small of an option duration is sold with your assets. So basically, LPs have an upper bound, right, on how long they want to keep their assets locked, but they don't care. They don't have a lower bound on how often options are used, or how often their assets are used to sell options, right? Because if you get the same payoff no matter what, and you sell an option that lasts 10 seconds, you don't care, right, if it's 10 seconds or if it's 20 seconds, because that means that your liquidity is locked for like 10 to 20 seconds, right? What they care about is like, okay, well, if I have like my liquidity that's locked for a week, then that is a problem. So I think it's UX, right? Like the fact that you have like retail that can come in and just like put in, it's a bunch of different factors, but yeah, this is definitely one of the important ones.
Sorry, one last question. How did you pick the price at which the LPs sell the options to the traders?
Very good question. It is twofold. Basically, we have what we call floor rate, which is the base rate at which the options get sold, or like discovered options get sold. And we actually use something similar to a Black-Scholes formula that reads the volatility internally. This is very nerdy. We don't usually say it, but our equation is actually more price accurate and more gas efficient than Black-Scholes because of the weird maturity that our options have. But it is actually kind of like a big deal. So you have this base rate, which is basically Black-Scholes, and then you have a utilization rate that allows you to bid up this rate and responds to supply and demand in the market for leverage to essentially have then, premiums. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name's David. I'm from Introlink, and we 10x your BD and hiring through trusted referrals. So how do we get here? We previously built one of the largest Web3 job boards and professional networking sites, bootstrapped. We had a reach of over 3 million people on Discord, and we had 1,000 community servers that have installed our bot. We had 17,000 people actively using the site to find jobs and actively network. We've matched hundreds of people, maybe thousands, between employers and individuals looking for jobs. And the consistent feedback that we had always received was that warm introductions are the gold standard of networking. And this is us personally as well. We're always trying to find good people. We're trying to find great opportunities, and it's always coming from warm introductions. In fact, 84% of all business opportunities and career advancements are made through a warm introduction. However, as you guys know, it's not easy to get a warm intro, and it's also not scalable. You don't know who to ask. You don't know who to trust, especially in the sector that we're in. And there's no real incentive for anyone to help you. And that's why we think professional networking is currently broken. I'm sure we can all relate to this. Get a lot of cold DMs, spammy messages, fake profiles. It's not great. On the other side, you're sending a lot of cold DMs trying to look for opportunities. And as a result, there's a lot of missed opportunities out there because it's not a very interpersonal experience. What we want to build is a way to provide personalized introductions, high targeted, high context, from people that you can trust. And we want to gamify this entire experience, making it like it's like we're meeting face to face in real life. How great would that be? And so Introlink turns your social network into your extended BD and headhunting team. On the platform, you can request an intro to anyone, and the social graph will identify any qualified introducer. In return, these qualified introducers would be rewarded either financial incentives or social capital for making that introduction. There's two things that need to occur in order for an introduction to be properly facilitated. The first, as I mentioned, there needs to be an appropriate incentive mechanism to encourage people to make introductions, whether that comes through social capital, financial incentives, and the individual requesting that introduction will be the one that's paying for it as well. It's the old slide. The second thing that needs to happen is that there needs to be a level of trust and reputation amongst all parties. How we do this is we allow individuals on the platform to stake on other individuals and ultimately receive a financial incentive for doing so. We also have a proof of all the history of the verifiable introductions that the introducer has made, giving more confidence to individuals requesting an introduction for actually requesting that, because these verifiable introducers have a list of all the introductions made. It's a leveled slide deck. We're starting with Telegram. So we've built this Telegram mini app over the past few weeks. And the reason why we're starting with Telegram is there's a huge user base, billion people using Telegram. But more importantly, everyone in the audience here probably uses Telegram on a day-to-day basis for networking. I'd be surprised if people in the audience don't use Telegram and they're in BD in crypto. So the first target market that we're going after are the crypto BD professionals, but it doesn't end there. That's just the starting point. We intend to extend to other social graphs and absorb other social graphs such as Lens and Farcaster before becoming our native protocol with our standalone protocol with our native token. And we want to become an open composable ecosystem for third-party developers to build on top of as well. Sorry, this is the old deck. Sorry, guys. So our distribution strategy, we are quite close with a lot of the ecosystems out here, and they're actually providing great feedback for our product. We've only launched this for 2 weeks. It's an alpha product, very early stage, but we're getting great feedback from people with different protocols and companies, and we're using them as a distribution strategy moving forward. So hopefully the Monad ecosystem could also be onboarded pretty soon as well. Our team comprises of entrepreneurs, people that have started companies in the past, built them and scaled them. Myself, my background I came from an investment banking background. Then I started my first mortgage automation company. And again, throughout that whole process, I was doing a lot of hiring, a lot of networking. And it was always a difficult process to find great people and find opportunities. And the rest of the team have also scaled businesses successfully as well. So in conclusion, we think networking is currently broken. We think that it can be fixed by introducing a more referral-based way to do things, relying on strong introductions. We can unlock these introductions by bringing trust and incentive to facilitate these introductions. So please join us to build the first reputation-driven, referral-first platform for professional networking. Thank you.
How do you make the referrals that come through Introlink not as spammy? Because I think that, like for me, if like people are sending me a lot of cold DMs, that's not great. But how do you make the quality higher, like through Introlink?
Right. It will be through a mutual contact. So on the platform, you'd have your initial contacts, and then the introduction would have to be made through a mutual contact. And oftentimes, the mutual contact would not want to introduce someone and make a spammy introduction. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, it has to become from someone you know personally or someone who knows you personally already, so that you have your network of people who are able to make that introduction, or essentially being that filter that is a barrier from any random person just cold DMing you.
Do the introductions themselves happen inside of your protocol, or is it like an extra protocol? Like, is it in band or out of band? You know, like, so if someone asks me to make an intro, I make the intro over email. Is that something that you have some way of like monitoring or tracking, or is you just trusting that the intro was made?
Yeah, it's all within the platform.
Okay, so it's all internal, so
Correct.
you can sort of like verify that it happened.
Correct, yes.
And if I want to go and do it via email, that is not counted in the protocol?
Yeah, we want everything to be facilitated through our platform, and we can sort of, we haven't actually...
Yeah, right now it would all be within Telegram. If you do it over email, you would have to kind of log it in there yourself, and the requester would have to verify it. But we will be, when we expand to other integrations, such as email, we'll be building ways to verify that email's been sent and set up.
Got it.
Is there any form of like reputation system for people that, like, I can just foresee people who have somewhat strong networks going and making like 500 intros to kind of level up within the app, and then like, is there any feedback mechanism from the person who's being requested an intro from to say, like, I'm picturing like an Uber rating, like, all right, that was a 5-star introduction, or like, this was low quality, a waste of time. Is there any way to like measure that for people that are trying to make the connections?
Yeah, so if you're making better introductions, we want to reward those individuals for making better introductions, so their reputation score will increase on the platform. They can increase by making better introductions, or if other people stake on their reputation, they're able to actually increase their reputation on the platform and request other things that they need on the platform.
Have you guys thought about like like the sort of end game of what happens after the intro, like the actual partnerships, having like the tweet or Farcaster announcement on, we're working with this team and, just almost building the protocol around that? Or is it entirely sort of focused on almost like the lead gen?
Yeah, we initially were focusing more on the lead gen. We can't really control what happens afterwards. So we haven't thought about that, but that is a good point. We probably want to make sure that it goes beyond just a lead and it actually converts into something. So maybe we can, have some mechanism where we reward
I think it's possible to build in that feedback system. So, for example, if I'm a company and I'm actually paying like commissions for like the successful conversion post-introduction, that we can build that in so that there's like a kind of safe, trusted way to have that payment either like escrowed or released, and it being like success-based as well. But for now, we're focused on just the introduction, the lead gen aspect.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I feel like I've sort of like waited a decade to be on to talk about this. It's been so long since I first started like looking at artificial intelligence and how it sort of plays its role within finance. And this really is this collide now of technologies that's going to really allow this to be something in the world today. Before I get started, I just want to give a shout out to Bogdan, the co-founder of Tenderly, who took a phone call on the day before his wedding to talk about sponsoring me coming here to give me a hand to actually get over to this competition. So thank you, Bogdan. This has made it all possible. So artificial intelligence finance. So this is what we're going to be covering today. We're going to be, over the next sort of 8 minutes, going through sort of my story around artificial intelligence finance, how it sits within humanity, where I think it's going, and we're also going to be talking about Joy, which is this Introlink application. Right now, we're sort of looking at how these applications interact with artificial intelligence, AI agents, and ultimately act as this window to blockchain technologies and crypto payment rails. And this is sort of how it looks in terms of the application itself. So we think of it as an intelligence layer that sits on top of financial services. So as we can see here, we have all these awesome financial services like staking, exchange, borrowing, payments, and budgeting. But we really do want to add this intelligence layer on top of this as well. but we need this interlink and this application to act as this window. And that's what sort of Joy will be. This is where we're at today. So virtually, we're live as a prototype. We went live on a Tenderly virtual testnet, so a monad testnet. So we bootstrapped all the way up to this point now, and now we're looking to sort of go through to testnet and mainnet, obviously as sort of monad starts to release its features as well. We're really in this ignition stage. That's where we want to be now. We have users coming on board, and we really want to ignite this and really get this through to our MVP stage. So how do we validate an idea? What has been my validation moments, and why have I continued to do this? This is one of those awesome validation moments, as we can see from the CEO of Circle, discovering a demo I put out on Twitter and then quote tweeting it, talking about on-chain money and trying to do this with legacy finance systems just not being possible. And this was one of the biggest things for me. 6 years ago, working for one of the banks in Europe, I was working on a project for robo-advisors, and it was just never going to work because of this legacy finance system. Something that was more validating, though, than Jeremy Allaire tweeting this was 4 days later, them ripping off the demo. So that was an interesting moment. I can imagine somebody sent a Slack message with my demo saying, can we just copy this? Which was pretty interesting. I've been thinking about this for a long time. So this was one of the first startups that I ever tried to do in the AI space. I really wanted to rival the likes of Amazon Alexas, Apple Siris, the HomePods. They are dumb, and I still today don't understand why they are so stupid. Hardware products are super tough. But one thing when I found this recently, and I put a tweet about this because I was moving, was I found this notebook and I looked through it, and on that page at the top was blockchain payment systems. And it was a real big moment for me, realizing that even back then, trying to understand how payments can be integrated into artificial intelligence and AI agents was going to be really important for this to actually work. Okay, so 2 things AI brings to us: presence and personalization. These are the 2 biggest value points with AI, and this is why it's so important to put this within the financial markets. This is the sort of sector. This is how big I think this can be for us to really sort of deliver this across humanity. 45 million customers across 40 countries, the #1 AI finance app with around 60 million monthly transactions. This is what we're looking at. Okay, so why any of this? Why? What motivates me? Why did I start all this? This quote is from the Tyrell Corporation from the film Blade Runner. You won't find it in the film, it's on some fan forums. But this was their motto, and it's the fact that the stars are hidden by the lives we create. And our lives are chaotic. And one of the key things for them being so chaotic is finances. It's so important for us all. When we think about the life that we should be living, it should look like this. We should have better connections. We should be happier. We should be making more money. We should be having more sex. We should be doing fitness and yoga. But everything gets in our way, and the stars really do become hidden by these lives that we're creating. I can't solve all those problems, but I do believe if we have more intelligence finance, we can fix some of these stuff. This is the reason why this is an issue. Financial literacy amongst adults is at 65%. A majority of people in the world today simply cannot even budget for a holiday. We really do need to start thinking about how technologies can solve this for those people and for everyone else to discover those stars so they're no longer hidden. Okay, so where does this all fit in, and why do I think crypto still hasn't ignited in the consumer space today? I think we are thinking of financial systems more as their financial services, and they're simply not. We really do need to start thinking about how these financial services come to life, and I think AI-Fi can really play that part in that. So this is the application. This is where we're at today. We're looking at the sort of MVP of 3 of the biggest financial services that we need in the market to make a success. How we can send money, receive it, and spend it. And if we can really get these right, built on top of blockchain systems and crypto payment rails in an intelligent fashion, we really can start to see consumers use these products and use the benefits that come with these. Something as simple as, multi-language capabilities here, where you're sending in one default token to another, you're speaking in Brazilian to the agent and it's being delivered to someone in Korean and the notification's coming through. You know, automated translations, automated token transfers. No longer will you have to sort of understand who those users are. This is about financially connecting everyone together. Payments, obviously Apple opened up their NFC chips, really awesome for us. How long are we away seeing Visa's announcement today before you can just tap this app and be spending any token you want? And then of course we have agent-to-agent capabilities. You know, AI commerce agents are going to be a thing. How do they interact with AI finance agents? And I want to sort of leave on this, and this is like my big picture thing of where this is all going to be needed to be. In about 40 months' time, humanity returns to the moon. After that, we set up a space base. How long before we need to see finance leaving this planet and financially not just connecting this world, but financially collecting multiple worlds? So that was sort of my view on artificial intelligence finance, where it's going, how it sits within the blockchain space, and why it's important. And I really think back to that quote of the stars are hidden by the lives we create, and the technology we can be using to change that narrative. Thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions.
One of the tough aspects of LLMs is that the models tend to be non-deterministic.
Yes.
Who's liable if someone uses an agent and the transaction that it sends does not match what the person said?
So we have different thresholds or guardrails built into the mechanism. So first of all, we don't actually use a lot of LLMs because we don't need to. Why don't we need LLMs? Because if you're using this to ask when Rome was, the downfall of Rome is, you're using the wrong app. So the reality is we have very small niche filtered models to be very specific in what they want, and we can almost make them deterministic. So what we look for is more context extraction, which is a different type of AI models than probably we've seen with like OpenAI. So it has to have confirmation. So if it understands somebody's trying to send a transaction, as an example, it really needs to understand the amount that somebody's sending, where it's being sent to, and then we have validator agents where it will go off and actually get permission from a second agent. So you have like this dual capabilities. But ultimately, look, if 5% of those transactions were failing, then we would obviously take responsibility through some insurance fund. But so far, none's gone untoward.
Thanks. I've never really thought about this, but what's the latency of a validator on the moon to validators on Earth?
Good question. I have no idea yet, but I did email SpaceX and ask them how we can actually get involved in this program a little bit, because people need to get paid. People need to get paid, and they need to buy stuff, even if they're on the moon. And how are we going to be part of that? And I can guarantee you artificial intelligence will play a very key role in these sort of transactions being optimized.
Project forward, like call it 3 years maybe with the current rate of progress. What do you think are things that today we might not trust models or they might not be smart enough to do, but will become possible?
Yeah, so I think one of the things we've been looking at here is more the full autonomously. So one of the things I think a lot about here is like investment decisions being made that are goal-based, right? So you might say to an agent, you want to save for a holiday and it's going to be 6 to 7% return, that's what he wants to do. But he's going to be making a decision about where that money goes. Firstly, we have like ESG stuff that we really don't it can't understand yet. It can't understand your personal preference, your investment preferences. We need a lot of context in that. And I think that doesn't come through financial applications, unfortunately. It doesn't understand you as a person, your morals, all of this type of stuff. So we need to find a way of these models actually collecting data from multiple sources. We're not there yet. And I think that's something I would really love to see, is how even like AI agents are connecting with more multiple sources.
Scenery that you put on the screen got me pretty hype. I'm excited for that future.
Yeah.
How do you go from like what sort of like the V1 MVP, almost like Venmo? I got like the Venmo vibe, like to I assume financial freedom and hanging out with horses in the countryside.
So I mean, firstly for us, that we're not the model researchers, right? So we are right now having to work with what's available in terms of the AI markets. Data is a big thing for us. So we're looking at how this data acceleration works, how the models become more sophisticated. But ultimately, what we want to be looking at here is actually what finance means further on down the road. I mean, how does this change? How does the way we budget our property ownership? Apparently, none of us are going to own anything, right? We're all going to be paying subscriptions. So how does this look in terms of that? So long-term stuff, this is about really understanding how actual finance looks further on down the road, not just how it looks today. But I do think to get to that scenery you showed can be really simple. I mean, one of the demos I put out on Twitter was just a family. I grew up, single mum, 4 kids. We could never afford to go on holiday. But the reality of it is, it's probably because my mum was financially illiterate. And if we had these tools where you can just say, this is my goal, I want to take my family on holiday in 24 months, and it can analyze your finances on a monthly basis and go, you can afford X amount to save, we can put it in this savings plan, get you 6 to 7%, you can take your family on holiday. Let's put it in this vault and organize this for you. Majority of us have access, probably in this room, to financial advisors, wealth managers. I was one of them. I know the people who I served. It was not my mother. So we really need to use technology to get to that other 65%. Any other questions? Awesome, thank you so much.
Hello, can you guys hear me? All right. Hey, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to Monad for hosting this event. It's not often as a founder that you get to get in front of this many influential investors and important people in one place. And it's really powerful for them to put this together. So can we get a round of applause for Monad? Thank you. And so we are Levr.Bet. Our motto, bet less, win more. We're a group of DeFi professionals and professional sports bettors that strive to build something new and innovative in sports betting. And we do this by amplifying sports betting with leverage. And so why Web3, you may ask? Well, as a professional sports bettor, we come into the space and we don't see anything that we would use consistently. And there's a multitude of reasons for this. First, there's a complete lack of transparency in the space. Most of the popular products are really just crypto payment rails on top of a standardized casino SDK that is opaque at best and malicious at worst. There's also low liquidity. If I want to come down and place a $10,000 bet in most of the products that are available right now, I just simply can't do it. There's also a lack of user participation from people that don't want to directly sports bet or participate in casino activities on the product. And all of this really stems back to the fact that there's a severe lack of innovation. All of what we've seen so far has really just been copy and paste casinos from Web 2 put into a Web 3 format to take advantage of the space. Enter Levr.Bet as the solution. First and foremost, we are entirely transparent. Everything from our liquidations to our odds are fully on chain. That means I can't shift your payout, I can't alter your bet, I can't do anything to mess with you. Second, there is passive earnings. You can come as a user that doesn't want to participate in betting, and you can get down and participate in the product in a meaningful way. Third, there's pooled liquidity. That solves the liquidity issue beautifully for products like GMX or HMX. We look to adopt that same model to be able to offer massive liquidity inside the sports betting marketplace. And we do all of this on the back of leverage flywheels. It's really the key to how the whole system functions properly, and we're able to offer this. And we are the true 0-to-1 innovation for the sports betting space, not just in Web3, but in general. And so you ask yourself, hey, what does the market opportunity actually look like here? Well, over the last 12 months, there's been over 100,000 unique wallet addresses that have interacted with GambleFi in a meaningful way just on EVM chains. That's a huge swath of users that flow from one product to the next with no allegiance because there's nothing truly innovative for them to sink their teeth into. And so we've also seen this cause lack of transparency, lack of liquidity, and all the things I've talked about before. And so we as Levr have a sharp technical advantage here. Because we have leverage, we can provide superior odds, superior payouts, and superior functionality to users that can attract them to our platform and make them sticky to us. And we also look at the global market size of what we can penetrate into here. Let me be clear. This is over a $300 billion market. There's over $100 billion in revenue generated year by year on traditional sports betting that's regulated, and over twice that on the illicit market. The market opportunity here is almost unlimited, and we are the sole market participant poised to capture this at scale. And so we look at our target audience. We're starting in Web3, and we're starting on Monad because of the technological advantages that Monad provides us to be able to offer a really, really smooth product with massive amounts of users going through our order book. And so we look to focus on building community during our initial beta test on Monad Testnet, scrolling into cash bets on mainnet, and then abstracting away the blockchain components, putting in clean, smooth UI, UX, and payment rails, and targeting a Web 2 audience that's more retail focused. After we have the Web 2 audience in tow, we can make our third attack, which is onto traditional sports books and casinos for partnerships to reach into areas that we couldn't even conceive right now. And so how does this all work? It's really simple. You come in, you choose the type of bet that you want to make, you place down the leverage and the collateral value, you place the bet, you monitor your position live during the game for liquidation, and you either win or you sink and swim. And you don't have to be a sports bettor to participate. You can come into the product, you can add liquidity, you can reap profit from it, you can remove your liquidity and walk away with very minimal risk. And so where are we at right now? Well, currently, as it stands right this second, we have a fully functional working MVP that is the first to offer leverage, period. We're ready to roll onto testnet in Monad as soon as they launch it, #WinTestnet. And then we're ready to go into mainnet. And we hit mainnet, we're ready to take on full cash bets, which is really important for us as a product. After we're taking on full cash bets on mainnet, we've got some TVL in our vaults and orders moving on the order book. We know our product is functioning properly. We look to make an expansion across Web3 on the back of layer 0 relays and funnel users from other chains back into our beacon on Monad. And finally, we look to abstract away our blockchain components, use the underlying TVL in our vault and the underlying transactions and liquidity on the markets to attack a retail marketplace with a product that's fully functioning. And so who is actually building this product? Well, I'm Blue. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm a previous portfolio manager in DeFi. I've spent years working in the crypto industry, and before that, I ran multi-million-dollar projects in the energy sector. My counterpart is Q, who's a professional sports bettor with a PhD that built one of the most successful sports betting hedge funds in the world on the back of an AI infrastructure that he designed and built himself. And obviously, we also have an autistic dev locked in the basement right now cracking out code. His name's Eternal because he's eternally locked behind a door. But we love him very much, and he's the reason all this works. And I also want to give a shout out to my marketing guy, TB, in the back somewhere there. We have a few other really key players. Jay, our Solidity wizard. Mel, who's made sure everything looks as good as it does here, as well as a few other key component and players. Any questions? Oh, before I take questions, tonight we'll be watching the Thursday night football game live at Scorehouse down the street. I invite anybody that wants to see the product live in action to come there and put down a bet with us. There'll be cash prizes in tow.
Thanks. I was just wondering how the leverage and liquidation mechanisms work.
So imagine you take an even money bet. We tokenize that bet into a dollar format, and that'd be a 50-cent token that will eventually cash for $1 if you win. So let's say 5x leverage on that token. You have 10 cents backing a 50-cent position. Live during the game, I monitor the odds of the game through that same pricing conversion. And if they drop below 40 cents, your theoretical collateral is depleted, and I'm going to liquidate your position.
What's the oracle for the live price of the thing, and what happens to the market if the team is in a plane crash?
If the team's plane crashes prior to the game or during the game?
I suppose either, but the question is mostly like, So you have 10 cents backing, in this case, 50 cents of exposure.
Yeah.
You know, theoretically, they could get hit by an asteroid or something. Like, so what happens if the odds of them winning drop too fast and you're unable to liquidate?
All that matters is that we're able to liquidate them, and we do a liquidation check before they can sell into the order book or cash their position. So there's no instances where they can't liquidate, and we do not accumulate bad debt that we have to resell. All that we have to do is capture the underlying collateral.
But if there's 0 bids in the order book,
doesn't matter.
Let's say,
all we have to do is take their collateral that underlying backs the position and remove the ability for them to sell the tokens. Okay. Now, you asked where the odds come from. We have multiple sources right now, but in short, we aggregate odds from top casinos together in the same way that a GMX would aggregate Bybit, OKX, and Binance price together for price feeds.
Any ideas on some initial go-to-market plans or strategies? Right, it seems like there's a lot of interest and attention on sports betting in general. So yeah, trying to win mind share and get people actually onto the platform is pretty crucial. So
initially, we look at it as market segments. We have to win over the Web3 sports bettors first. That's our most important contingent to go to market with. And so with that, we look to vampire attack the existing products on the back of education and emphasis on the profitability that we get versus them. So in almost all instances, taking a bet on us for a single game is more profitable than taking a similar parlay. And parlays are the #1 profit driver for casinos right now. And so we look to attack that market head on. We also offer superior odds. This is a big thing. Because we offer leverage, we make money on borrow rate. We don't make money on VIG on lines, which means I can completely remove VIG from my incoming lines, and in almost all instances offer superior odds to any other book in existence. So it's our job to get that message out into the public, get them into the product, and get them sticky into our product.
Any other questions from the judges?
I think we got one more.
Sorry, guys. Can you talk a little bit about the user experience for people that are providing liquidity? Because I can, I think we all know that sports books are really profitable, so it'd be amazing to be able to offer like that opportunity to normal people to be able to provide liquidity and earn. You just talk more about like your acquisition strategy there and the experience.
With that, we probably, in our mind, we'll have one of the most profitable stablecoin vaults in existence if there's users feeding through the product, right? And so the way the vault is programmed right now, we haven't been able to run it into negative P&L for more than a randomized 10-game set. So in almost all instances, it's going to be an up-only stablecoin vault. So users can come in, they can deposit USDT into the vault. That'll be used to back the underlying positions on the leverage, and that'll receive 50% of all profitability. So think of it very much like a GLP vault for GMX, where users can seamlessly participate with very minimal downside risk. Now, there is going to be a caveat to that, and that caveat is I have to lock you into the vault for a time period that spreads your risk to not negatively affect other vault users. So that means about 3 weeks is the minimum you're going to be able to stake into and out of the vault.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
I'm Cassandra Rosenthal.
And I'm Jennifer Tuft.
We are the founders and co-CEOs of Kaleido and the Particle Inc. project. And today, we're here transforming your world into a digital playground. Augmented reality gaming lacks true player immersion, where gameplay often happens on a virtual map and doesn't include real-time interactivity and environmental mapping. Long-term retention typically falls between 5 to 10% after day 30 due to a lack of engaging content, social features, and personalization. And real-world interactivity lacks precise reactions to specific attributes of objects. Here is our solution. It should be playing.
Welcome to the next gen AR gaming experience. Well, this is augmented unification. AI meets AR, plus computer vision, it means the we lightlings have a contextual understanding of our environment, the objects around us and their attributes. For example, I know this is a coffee cup and it's probably hot. I know I'm standing on a red counter in a kitchen, and I know not to fall in the sink. Because we know all this, the possibilities for immersive gaming and emotional connections are endless. There's a lot to do in the 2.5th dimension. Let me show you. Hey! Not cool.
I need a blade. Find me one, please. Ah, perfect.
Our patented technology blends AR, AI, and blockchain, enabling contextual awareness, personalization, and ever-evolving narratives with real-time responsiveness. The result is that we are building emotionally connected consumers, of which 52% can contribute more than your average satisfied customer, 70% spend more, and 82% remain loyal versus the 38% with low emotional engagement. This is critical for fostering retention.
Through our technology, the user experiences building relationships with their NFTs that react with emotional and physical responses based on the player's interactions. There's personalization in the digital world that learns and grows based on the player's environments. And the gameplay evolves continuously based on the player's real-world locations, creating true immersion.
Allowing for limitless adventure, here are some examples of Particle Link in the real world, a lot of which you just saw in this video. So we can build and customize your village, which travels with you wherever you go. You can tag graffiti messages and leave them for others to find. You can achieve quests with real-world objects. You can discover and share your resources on your quests. You can use real-world attributes to drive the narrative. And you can battle against the Ink army who aims to destroy Particle's world.
Adoption's inevitable. Today, 74% of Gen Z uses AR daily. Apps like Google Lens, IKEA, Snapchat, Sephora Virtual Artists are driving AR applications daily worldwide. There's 1.73 billion smartphones that are AR-enabled today, and smart glasses' expected growth is 29% over the next 6 years.
The AR/AI market is crossed an inflection point and is ready for explosive growth. And we are at the forefront. Why? We have received monthly licensing revenue from our technology and content. We are market ready and with our AR/AI solutions. We have secured multiple partnerships. We have repeatable and scalable proprietary tech stack that's been market tested. We have a unique Web3 user acquisition pipeline with our partners, which includes onboarding thousands through our Las Vegas experience and through an upcoming smart city partnership, which is expecting over 11 million visitors per year and global expansion.
Here are some of our product highlights. Thus far, we sold out our Genesis AR collection within 90 minutes, last October, still during the bear. Today, we have 603 unique owners and 1% listed. We have secured partnership deals with MGM Casino Group and Elysium Smart City, giving us access to millions of visitors. We have launched our AR-activated merchandise, which is online and in Las Vegas, and has as well unique attributes to your NFTs. And we have built and tested a playable pre-alpha game demo. Upcoming, we have our mini-games and our in-game marketplace launching, continuing to provide a strong user base and drive revenue. As well, then leading into our AR RPG mobile gaming launch experience, which is going to be a hybrid Web3 freemium model with play and earn mechanics.
We are a team of gamers, technologists, and storytellers with experience spanning from Unity to Immutable to Disney. Our partners and investors include Merit Circle, Animoca Brands, and Gemini. And we are combining decades of experience to seamlessly blend the physical surroundings with the endless possibilities of the digital realm.
And here's a little bit of a glimpse into the world of the NAD community and the Particle Link community coming together to create their own adventures. We look forward to transforming your world into a digital playground. Thank you.
Awesome. How fast can the sort of IP evolve? Like, how hard is it to create new characters, or how many kinds of characters are in this AR world?
So we already have over 60 NPC characters. The artist of this world has been hand drawing and creating this world for the last 10 years. Think of it as vast as, who is also our business partner, one of the founders of this company, as vast as kind of a Harry Potter, Neil Gaiman, Tim Burton world. So it's already quite a few stories. Each character as well has its own stories. So it continuously evolves. The Web3 community will continue to contribute to those stories. So we'll continue to evolve those through the sub-DAOs that we create and their participation.
Is it mostly mobile, or what would be the primary device that people would interact with the world?
So it's mobile. So we've built this so it's both for iOS and Android. We are, I will say that we are very close with both the Apple and Meta teams in the vision of kind of what's coming out in the future with smart glasses. But as of now, thinking about the scalability of the technology and being able to make it accessible to as many people worldwide.
How much would you say the current experience is limited by like hardware constraints in terms of like performance of the phones that it runs on? And then if you imagine like many years into the future, like what do you think it would look like to be a lot better?
Look, the reality is we built on our own scanning system so that we can include older phones that, say, don't have the fancy kind of LiDAR technology that an Apple phone has for occlusion. So we are thinking about being able to create this so that users who are utilizing older phones still have a great user experience with this. Of course, if you have a fancier phone, it enhances that. There are as well, ways that we work towards making sure that the latency, because obviously we are dealing with AR technology and a lot of information on the back end. So, making sure that we're processing that as quickly as possible. In the future, look, we've all seen the Orion glass. I think pretty much everyone in the room. I think it's really exciting about what's coming out. Obviously, it's a game changer. It's a game changer. There's many people who are like, this is so cool, and I want to play with this. And they do. And we expect that they'll have 3 to 5 minute stints where they are going to be playing with it because they want to check in on their characters. These characters, you're forming a relationship with them. You're hanging out with them. If you don't show up, they might turn around after a couple weeks and be like, because they have emotional responses. They understand what's happening in real time. They understand if you've been around, you haven't been around. So you're creating that kind of dynamic with them. But the minute you can put on a glass, let's just, for Quest 3, amazing, over 6 million users right now. So we can put that into the Quest 3, in which we will be. But the Orion, I think we all can figure that's a much easier sell when you think about the future of how this is going to be built out.
Based on what you've seen in the market and feedback from your users, do your users want their own personal state of the world, or do your users want kind of like a global shared state?
So what I would say is, when you say kind of their gameplay.
Yeah. So like an AR, that's like they only see what they want to see versus like you see what like the other people see.
So I think the thing that they're really, what we see is people love building out their own world, interacting in these own worlds, but we get a lot of people who are really excited about having community-based experiences with it. So they want to share their worlds with their friends. So through the technology that we build out on the back end of our proprietary technology, we also are able to map other worlds in different cities, and then later on, as this becomes a multiplayer experience, we'll be able to share that if the player allows that. Obviously, there's security issues. You have to allow that to happen. So really creating more of that multiplayer experience in the future. When this when we launch this, we will have obviously more community-based. But what we do see is people, they play with the demo, and then they go play with their girlfriend, or go play with their kids, or go play with their wife. It's really interesting to watch how people get super excited about just, one person starts playing it, and then other people run behind because they want to go and check it out. So it has that effect. One thing I'm going to add as well from the glasses perspective. So in the partnerships that we're creating, so with Elysium Smart City, the technology is being implemented, and one of the really exciting things is to think about in these smart cities the implementation of this type of technology, and partners such as Meta and others who really look at ways to implement and sell this hardware, right? They're looking for ways for people to utilize it, and it doesn't have to just be the particle ink content. It's about taking that technology, and it can be skinned any way we look at it. So just to expand on that.
What are the touch points between the product and the blockchain? Like, is it just that the characters are issued as NFTs, or is it like a deeper integration than that?
It's a deeper integration than that. So as of right now, your gameplay, you have your daily gameplay so you have your NFTs, obviously, and the attributes of your NFTs. That also, all the gameplay of your NFTs then gets stored into the blockchain. So the NFTs, as you'll have a team of NFTs that are when you're playing, they are all senseis. They're all kind of learning different. You're teaching them. Think of it like a Tamagotchi. You've got to train it, take care of it. It learns, it grows. So all of that, as they develop, that will be stored on the chain. One of the things that is really, really interesting is the fact that in the future, in the way that we're building this, we're looking to as well, right now, this is part of we have a relationship that we're forming with Aether, in building AI agents. And so essentially, because these are your own unique players that your NFTs that you're hanging out with, and they're learning about your unique world, whether we're here in New York City, you're in Tokyo, you're in Hong Kong, you're in LA, your unique environments, whatnot. There's also data that's being collected. Currently, that data stays on your phone for security purposes. So that's where that data is. That's your personal data. We give the option in the future for those AI agents to take that and put it on the blockchain, and then you to be able to monetize off that in the future. So your data, your monetization, what you decide you want to do with that. So really important in the Web3 ethos and how we're taking the technology forward in the future. There will as well, obviously this expands, there will be an ecosystem token, but what I will say, which is really important to us, is launch the product, get the product out there, build your community, create a great user base, and then we'll expand further into the ecosystem token.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Robert, and I'm just waiting for the slide. All right, my name is Robert, and we are Plato. We acquire repeat customers for restaurants. And for the consumer, we make in-person dining both social, engaging, throughout gamification. For a restaurant, we drive in-person foot traffic with trackable user acquisition. This is a map of where our users are. We have users over 95 different countries and support 15 million restaurants around the world. Specifically in Japan, we have been growing 80% month over month in the last 4 months. Plato users love us. 8% of our new users are coming from existing user referral, and our daily active user during the weekend is well over 60%. It's because of our gamification, our social foot map, and our streak mechanism that keeps the user opening the app every single day. And our weekly quest lets user check in to their local restaurant, spend at those local restaurants, and actually one-click share to promote their restaurant right on social right from the Plato app. In fact, our users have spent over $2.3 million in IRL restaurant, and that number is growing. We've built a powerful user acquisition platform for the restaurant. Now, you might be thinking, restaurant owner have probably already solved this user acquisition. But if you ever try to acquire user through digital campaigns, you can't track clicks to in-person purchases. Therefore, platforms like Google Ads, they just don't work for retail. And because these platforms were built for e-commerce businesses, and that's why restaurant owners have no clue what is the user acquisition cost, and they can't optimize their campaigns. There are customer loyalty programs that don't work either. They require a physical device that is already cluttered around the cashier area. And they have been proven to be slow and expensive to get restaurant adoption. Spending at physical retail store in the US alone in 2023 is over $7 trillion. And that's 83% of all consumer spending. The point here is there is a huge untapped market that is underserved. Through our token utility, we allowed our user post-TGE to stake our FAT token. That's right, you heard it, FAT, FAT token, at IRL restaurant so that they can signal to the community which restaurant is primed for onboarding. Talk about putting money where your mouth is. And because of our staking mechanism, it actually creates a bounty system for the community so that motivated community members can go and acquire and onboard the restaurant. Effectively, we've created a decentralized restaurant merchant or just retail merchant acquisition mechanism that will allow us to scale faster and more cheaply than our competitors and other platforms. With our local city DAO, our Plato community will have a sense of ownership and a sense of control on how Plato is expanding through their community. In fact, in the last 2 weeks, within Tokyo, we have experienced 5x in community-led restaurant onboarding with minimal core team involvement. Our ultimate vision is creating a universal dining dollars, where user can preload spending amount right into Plato and get perks and discount from participating merchant. And merchants will pay a lot less than the POS charges that they're currently paying today. We've been in Web3 since 2018. We're three-time founders with previous exits in consumer mobile startups and marketplaces. I got my start as a kid at my uncle's restaurant, and so I know the pains that they face as a retail merchant and as a retail restaurant. We're backed by Z Prime Capital, Hypersphere, and we've got a killer team. So, in summary, we are Plato. We acquire repeatable customer for restaurant. We've got strong user growth in an untapped market. We've got a killer team that knows how to execute, and our community-led expansion with Plato Prepay will change how retail both acquire users and receive payments. Now let's see a quick demo. We've built right into Google Maps because we know 99% of people use Google Maps. So one click, they can check right in and actually prove that they're physically there. And they can show proof of dining by capturing their dine-in experience. And as they're sitting around with friends, they can click on the share button and they can invite users right at the table into Plato. At the end of the meal, they show proof of spend, and when it gets approved, they will get to see what they earn, the statuses, but also participate in a fun Plato wheel, which they can enter a chance to win the amount that they captured on the receipt. You win some, you lose some. And our home screen widget reminds them that they can one-click share to either review and promote right from the Plato app in Twitter or Discord. We figured out how to engage users on a daily basis and how to make them and actually engage them into restaurant weekly and spend at those restaurants every week. We'd love for you to try it, but before we get to Q&A, go back. Join us in bringing people into Web3 through food. So love for you guys to try the app. We'll be soon on Monad. We're so excited to be building on Monad. And so yeah, love any questions you guys have.
Cool. So one question, who buys the FAT token and why do they purchase the FAT token?
Yeah, so as restaurants are being onboarded, restaurants don't have to know about, tokens or crypto or anything like that. But as they swipe their credit card to actually get ad spend, ad credit, if you will, that's actually where the capital is coming from. And actually in the back end, we're actually taking a portion of that and buying the tokens on their behalf. And hopefully that answers that question.
Did the FAT token rewards correlate with your level of spending at the restaurant?
Yes. Yeah. So the reason why you capture receipt, basically what you earn is based on how much you spend. So the more you spend, the more you earn. And actually, if you download the app right now, anybody can use before TGE, and we actually allow people to buy a premium pass, a boost in our season pass. So currently you're in our season 2, and so you can buy a pass to kind of boost a little bit more, but it's all based on how much you spend.
Is there a risk of cheating, uploading fake receipts?
Of course. I mean, anything eat to earn, yes, for sure. But we actually have a pretty rigorous so basically our OCR model is built on Tensor and it's been trained with thousands and thousands and thousands of receipts. But we also have sort of a fail-safe. If it's over a certain amount, it actually go through a more rigorous and manual process. So because anything sort of earning, there's definitely going to be cheating.
Yeah.
So.
Do the restaurants, do you have to engage with them, or can this just operate totally independently?
So right now it's permissionless. So we took a permissionless approach because I would say 25 years ago or 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't be able to do this, but we were able to scrape data and it actually allows our users to use it anywhere. So that's correct.
So I kind of understand the long-term value prop, or at least one of them is lowering user acquisition costs for restaurants. So to me, that means you can go to a restaurant and say, I can give you new customers at half the cost of whatever you're currently doing or something like that. But right now it's permissionless. So at what point does that does switch actually flip? And also, if all the restaurants are on Plato already, to what extent does it actually benefit a restaurant to partner with you?
No, that's a good question. So first, it's not just we lower the cost, it's actually we enable trackable cost acquisition. So meaning that today when they run campaigns, clicks to in-person purchase is unknown. And so that's why if you're in the US, I don't know about internationally, you still get val packs with restaurant coupons, because at least that way they can track it. And so digitally, they can't do that. So that's the first thing. 2, the reason why we are experiencing restaurant onboarding by our community members is because we're seeing user concentration. And because those users are motivated to kind of earn certain rewards for onboarding the restaurant. And that's actually how we still need the restaurant to be involved. But the user sort of centric approach isn't allowing us to figure out, hey, is it Tokyo that's coming up really fast, or is it Miami, or is it Istanbul? So we didn't, our previous business were in mobile consumer marketplaces, and it's really hard to say, hey, we think New York is going to work, so we're going to spend a little bit of time market research and then spend a lot of capital and making bets on that. And so we're de-risking that kind of expansion by just letting everybody using it and see which community is coming up. And I'm not Japanese, I don't speak Japanese, but because of our adoption in Japan, next week our app will be localized in Japanese. And so we're putting more effort to support that region And that's kind of the way we always thought about how to leverage the power of Web3.
Given the geographical bounds of what you're building with Plato, like what is the dream city to sort of own? We'd love to.
No, that's a great question. Obviously, I'm from Princeton, New Jersey. I went to Columbia. I'm sort of a New York native, if you want to call it. Love to get New York involved, of course. But also, I would say certain cities are more expensive to expand into others. So, I think what I love about food is that it's so big and it's so broad that there is room for multiple players. I mean, if you kind of think about food tech, has been, there's a mini mousetrap has been built. But we just think that the way that we see cities, we want to tackle cities that love crypto first and love food. And so I think, from Taipei, Taiwan to Tokyo to, any of the cities, I mean, there's food and there's food culture everywhere. So.
And what about like the specific types of restaurants?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So in Japan, I'll be honest, in Japan, currently the ones that have been signing up, the owners are either they know about NFT somehow, some way, or they're pretty active in sort of the NFT community. But honestly, the type of restaurants that we've spoken to that are really prime for this are restaurants that own 2, 3, 4, 5 locations, where it's not sort of single mom and pop, but it's restaurants that have a staff that knows how to market or have that desire to market. Where like a very single mom and pop shop that's been around, they don't typically have the bandwidth to do that. So, any other questions?
Sorry, one more.
Sure.
So I definitely see some parallels to Foursquare in some
Yes.
ways.
Yes.
And I'm curious
Yes.
if you just have any thoughts on or learnings from because Foursquare got really big and then also kind of tailed off. Do you have any learnings from
No,
that?
for sure. I think my uncle used Foursquare. He opened up his restaurant back in the 80s, and so what was great about Foursquare for the user, it's that kind of social component, but really bad for the restaurant is that you don't actually need to buy anything by checking in, right, back in 2011 or whatever it is. So a lot of people just go and check in. They don't even go into the physical restaurant, or they go in and not actually buy anything and just leave. And so I think for us, that's why that physical component of not just checking in, but capturing their food experience and that receipt. And really, the receipt really allows us to know purchase intent. Hey, are you somebody that drink a lot of wine with your food? Are you a frequent coffee shop goer? So there's a lot of profile that we're actually building in the back. One of the things that we love and our restaurants love is if you go to the same type of restaurant, same cuisine type, but different restaurant, like let's say I love sushi. If I've been to 3 different sushi restaurants, I am a level 1 sushi connoisseur in the app. And as I level up, right, I'm a level 2, level 3, and over 50 visit of the same cuisine in different restaurant, I'm now a level 4. And so now restaurant can say, hey, I would love to target level 4 sushi connoisseur because I'm an Asian food or I'm a new sushi place, and they can actually target that. The problem with Google Ads, Yelp, TripAdvisor is that these owners, they don't know who's writing the review, and there's no sense of who they are. And so they typically ignore good or bad reviews. And so that's an added benefit. So, thank you so much.
Morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks, Monad, for organizing this, and definitely no pressure as the first team to kick this off. We are. Thank you. And please limit your clapping because I don't want to waste time on the clap. This is I'm the CEO and founder of Townesquare. My name is JC, and this is our co-founder, CTO, Longyu. So today, like Fitz suggested, we are here to talk about the crypto onboarding experience in Web3. So, I won't dive too deep into this, like how the current onboarding experience on crypto looks like, but just like a brief overview. Usually for like a non-crypto person or like just a regular crypto user, they discover like a link to onboard to a specific front-end application. They also have to download the seed phrase wallet and deal with the seed phrase. And even at the end of that, all the downloading business, and C-Tray is like writing down on the notebook, they have to navigate through multiple front ends of a specific crypto application. And the thing about the crypto front end is sometimes they get very confusing, right? So like a good example of an app that has very simplified onboarding experience is Robinhood, right? So pretty much on Robinhood, you can go through from sign up, essentially your account creation, all the way to the user action in just a few clicks and in just a couple of minutes, right? So the question for us is, how do we get from like this to this level for crypto onboarding, right? So if we think about it as a mental model, the clunky part about crypto onboarding is really these steps, right? So the user goes from the Web2 discovery platform, go through the Web3 wallet, go through like a couple of blockchain ecosystem, and to the DApp, and finally to the action. Right? So the challenge for us is, how do we simplify the process to just down to user, discovery platform, and action immediately. So for this, we actually built a prototype with a priori, one of their staking protocols on Monad. And then we have a video to show is about like how we envision this process to be like. Right, so you have, like, so on X, on the Web2 platform, you have this onboarding application link, right? So the user will sign in with like a Google social login wallet, and everything from on-ramp, as you see here, with like Coinbase Pay or MoonPay for the on-ramp part, right? Till the part about, say, the a priori wants to onboard users from Ethereum that hold USDC, the bridging, where they initiate the transaction for the bridging, all the way to like going through a DEX or Monad to swap into the Monad token, and finally using a priori staking contract to stake into staked Monad token. So simplifying all of these steps into one onboarding application is how we sort of approach addressing the current need for the users to hop between multiple platforms to be able to onboard it to crypto today, right? So you see the finalized dashboard here. In just a few clicks, the user is onboarded, right? And we power these kind of experiences with a technology stack we call DApp abstraction, right? So in simplified terms, DApp abstraction abstracts the individual features from a DApp and turn them into modular primitives that can be used by anyone to build new Web3 experiences. And the example you just saw with a priori is that they are leveraging the feature from Wormhole, they're leveraging the feature from a Monad DEX to power their onboarding experience to get the user from Ethereum or any other chain or any other scenario to using their staking protocol, right? And for this, we actually have a working stack built on the Ethereum Sepolia testnet with Lido, where in this case, it's Lido wants to onboard USDC holders on Ethereum. What are the steps that they would need to go through to onboard it, and how fast, how much improvement do we have using the DApp abstraction stack? Right, so on the left here, you're gonna see what the experience is like using the DApp abstraction stack. On the right, you get the normal conventional onboarding where the user has to hop through multiple front ends, first with Uniswap and then to Lido to complete the staking process on Lido. So just to give you a sense of like how, what the difference is, let's take a look at the video. So this is the onboarding application created by us for the Lido team. And the user is going through the staking process. And then on the right is the user first swapping USDC into ETH token on Uniswap, right? So transaction is processing on the left, and the user is finishing the signature on Uniswap. And just by the 1 minute mark, the user is already onboarded from holding USDC to finishing staking on Lido. And still, at this point, you see the user is still at the stage of processing the transaction for staking the ETH token on the Lido platform. And let's see what the time difference is. So it took about like a minute and 50 seconds to go through the whole flow for the user to be onboarded to Lido. And it was just about like 1 minute mark where the user already completed the onboarding using the DApp abstraction onboarding application, right? So really we're talking about like a few benefits. What are some of the aspects when you think about when you want to improve like the onboarding experience for a user to crypto? You really are talking about first the time, right? Like how fast the process is. And the second is you're talking about like how do we reduce the level of education. How do we make sure that the user needs to be, like there's minimal amount of education, user education that we need to do. And the third part is how do we get rid of the clunky parts about Web3 wallet experiences. So like in the example, we sort of reduced the speed of onboarding by 40% from 1 minute 50 to like all the way down to a minute. And then there's like little knowledge that the user needs to have about using Lido's front end or using Uniswap's front end, right? Because they go through the onboarding in just one flow. And then you really didn't see the user had to deal with the wallet transaction or the seed phrase at all by using like an interoperable embedded wallet through Google login, right? So like in terms of the DApp abstraction stack, this is where we are in terms of like onboarding users on Ethereum. But the reason why we really want to build this on Monad is if we can reduce the onboarding time for a user from 2 minutes to 1 minute already on Ethereum, the user experience of onboarding on Monad can be actually much, much better. So we talked about the example of Robinhood earlier, right? Where a user just had to sign up with their Gmail, and in just a few clicks, they will be able to trade stocks on the Robinhood app, right? And on Monad, I think we can take this experience to a level further, where we now on Ethereum, we're at the 1 minute mark, and maybe we can reduce the onboarding time down to like a further, like by a further like 50 or even 60%, down to maybe 10 seconds or 30 seconds by using Monad's throughput and time and finality, compared to what's offered in other EVM layer 1s and layer 2, right? So this is how the overall stack like look like. So we're really like the Townesquare is sort of building that middle part of after the user deals with the wallet creation, the account creation to Web3, and we handle that onboarding channel application side of things for the various Web3 dApps. Obviously we had the example of a priori earlier of the prototype, but it's like a variety of applications that can leverage this onboarding stack, powered by dApp abstraction. And it goes from DeFi to SocialFi to NFT to gaming, obviously. So and this stack powers through like a lot of different features that we can leverage from all the other dApps in the thing we call like library, and we can support whichever wallet options the application team wants to support. Yeah, I see the time is up. I will just end there. There was a lot already in the content, so I guess we'll take some questions. Yeah.
So one question is, if you guys are doing like Google Authenticator, or sorry, like Google single sign-on, is that like what controls the actual private key material? And then the second question is, if I make a wallet on one application through here, an embedded wallet through one, is it shared with any other application that also uses Townesquare, or are they separate wallets like Privy is today?
Yeah, let me answer the second question because I really love the question about embedded wallets interoperability across different apps. So this is a like cross-app interoperable wallet that that we're building. It's an MPC wallet, but what it does, it say that the first wallet you create is on the a priori onboarding application. You use your Gmail account, and if the next time you log into like another DEX with the same Gmail account, you'll be using the same wallet. So you wouldn't be like a different address, right? I think the example you gave with Privy is each wallet on Privy that's created is application specific, right? So if you create one on this dining app with your Gmail wallet, this is one account, one address you're using. Whereas if you create another one on a DeFi application, then it's a new wallet. So you wouldn't be able to use the funds you already have on the first wallet to power your experiences on the second wallet. So what we want to do is, in order to simplify the onboarding experiences, to reduce friction, the first time the user onboards and whatever funds they get into the first wallet should be usable for all the other experiences going forward, right? And to answer your first question, yeah, it's an MPC wallet. Currently, the way we're doing it is we're doing the key reconstruction method. So we split the private key into 3 different shares, and we reconstruct them in the backend, and then to sign the signature to the blockchain. There's obviously another different way to go about it, which is through partial signature. That has the upside of being able to reduce the risk of the key signature being intercepted with just like a private key signature, like partial key signatures. So that's the model we are moving towards afterwards. Yeah.
How do you think about your positioning? It kind of looks like you're sandwiched between the wallet creators on kind of like the lower level and the applications maybe on like the upper level. In terms of growth, seems like a tough place to be when you're kind of like sandwiched between the two, but curious about your thoughts about plans for growth like 3 years from now, 5 years from now.
Yeah. So I think in terms of like just positioning in the overall like Web3 stack, we definitely have that understanding of the embedded wallet is a very competitive track already. So you have Privy. So our method here is really having the stack open, so the developer, the application team can choose whichever wallet they want to power the experience. Our what we call Townesquare Connect wallet, that is really just one of the options, right? So that way, we can power as many wallets as possible because some of them already have existing user base. We really want to just be the position as the stack in the middle to handle from after the wallet is already there or the user creates a new wallet. After they get the wallet, what do they do? Because if you go back to like 2022 or 2023, you saw Magic Link, Web3 Auth, Privy already have a lot of they sort of dominated the consumer track. 2 years ago. But the issue they didn't solve is what do the user do? What does the user do after they have an account created in Web3? So we sort of bridge that gap. We get those users from having owned a wallet to now being able to interact with the stack of Web3 dApps, right? API, DeFi, social, all the stack. So we're really just talking about like a distribution channel, or an onboarding channel here. So I think it's a better mental model to think of us in a way that's similar to Solana Blinks, right? Whereas they are not really a wallet service provider, but they power the user experience of having a wallet and then dealing with interacting with Web3 dApps on a more simplified front end. So that's what we do. Obviously, there's a lot of trade-offs or like deficiencies with the Solana Blinks, Solana ActionLinks design. That's why we have this Web3 DApp abstraction stack to smoothen that experience further. Yeah.
I think it helps to go back to that slide with like showing the where the other.
Oh, it's live right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might be all the time that we have for questions, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for being here till almost the end. So I'm Dan, and I'm one of the co-founders of Rysk Finance, crypto uncorrelated returns. Let's go deep into it. So I started my DeFi career with Open, one of the first options protocol 2020. And that's how I met my co-founders. We were on their Discord, and we started to brainstorm ideas around options. And we made one real. And so we built one of the first actually options AMM. And by the end of last year, we were actually one of the first, or like at least the highest volume on Arbitrum, over 200 million traded. The product was simple. On one side, we had depositors, which they can earn uncorrelated returns by effectively market-making options. On the other side, we have traders, options traders, trading options on different strike, expiries, and so on. And this was actually one of the best challenges I worked on because we made the options on-chain pricing mechanism for volatility, like beautiful challenge. We started to talk with users, right? And most of them, they've been asking for check-slide trading experience, more products, for example, trade options, but also hedge using perps. And especially like, for example, market makers, they ask for more like high frequency type of infrastructure. So we built it. We made a high performance club DEX, low latency, cross margining, like top of the standard. But when we were actually building it, and we were like, how can we get liquidity into club decks? Because what matters is like you need market makers. We actually figured it out that there is a very big issue in attracting liquidity for order books. And I can go into details, but basically the way you do it is you go to a market maker, and by now I know most of them, and you ask for like a private retainer model. So what they do is like they're gonna provide liquidity, you pay them up to 150K, something like that per month, and they provide liquidity, which is not aligned with the protocol success. Like it doesn't matter if you're good, if you're bad, whatever. And on top of that, the problem with market makers is they have sometimes limited liquidity, but they always have limited resources. So they really need to make sure what they optimize that. That's why they charge this price. An alternative there is a public reward system. Like most of the projects out there with an order book, they have a public incentives, which usually attract mercenary capital. As long as you have like, I don't know, another project with points, you just move your liquidity to that one. You don't really have like any commitment to them. And usually this is actually not retail friendly. It's always the same market makers that they do the same job. Now some exchanges, they're starting to build their own vault, which is a way of having basically liquidity, but this liquidity is just for their own exchange. It's directional, so it's not hedged. And we looked at all of them and we're like, okay, those models are actually costly. They're not aligned with incentives. And they are pretty inefficient. And this is actually a big limitation to grow DeFi because the final goal, I guess, for everyone doing DeFi is like we want to overcome centralized exchanges, right? And I don't think we're getting there. So that's when we actually built this product that we believe is actually like a killer product for going to overcome centralized exchanges. And what it is like risk managed credit vaults. So on one side, we have liquidity providers. They deposit capital into this vault, and this actually can enable them to earn from rewards, because most of those projects, they have rewards, plus from the trading strategies that now are run by market makers. So the market makers can use this capital to run strategies, and what they do, they run high-frequency, sophisticated strategies, and they do it across multiple exchanges. So this is not focused on one single exchange, but like across pretty much DeFi, any order book, any derivatives. So what we do here is we are basically making market making democratized. So for LPs, now they can have access to strategies that usually are inaccessible to them. As a retail user, there is no way that you can run your high frequency, sophisticated market making strategies as Jump is doing. For market makers, this is actually a great deal because they can actually run strategies without counterparty risk because they use the funds from LPs. And we can use those funds to scale liquidity. And counterparty risk for market makers is one of the biggest problems. If you think about FTX, how many market makers blew up after FTX, it is a very big deal. For exchanges now, they can integrate with Rysk, and basically they have a decentralized market making, running strategies, lowering the cost of liquidity, and they create a more efficient order books. And this is basically how it works. So liquidity provider deposit into our Rysk liquidity layer, which we are looking forward to deploy this on Monad. And Monad is the right place because, as you can imagine, we're talking about, I said that many times, but like high frequency, sophisticated strategy, and being on a chain which enabled that is actually a very great deal. So that's why we've been looking forward to Monad. Now we have market makers, different market makers, that can access liquidity in a sort of competitive environment. It's basically a marketplace where they want to overperform the others to have access to more liquidity. And they run the strategies on different exchanges at the same time, simultaneously. So for example, they can place an order on Rysk, and when it gets executed, they can hedge on the one with the best flow, for example. Overall, we're making the market way more efficient. And the reason why we also have our own exchange here is because we are committed to use all the fees, all the liquidation, and a better execution to actually send it to liquidity providers. So by having our own exchange, we are boosting also the returns for LPs. Now, market validation. Like right now, order book are taking over pretty much everything, especially when it comes to derivatives in DeFi, like Hyperliquid, DYDX, Vertex. So Vertex is the first integration we built there. It's already live in a sense that we are on production. We're testing the strategy, so it's not public, but it's ready. And the trading there is basically like in DeFi right now is 100 billion per month volume, and is growing. And our goal is to make this even bigger because we help in this. When it comes to market maker, we talked to most of them. We onboarded Amber. It's running right now the first strategy, and more of them are lined up to build an integration. One good thing is most of the DeFi TVL right now is into passive strategies. So we are basically tackling an industry which already know is proven in the SPMF, like get people to basically deposit. Our exchange, like we launched our exchange on a beta program, but production, real money, and we've done over 700 million volume. So mostly was high frequency traders. Roadmap. We have 3 parts of the roadmap. One is partnering. So for example, get the best market makers. The other one is integration. We integrate other exchanges, especially the one with reward. So for example, if we launch on Monad, there would be probably an exchange with reward. We saw some pitching today. We integrate them and we grow like basically with this network effect. Grow. We're basically making our LP token composable. So this means that we can use it to other platforms and so on. Creating some sort of like stable coin. We can go deeper into that, but basically it's uncorrelated return stable coin, if that makes sense. We're going to launch options as well because that's what we love. And this is kind of like differentiator, I guess, one of the player out there, which is Elixir. We can go into details, but the main thing is like, well, first we have an exchange, which means that we can have like boosted fees because all the fees generated by our exchange are going there. The second thing is like we have one unified liquidity marketplace. So on Elixir, you have like many pools, you deposit on all the different one. On us, it's just like one, you deposit into that one. And then we have cross-exchange strategies. So multiple exchanges at the same time. And that's some of our investors. And here is the end. Thanks.
So when a market maker is essentially getting lent money by the pool in order to go execute a market making strategy somewhere, how do you or how do the LPs know that they aren't going to go pick a low liquidity pair to quote poorly on and then trade against themselves to drain the pool?
Yeah. So first of all, the market maker by design is just a signer of an account of the exchange. So it's not really like taking the money to do whatever they want. And what they do is like they create limit orders on, they create orders on the exchange. So we have a monitoring system in place, which we know exactly what the market maker is doing, because it's basically we are the owner of the account and the market maker is just a signer. And what they do is actually they just put in orders into an order book, right? Which is already a competitive environment. So if you put an order for a price which is not fair and so on, someone else could take it. Simple as that. It's just like you basically just being part of a book right now. So they basically keep doing what they already do, but now they do it in a decentralized way using liquidity from users. On top of that, there is a reputational issue. Like the market maker we're working on, they're public. They know they're doing it. We are creating like this competitive marketplace among them. So we want to track like historically which one is performing and so on. So there is also like this kind of like competition among them in a reputational way. So you don't really want to, mess that up.
Do you face adverse selection from the types of market makers that you might onboard? Because I could be wrong, but traditionally market making strategies aren't really constrained by their access to capital. It's more the capacity of the strategy.
So there are many different market makers, right? So we've been talking to pretty much all of them. Like Amber, for example, is already building a strategy, which is kind of a top-tier market maker. For them, it's not a matter of liquidity. It's more of a matter of keep doing what they know how to do, which is their core business, which is doing the market making strategy. They can earn a revenue share by doing it. And even more important, because we committed the fees of our exchange, they can earn more. They can potentially do it by just doing the market making. Plus, we can get rewards and everything. So that's one, for example, the thing for them. And one more thing to keep in mind, this is not gonna touch their book. It's basically a separated thing, right? So it's not gonna have an impact on like their risk exposure, their risk management. So it's literally taking the software, which is their core business at some point, and they can keep doing it without touching their book and like risk management. For smaller ones, it's also a matter of liquidity. Usually now they ask for a credit facility. Most of the market makers out there, except the top 5, probably they ask for a credit facility. In this way, instead of like the credit facility coming from the treasury, it's coming from LPs, and now LPs can do strategies that otherwise they're not able to do or access, which is high frequency market making strategies.
How does the protocol handle losses, either from unprofitable trading strategies or counterparty risk, et cetera?
It's the thing is, like, we've been testing, like this on production. We've done like a lot of back tests and so on. You're gonna have days with losses. That's part of the game. Overall, like in the long term, this is profitable. At least I'm talking about the pure trading strategy. But on top of it, as I mentioned, like when you think about where the revenues are coming from, you have the trading strategy. Then you have like, the fees generated by our exchange. And then on top of it, you have all the rewards. Keep in mind, all the projects out there with an order book, they have a public reward system right now. And this is actually one of the biggest revenue component of the strategy. So the strategy may lose money, but like overall, the LP position is not losing.
Plan to do centralized exchange market making, or is it all DEXs or hybrid DEXs?
There is a plan. The final goal will be that one. So when we started this, we started talking to Amber, and Amber was like, we can do this strategy on your exchange, but if you add other venues, we can hedge, we can have better pricing and so on. And we added DeFi because it's easy. But they also told that like, if you guys can add Binance, that will be like a completely different type of business. The main challenge there is obviously a compliance issue. It is something that I'm working on it, because the thing is that you have LP funds in a vault and you cannot, they're not KYC'd. So we've been working with other market makers, for example, to have like some sort of like whitelisted liquidity that we can use, or like for example, we are exploring OTC and so on. Like from a tech perspective, it's easy. It's just a matter of finding like the best design from a compliance perspective. But the way we're approaching this is like let's see if this is working. Let's see if how this is performing in terms of, you guys said, like what is the APR of this strategy in 6 months, right? If this is going well, adding centralized exchanges is just a matter of finding the right design for it.
Sorry, one more thing. Is this purely custodial on the part of the market maker? Like, does the market maker actually take custody of the funds, or is there like any plan to have it be more permissioned?
So right now they don't take custody. They are a signer of an account of the exchange. So they can only create orders. They never touch the funds. And what we enable them by smart contract is to move the funds from one exchange to the other. So let's say you have 1 million TVL, you have 500K on one exchange, 500 on the other exchange. If for one reason the other one is going, to zero, you can basically move some of those funds, because they're delta neutral strategies in that sense. So if one is losing, the other one is making money. So it's actually not custodial. Like the exchange, the market maker never really touched the fund, and they're very limited on what they can do. This is working in DeFi. Related to the question before, if we want to do centralized exchanges, then we have to figure it out some custodial way, because that's, by design, that's the way to do it. But for now, even from like compliance perspective with the market maker, they don't touch funds. They just run a software, for running the market making strategy. More questions? Nope. All right. Thanks, guys.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm Sam. This is my co-founder, Shaker, and we're very excited to be here today and share what we're working on at Sauce. First of all, thank you to Monad for inviting us and giving us a chance to share. We're very excited to build on them. And today we're going to be talking about how we're going to be turbocharging on-chain activity. So stepping back for a second, the thing that we're really excited about in crypto is what we're calling the sex flipping. A lot of people in crypto, they talk about Ethereum flipping Bitcoin, they talk about Solana flipping Ethereum, but what we're really excited about is on-chain activity flipping centralized exchange activity. We think that that is one of the best indicators of how we're doing as an industry to build a decentralized financial ecosystem that is more powerful than centralized alternatives. So there's obviously a lot of benefits of centralized exchanges, namely that they're more efficient, but there's actually a lot of benefits of decentralized applications that is possible to tap into to build a 10 times better experience. So namely, those are more assets. Traders have access to the long tail of spot tokens that have access to perpetual exchanges, prediction markets, some of the novel protocols that we've seen today. There's typically better yield on-chain, and there's also self-custody, which we think is really important. So given all those advantages, why is on-chain volume so much lower?
It's no secret that the status quo in crypto is at best clunky. Anytime you need to set up a new wallet, you need to, first of all, fund it, then figure out where to put the seed phrase, and even when you want to transact on the current chain or a new chain, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops. So looking at the landscape today, we roughly categorize them into trusted and automated solutions. The trusted ones are brands that you recognize, and people are typically willing to put millions of dollars into these brands. The automated solutions typically offer a better UX, but come with some security trade-offs. We're not trying to FUD these applications, but traders that we've been talking to have told us that they're only willing to put in a small percentage of their portfolio into these tools. There should be a middle ground, something that feels like magic, is automated, but doesn't make any compromises on security.
Yeah, so given that, what exactly are you building? We're really excited about building a SEX-like experience on-chain for advanced traders. A lot of people today, they're focused on building a better experience to bring new users into crypto. We actually think that the experience for advanced traders can be a lot better as well. And that's what we're excited about. So what does that 10x user experience look like? If I'm a trader, I should be able to do a one-click transaction into any asset on any chain. That might be a meme coin, prediction market, an exotic derivative, as I mentioned. Hopefully that position will have been incredibly profitable. And then when I go to close that out, those idle funds should then automatically go into a yield earning protocol, whether that is a lending market, whether that is a yield bearing stablecoin, if that's where I want my idle funds to be. This should just feel like magic. And on top of that, the entire process should be incredibly secure. So in terms of the core pillars you think about when building this product, it needs to be simple, safe, and powerful. To get into safety a little bit, what we're really excited about is transaction automation within trusted execution environments. This is enabling a lot of powerful features we're really excited about, including private DCAs and off-chain limit orders. A lot of traders that we've talked to, they don't like putting these trades publicly on-chain, where everyone is able to see their intention to buy or sell an asset. And this is something that is really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we can offer. We can offer a lot of really advanced trading types that we're excited about, and it's really anything that can be written in code and put into a trusted execution environment. Now, I mentioned trusted execution environments a couple times there, and I want to double click on that. TEEs are private confidential computing environments, and we have it set up so that only the user has access to the private key, and that these automations, which are incredibly powerful, can only be run inside the TEE. So my background has largely been in wallet infrastructure. I spent a lot of time in my past on account abstraction, and I can safely say that the infrastructure that we're building now is much more powerful and actually supports the needs of power users. It also offers similar security and is much more efficient.
So what have we built so far? We launched a trading app on iOS, Android, and web early in September. We believe in shipping early and often. As Sam talked about, we'll be shipping one-click cross-chain transactions in the next few days and more advanced trade types in the next few weeks. Later this quarter, we'll offer the ability to earn yield on your idle funds within the trading app. And when Monad launches, we'll have a couple new integrations and features ready to take advantage of its performance guarantees. In terms of our distribution, we know that our target audience is advanced on-chain traders. So our first goal is to build something that traders love. We're iterating with a core group of the top meme coin traders on CT to make sure that we're building products that give them an edge. We're also really excited to engage new ecosystems like Monad. This is because we offer the ability to onboard onto a new ecosystem with one click from an existing wallet. So that way, it's really a win-win for all parties involved. Once we start getting momentum, we'll have unique referral programs enabled by the wide variety of assets that we support. The market is big, but on-chain trading volume is only about 1/10 of SEX trading volume, and SEX trading volume is a fraction of TradFi. We think this will 1000x over the next couple decades, and we're poised to capture that. And of course, as the pie grows, our business will as well. We're not doing anything novel here. We're collecting fees on every transaction. In terms of the team, Sam and I have spent a bunch of time working in wallet infrastructure. Sam led the wallet team at Polymarket for a while and then started his own wallet startup. I worked at Stripe working on distributed systems and then their crypto wallet product and joined Sam at his previous startup. John and I went to high school together, so we've been building side projects for forever, and he's worked at some of the top startups overall. Jen was one of the earliest designers at Partyful, and we're working with a young, hungry meme coin trader who's been crushing on Twitter lately.
Yeah, so to conclude, we're really excited about how on-chain will win in the long run, and we're personally contributing to that through building better infrastructure to supercharge on-chain activity with trusted execution environments. This will enable important features like one-click transactions, advanced trading options that don't exist anywhere else, as well as more yield with less clicks and security that can hold millions. Thank you all for your time.
What TE are you using?
AWS Nitro.
Do you guys think that the hardware itself, or like the guy with the Glock outside the data center, is in practice like more useful?
I mean, I think that obviously the hardware has guarantees via encryption, but it is also very helpful that there is a guy with a gun that's like protecting these computers at AWS as well.
And when you, just out of curiosity from knowing a bunch of folks that use the Telegram bots, when you guys have gone to talk to them, do you find that like they understand the affordances of like a TE and that they're positive on it, or like what is the process of pitching those power users?
Yeah, so I think for a lot of those users, it's more so about building a brand of trust, and by capturing the like trust of people that really like understand this technology, that then ends up going like downstream to a lot of those users. So those users, they're constantly recycling funds out of the trading bot. They only keep a small percentage of their portfolio, and typically, at least the like security conscious ones, which is most of the traders that we've talked to. So it is something that they're conscious of, the security of these platforms. I think, or I was going to say that on top of that, I think that there's also an opportunity to build infrastructure for like high net worth individuals, for like trading firms. Those are some customers that aren't well accounted for right now. I've talked to a number of high frequency trading firms that they want to do experiments on chain, but they don't actually have the infrastructure or the resources to build that out in house. And some of them have actually asked us to like open up our APIs to them, like when we're ready.
Maybe to make it more practical, like your guys' approach with TEs, like for the end user, like what does that unlock in like getting more exposure or less exposure to Mudang, or yeah, just curious on how you're wrapping it up and sort of like what the primitives under the hood allow the end user.
Like what trading features we offer them to get
like
more exposure to
they want to
Mudang?
buy Mudang.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be, but yeah, your guys' approach and like what else that offers the end user.
Yeah, so there's a number of things that we can do them. Like obviously, like sniping has been really popular these days, and there's a number of bots and trading platforms that offer that now. But I think in terms of what we're doing that's unique, that some traders have been excited about, is allowing people to set off-chain limit orders so that you can like buy the dip on something without having to constantly monitor a chart, and also being able to like DCA into an asset. Some traders are excited about like copy trading as well. Like if you're just running like code inside a TE to execute transactions, you can do it based on like another trader completing a trade as well.
What does the actual key management look like, given so the private keys encumbered in the TE, but how do I control that from that, and what are the affordances on the action space basically in the TE?
Yeah, so we actually use Turnkey under the hood, who has the infrastructure for that, but then we're building on top of them the transaction automation engine as well.
Do you guys publish like the signed binaries and get a remote attestation from Nitro that that's the code that's actually running? Or like what's the security model for people to know that, the key's only able to be used for like what it's supposed to be able to be used for?
Eventually, we will do that. So the way that Turnkey works is that you can create API keys to like delegate access to an account. So those API keys that we have, those only exist within the, they're encrypted by a key in the TE and then stored in a database so that they can then execute trades. Sorry, did that answer your question? You were asking about, I think, like remote
That
access?
answers part of it, but you know, as I understand it, like part of what's exciting about TE is that you could say, for example, you know, I'm only going to trade on Uniswap pools or what, like users can know what code is able to have access to the key.
Yes,
And
totally. So we can pre-specify those things ahead of time, and that's what the user is signing. And the API key that we get limits access to the users, like the end user's account in that way.
So this is a very hot part of the crypto market, right? Like in the headlines pretty much every day. When you guys think about the competitive landscape for it, you mentioned kind of the trusted side, maybe like Phantom MetaMask, and then the current automated solutions. Just curious on your guys' thoughts of if you think the trusted side kind of creeping more into this area is something to be worried about, I guess more or less than automated trying to become more trusted, right? Like which side of that do you see as stronger competitors for what you guys are building out?
Probably automated becoming more trusted. If I had to pick one, I think like with that said, the investment that we're doing into security right now, we think that that will pay off in the long run. Because once you build a brand and you build a reputation, that it's kind of like hard to flip that narrative.
That's actually funny because I was going to say the opposite. Because it largely feels like when you're starting from a trusted solution, like what we're doing, you can build upwards into the automations that we're thinking about. But a lot of these automated solutions have made design decisions in such a way that it's very hard to go the other way. So I'd more be worried about the other way, but obviously there's something to think about from both sides.
Probably good you guys are both worried about different angles there.
Yeah.
What's your plan for order flow monetization, if any?
We're planning to just charge like fees on swaps, kind of like similar to like these trading bots. We hadn't actually thought that much about like order flow monetization. If we're like working with market makers, it would make sense to potentially like take a spread or like have market makers pay us for the order flow. So we don't have any immediate plans for that, but our plan for monetization has been fees on swaps.
Curious about this target audience. Do you feel like the types of traders who trade meme coins care if their flow gets sold?
I think they care, like what the price they get in at. Like I don't think that a lot of market makers are going to be like market making for like low cap meme coins. Like I think that it probably makes way more sense to like submit a transaction through. To just submit a transaction through like Jupiter for something like that, or like to like the pump fund bonding curve. There probably aren't market makers making for that, but if there are and they can give users better prices, then I'm sure that's something they'd be interested in. So kind of on that point, like we can aggregate a number of different sources. We'll be working with like intense protocols as well as like DEX aggregators to give users the best price all around.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chopin, co-founder at Symphony, joined by my other co-founder, Mozart, and we're building the first agnostic execution network that will make DeFi both usable, scalable, and accessible for everybody. By removing the friction in the system and allowing all the liquidity around every chain to be unified and users to be able to transact across all chains without needing to use bridges, wallets, manage gas, etc. So first, let's start with a quick intro of our character, Mozart Deck, who just got introduced to crypto and he wants a 10x long pet bed. So let's follow his journey of what you can expect for a new user into crypto. And before we do, I would like to start with a quote by Theodore Adorno that I think captures Symphony very well, and that is, "The task of art today is to bring chaos into order." And so let's start with the chaos in the present day. So issue 1, the prereqs. As a new user, it could be very overwhelming to get into crypto. Millions of different questions, all fair to ask. What the hell is gas? What is an L2? How do you get a token address? What is all this? And then you have your tools, bridges, wallets, chains, protocols. For a new user, this could be very overwhelming to start your crypto journey, and it's a lot to ask for anybody to do a simple task. So let's do a speed run on GMX for this Pepe trade. As you can see, our character is now bridging over his assets from Base to Arbitrum to trade on GMX. He has to bridge over his gas as well. He has to go find the contract address for the USDC on Arbitrum to add to his wallet. And then he could finally navigate to the GMX website to finally open his trade. As you can see, this is taking about 6 minutes and 38 seconds, and this is for him who already knows what tools to use. And guess how many clicks that took him to do? 10, 20, 40? You'd be wrong. 73 clicks for one trade. That's ridiculous. And I don't know why we allow this to be still a thing, since this has been a fundamental issue in crypto since the very early days. Issue 3. Liquidity fragmentation across protocols has been exponentially increasing with the new chains and protocols that have been coming out. This leads to low, insufficient liquidity for trades. People don't have gas for them, bad slippage, bad UI, bad experiences, and so on and so forth. But I'm here to tell you that liquidity exists in crypto for everything we want to do. It's just scattered. And now we're going to go into the present day, and I'm going to hand it off to my other co-founder, Mozart, who's going to tell you how we're bringing unity into the chaos of today.
So from the examples you saw from Chopin, it's clear that a new user should not have to go through over 70 clicks, multiple applications, and even do extensive research just to trade one simple perpetual trade. What we want to show you today with Symphony is how we can do that trade, solve these problems, and not only do one, but do 3 trades at once, cross-chain, in under 3 seconds. So we'll go ahead and begin with the demo here. Let's see if it begins. Yeah. So we'll highlight our UI really quickly before we start. We have a trade page at the top. And just to note, this is an older UI. This is just mostly highlighting the infrastructure we have completed behind the scenes. Below, just general information around the token you're going to trade. At the top right, we have advanced settings. So this is where you can specify what type of perpetual trader you are, and that's sent to the solvers when you make a trade so they can better optimize your execution. Once we go back to pick a collateral, Symphony is able to lock your collateral on any chain we have integrated, which will be pretty much all EVM-based chains. So for this example, we'll go ahead and lock our collateral on Base, select an amount, and then we can go ahead and pick our index token, and we have a number of them due to all the integrations we already have. We go ahead and select our leverage, and then once we hit trade here, this intent is sent out to a network of permissionless solvers, and they're basically looking between different perpetual exchanges and chains where the best liquidity and fees exist to do this trade. So it's scanning right now, and once the best solution is submitted, we can see it here. So it's this token into ETH, and if we click this down, in order to optimize for liquidity, the solver is recommending we put a percentage of it on Gains Polygon, Gains Arbitrum, and GMX Arbitrum. So they're sharding the trade right there. Once we click confirm, this trade is being executed in parallel on all 3 protocols. One quick thing to note here, a little bit about how this works. If you see on the top right, we'll click down, you have a Symphony wallet. What that is that's your account abstraction-based wallet that we have deployed for you on every EVM chain you're interacting with. So what that means is every trade we're making, those shards we just showed you, those are actually getting open under your smart account-based wallet, so you have full custody over the trade throughout the entire life cycle. So there's no central solver or anything like that. Now, even to prove it out more, if we go to Gains, you can see that 14.8x lever trade we created there. The other shard got open on Gains Arbitrum. We can see it at the top there. And just to even show it more, if we go to the History tab in a second here, we'll show you that was a trade that was just created by us. So it's really showing, and on the top right, you can see the wallet address, the 2FB1. It's all done under your smart account. So again, at no point do funds leave your custody. It's all done on behalf of your account. We'll quickly look at GMX, and we can see your trade was executed there. And then once we come back to our platform, what we can do is go ahead, we'll refresh it, and if we scroll down, we'll see your main trade and all the shards it took to make that specific position. So you can see all 3 of them there. You can individually or control them as a group. So we're really solving liquidity fragmentation here by splitting up large trades between protocols they need to happen up. So quickly, why we want to do perpetuals. We think the space is really primed for disruption. An overwhelming majority of perps are done on centralized exchanges. This is mostly due to low liquidity of mid-cap assets, which we saw from the fragmentation, and poor user experience, which we've already kind of captured how quickly they were able to make the trade. Even capturing 20% of this market is over $2.5 billion annually in revenue. You can see from the right, it's a massive opportunity. So it looked really seamless on the UI. We just want to highlight, we've been building for about a year and a half, and here are some of the subsystems that make this possible. Maestro is our omni-chain user state management. The IP, our intent pooling engine, helps decode intents. Orchestrator, chain agnostic, that's basically the liquidity coordinator. Symphony wallet is a custom ERC 4337 based wallet we built and already had audited. The sharding engine just processes the shards returned from solvers so we can handle them appropriately. And lastly, Cortex is what we call our permissionless solver network, and that's where all the solvers are a part of. And now we just kind of want to highlight just some of the benefits we think Symphony would bring to the Monad community. First of all, is access to billions of liquidity on day one. What this means is if you have money or you're a user on Monad, from day one, you're able to instantly access these perpetual exchanges across other chains and ecosystems. So while keeping your liquidity and user base on Monad, you're able to see and open perp trades across different protocols. One-click onboarding, we kind of covered how seamless the process is. And the last main point is that since Monad's going to have the best execution for perpetuals due to like parallelized EVM and faster execution, we see a lot of trades getting brought into Monad for execution. So like you're already on base, you're locking liquidity, but your trade will actually get executed here because it's better execution. Quickly, our go-to-market, we had the technology phase, which was the core infrastructure you saw completed. The next stage will be virality. We've worked with a number of Web2 advisors, Nikita Bear and other main virality type people to build up like a cool launch platform and go-to-market strategy. Growth is for integrating more protocols. And unification is tackling more of the on-chain market. Quickly on our founding team, I'm Mozart. I was at Kraken before. You met Chopin. We have our CEO from Consensus and Beethoven, who's our chief scientist from Axelar. Quickly, some notes on our traction. This is just what we've done so far in growing the product. And these are just lastly some of the protocols we've integrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you running an auction for the solvers to compete in, or what does that market structure look like, and what kind of execution guarantees do you get?
You want to do this?
Yeah, so it's an open market. It's like a Dutch auction type process where they can basically come in and supply them, and then the time goes down and we can present the solutions. We've tried out a couple different processes. One would be we get all the solutions and we pick the best one to present. We've also tested out a model with groups of like, we give you all the solutions as a user and then you can pick your favorite one basically. So we're kind of working on 2 of those platforms.
And how do you make sure that the route
actually works?
Yeah.
So the main thing is to become a solver, it's permissionless, but you need a stake in our system to be a solver. So what we do is we have on-chain slashing built in. If the transaction doesn't execute or there's some sort of malicious activity in which you provided a number of solutions that don't occur, you'll get slashed. And we also built into the ranking like somewhat of a reputation score. So we basically can prioritize solvers who consistently provide solutions that actually execute.
When you split up collateral over positions and get like different shards, do you end up with differing liquidation levels or ratios on each of them?
Yeah, so when I dropped down and you saw the 3 shards, they can have slightly different execution prices, and you can go on there and you can monitor each execution price. We've also built a system with session keys where we can very limited scope do liquidation protection. So it's basically like you sign a very limited scope session key, so we can have a solver basically close your position out when you approach it. So it's kind of like a fancy stop loss, basically, we have integrated in.
How are you guys aggregating funding rates?
Yeah, so funding rates and other like fees that go into the process. So how it works is basically as you set your intents as a user, we have it all purely customized, so you can say what kind of user you are. So whether you're like a long-term holder or you want to do like in and out day trading or whatever, you can set that as your intent, and we'll actually route you to the best protocol that will have like the funding rates that are applicable to that. As far as like aggregating the rates themselves together, that will just be as like a combined fee structure for you.
Yeah, so some of what we thought about is like if you're a very quick in and out day trader, you might, or even closer, maybe minutes, you might care more about the open and close fee, but maybe not care as much about a funding rate because you don't plan on holding that position for very long. But say you're a trader that you just want to long Bitcoin in perpetuity, then maybe you care a lot more about funding rates, but you don't care as much about open and close. So that's why we kind of had like that intent structure there where you can say what type of trader you are, so our solvers get a better idea of what's optimal to you.
Yeah. On the growth or user acquisition side, can you guys just speak a little bit on any plans that you currently have to onboard people and actually become users?
Yeah, absolutely. So our current go-to-market right now is makes a bunch of different things. We have built several different bio layers on top of our product as well that will be coming out soon. We partnered with, as you saw, with all the top protocols in crypto, so we do this kind of blitzkrieg marketing, go-marketing with them as well. There'll be a bunch of incentive programs to bring people in as well. We have our alpha beta launches, which will be closed, but you can earn access onto those things to bring new users. And then essentially all these things in conjunction is what we do. That's the funnel, and then at the end is the retainer, because it's just a more simple way to use crypto.
Yeah, one other thing in terms of growth we've looked into, or just bringing users, is different social layers we can bring onto that. So we've seen with other protocols, it's a pretty interesting feature when you can share trades or kind of be in a trade together with someone. So we're kind of looking at ways we can have that kind of community type social features that'll also help attract users that they might not get from a centralized exchange, for example.
Yeah. And on that question as well, so we think of it in 3 different steps. So our first target base will be people on chain already who, no matter where you are in crypto, this is a universal pain. Everyone's gone through, it's kind of like the crypto hazing. And so those will be the first people, and then the next people will be the people who are on centralized exchanges who want to trade on, get the benefits of being on chain, but it's not convenient. It's terrible user experience, as you saw. Those will be the next, and then the other past that into the future will be basically all executions in crypto, because this is made to be very generalized execution network. We built the full stack for that to happen. So they'll go from NFTs, lending, borrowing, on-ramping, off-ramping, dynamic yield generation, etc. Basically anything that could be executed in crypto could be routed through us, and that will tap into a much larger user base. So after this product, we have a 10-year plan of everything that can be continue to go. So basically everyone we work with, all the partners we do, and everything is very synergetic in the sense that we help our users, we help the protocols we work with, the chains we partner with as well, and we kind of just lift everything up into removing all the friction that everyone has to deal with and removing that universal pain.
How do you guys plan to monetize the system?
So, good question. We sell convenience, right? We don't aim to be necessarily the cheapest, so we'll have our own convenient fee on top of using our protocol. But we might actually end up being the cheapest when you take out all the middleman fees of doing the bridging, the gas, whatever, and even tax fees, right? Because you're doing less steps, so it's less taxable events. But we sell a convenience fee, so we just tap a fee on top of that. Solvers who will permissionally onboard into us have the ability to actually set their own fees as well, so it kind of creates this capitalistic marketplace where they'll find a fair market value of what people are willing to pay. But if you look at companies like Uber, DoorDash, whatever, they sell convenience. It's not the cheapest, but you still use them. They still around. Convenience to me is it's much more sticky for user retention than being necessarily the cheapest, where you just get to a race to the bottom scenario.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So let's do a quick show of hands. How many of you have day traded crypto, stocks, or Forex in your lives? Should be all of you? All right. Now let's keep our hands raised. How many of you won or made money while day trading? Okay, it's gonna be a little, so overall, if you made money day trading, let's raise our hands. Okay, it's gonna be less than half of you, okay. So that's where Trading Leagues enters the picture. We're gonna gamify the financial markets. We are a prediction markets platform for cryptocurrencies, Forex, and stocks. So here's a problem. Between 90 to 95% of traders lose money, right? This is due to a lack of meaningful engagement with the asset class. Let's think about it. When I open up a Robinhood account, I don't know what I'm doing, right? Before Trading Leagues, I co-founded a company called Upstocks, which is a unicorn stock brokerage in India with more than 10 million users right now. And in that process, what I realized is most traders don't know what they're doing.
So what's the solution? A gamified, low stress, low stakes platform. Think of us as like combination of DraftKings and traditional crypto exchange. Man, I so wish I had access to TLG during my early days of DeFi. I would have lost so a lot less money. So what's our plan? We are going on chain, and that we are excited to get access to new set of users at a lower acquisition cost.
So we launched the application about 10 months ago on December 1st, and since then we've done more than 100,000 registrations. We have about more than 2,000 daily paying users on the platform. And so we're great at acquiring customers through our community manager program, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We do make some money. So we make about between $150K to $200,000 per month, about $2 million in annual recurring revenue, and $35,000 per day in crypto-based entry fees. We are a Web 2 platform right now, but we are looking to transition into the Web 3 ecosystem. We have growing deposit activity. So again, most of our deposits are in crypto. We do about $500,000 in monthly crypto-based deposits right now. So we are a real money gaming platform with a crypto-first approach. So this is what the application looks like. It's a web-based application, which means you don't have to go on the Play Store or the App Store to download anything. And this is what the application looks like if the demo works. Let's see. Okay, yes, okay, so this is it. So this is how it looks on your phone. So here you can see we have 4 different games. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly show you the account balance section where I can make deposits in crypto and in fiat. We're integrated with a few countries for fiat. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a quick game of Target Leagues, which is the most popular game. So in Target Leagues, you're predicting the future price of an asset. So here it's Bitcoin. We have intraday games, hour-long games, day-long games, free games as well. So here I've chosen an intraday game on Bitcoin. It's a $1 entry fee, and it's 2 minutes long. I can also open up a real-time chart. And let's say I kind of look at the chart. Okay, Bitcoin's been kind of flat. So I'm going to go ahead and make my prediction. I think Bitcoin is going to be in a certain price bracket. I pick that price bracket, and the game starts. The game has started. It's a 2-minute long game. I can share some emojis to kind of let people know how I'm doing. I can also chat. Here, it's hard to see, but I've chosen the second price bracket. And if I win, I win $1.63, and it's a $1 entry fee, right? So the idea is it's a low stakes, low stress environment with the financial markets. Here, the price has moved away from me, so I'm actually going to lose this game. In a demo, I should have won the game, but I want to make it realistic. You are also going to lose, right? But the idea is if you lose, you only lose $1, right? And you're basically engaging with the financial markets. And if you make money, you make $1.63 in this example. So that's a quick demo. We do have a very vibrant go-to-market strategy. We have more than 80 community managers. Our number 1 country right now is India, followed by Nigeria and Kenya. So basically countries where Web3 adoption is very, very high. And what we do with the community managers is we pay them in a variable pay, KPI-based model.
So 6 months of being crypto first has led to this. All the 100% deposits and withdrawals, all in crypto. 85% of our users are all first-time users of crypto. And then 70% of all the games are related to crypto. So then question is, why not more? So that's our plan, going fully on-chain and self-custodian. And we foresee that it'll lead to trustless environment, more trust with our users, what's going on behind the scenes, tokenized economy, incentives through tokens and all that. And of course, last but not the least, allows us to get integrated with the Web3 ecosystem. Starting with all the incredible builders in Monad, and we could be the funnel for those users. As judges have asked, how do you plan to onboard normies? Maybe this is the solution to onboard normie.
So we're talking about a massive market size. We're talking about the global online retail trading community. It's a $35 billion space. What we're doing right now is we're targeting the 18 to 24-year-old segment of that. So it's about a $4 billion space. And within that, we're specifically targeting those users who are already familiar with real money gaming applications. So the community managers, they go to their users and they are targeting users. I shouldn't use the word target. They're activating users who are already familiar with real money gaming as a concept.
So I see the clock running, so I don't want to bore us with too many details of roadmap. Let's just focus on future one. By the end of this year, we plan to launch the next version of our prediction market, going beyond just the crypto markets into other segments, and then onwards.
So we have an amazing team. Nothing happens without team. So I have two other co-founders. They're in India. They could not make it to this, but of course, Jitin is here as well with me. The three co-founders, we have a lot of experience in financial services and financial technology. So obviously with my background with Upstocks, and my co-founder started a hedge fund. So we understand trading. I know trading has been a very common theme today, but we do think that there's a better way to get introduced to the world of trading. And that's really how things pivoted from standard financial services into a real money gaming application for the financial markets. And of course, Jitin is here to kind of help us transition into the Web3 space. So, we've talked a lot about trading today, and in the process of building trading leagues, what we realized is it is a prediction markets platform, but it's only for the financial markets. So why not take the existing platform and allow it to allow users to bet on sports, on politics, on news, on information, on real-time events, basically, give Polymarket a run for their money. Thank you so much, and let's game on and trade on.
Seems like you guys have seen some really good growth so far. Just curious, what's been the most successful strategy that you guys have found in user acquisition?
Yeah, so far our strategy has really revolved around community managers. So our community managers, we spend a lot of time engaging with them and making sure that they have means to keep activating their communities. So like I mentioned earlier, we have more than 80 community managers. That's actually one of my primary tasks every day. I really spend a lot of time talking to the community managers and updating them on what we're doing with trading leagues. And maybe you want to talk about the future plans.
Yeah, and exactly. And that's where, as they say, blockchains are all about incentives. And that's where I would just leave it at that. Incentivize more of the community members through our on-chain plans.
Hello. 3 questions. Is this legal for US users? 2, do you have a higher win rate playing these games than day trading on average? Actually, I'll start with those 2.
Sure. So first question, we are not really operating within the US right now. So I mean, Americans can technically play, but we don't actively market the product towards Americans. We do have to obtain a certain license issued by the CFTC, which takes about 18 months to obtain. It's also pretty expensive. So I think that's something we'll be doing probably sometime next year. The second question, I couldn't follow that, sorry.
Do your users have a higher win rate playing these games than day trading, or do they just lose less money because the bet sizes are limited?
Definitely, it's a negative sum economy, right? Yep. So our rake is basically 30%. So on the prize pools, we take 30%. So obviously, if people are going to lose money, but the thing is, and like Jitin said earlier, for a first-time trader, right, it's very easy for them to put a lot of money into a brokerage account and lose it very, very quickly, right? Especially when you talk about options and futures trading. Here, even if you play a lot of time, spend a lot of time on the application, you're not going to lose a lot of money, right? I know that's not a great value proposition, but then it's also fun and it's social, and it's probably overall a better, proposition than to just blindly open up a brokerage account and maybe lose a lot of money quickly.
That makes sense. And then, competitively, in contrast to say like Stake or Roll.Bet, which I believe offer similar products, but with like unlimited bet sizing, essentially. Like, I'm just curious, like, what do you think will be the value proposition for a user to remain on your platform if, to your point, like, given the opportunity to, they might love to fling 10,000 instead of $1 at the same bet?
Yeah, so I think Stake.com has a different kind of user persona in mind right now. I don't think they're necessarily targeting users to come in and play games involving cryptos. I think maybe they've evolved into cryptos as well. I don't know, actually. But I've never really thought of competition as a big thing to be personally speaking. I think there's always going to be space for multiple people to do something innovative in one space. And honestly, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about competition, just being honest. Yeah.
On one of the slides, you mentioned that you thought that the acquisition cost for on-chain users was lower than off-chain. Curious about your intuition there.
So what we specifically meant is like acquisition cost for our new set of users will be low through the token incentives, basically.
Yeah, I think our CAC will come down dramatically over time as we go on chain. And that's actually one of the reasons we're looking forward to being on Monad, right?
And sorry, last one more point. And also with this, all the new tools of making Web3 easier, we foresee lots of new users coming in, and that's where they become our funnel.
What's the relationship between the community managers and trading leagues? Do they get a kickback based off of the fees that their users are generating on the platform?
Yes, so they get a kickback whenever, so they're incentivized when, essentially we have different missions for the community managers. And the way that works is like, literally as a community manager, I have like maybe anywhere between 5 to 10 missions to complete every week. And for each mission I get paid. So one mission may be, activate maybe 20 paying users this week, right? Now maybe that doesn't sound like a great thing to do, but for us as a business, it keeps the incentives aligned. And of course, I'm not forcing anybody to do anything.
Are there managers of community managers?
No. Oh, well, I mean, I guess I'm the manager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe to date, like what has been like the most popular eyeballs and like number of like bets from like since launching? Which league? Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, so initially we experimented a lot. We actually had a lot of growth in January. January was a really crazy month for us, and it turned out that a lot of users were scamming us. So that was not a very good situation because back then we had no KYC. So people were coming in and creating multiple accounts and just like playing against each other and winning money for free, which is not a good situation. So I think that was kind of crazy. But then over time, in terms of number of bets, our average engagement time is 1 hour per day. All right, so the average user spends more than 1 hour on the application per day, the average paying user. So they're playing a lot of games. And a lot of users also are traders. So what they do is they play alongside their existing trading activities, because sometimes I get questions from investors like, why would someone come here when they can trade over here? And the way I explain it is, actually as a trader, it's a very lonely activity. So when you're here, you're socializing with the financial markets, and you're basically getting another view of the markets alongside, right? So you're kind of doing two things at the same time.
You mentioned that most of your users are outside. I think you said like Kenya and a couple other places. And then I also thought it was super interesting. You said maybe 100% of the onboarding is with crypto now.
Yeah, 98%. Yeah.
Cool, that's awesome. But then 85% are new to crypto. I'm just curious what the cash in, cash out friction looks like. Like, what do you think your funnel drop rate is on, if you're a non-crypto owning person who does want to use the platform? Like, at least in the US, that's like, it's like a 98% drop off or so. I'm just curious what the cash in, cash out your users are using are.
So, we are slowly starting to activate non-crypto users as well. So we just recently integrated with the PIX system in Brazil. So now we have some Brazilians coming in and playing. But in terms of the actual numbers, I can maybe get back to you on that. Yeah.
And then just like for the users in Kenya that don't already have crypto, just out of curiosity, like where do they go to buy it?
Yeah, that's a great question. So they go to like Bybit, other exchanges, and they use the peer-to-peer exchange over there, right? That's like the de facto way. Yeah.
That makes sense and is exciting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
How's it going, everyone? We're excited to be here again. Thank you again to the Monad ecosystem for having us. Thank you to Keone for the feedback at 2 a.m. yesterday. And thank you to the office for the copious amounts of caffeine. So today we'll be talking again about turbocharging on-chain activity. So as a quick reminder, the thing we're really excited about on-chain is how on-chain trading volume will flip that of centralized exchanges. We think that this is one of the best metrics for how we're doing as an ecosystem to create a decentralized financial system that will take over TradFi. So obviously, centralized exchanges have a number of advantages over their decentralized counterparts, namely that they're much more efficient. It's pretty hard to compete when you're a distributed system with a centralized server and a centralized database, but there are a number of benefits on-chain that will, over time, make for a much better user experience. Namely, there's more assets on-chain. Users have access to the long tail of spot assets. They have access to perpetual exchanges, prediction markets, novel DeFi protocols. The list goes on. Additionally, they have access to better yield, and they have access to actually custodying their own assets, which we think is very important.
So we talked about this yesterday, but roughly we categorize the landscape into two categories. They're the trusted brands, and you've seen mostly all of these, and they're the automated solutions. These automated solutions typically come with a better UX, but have some security trade-offs. Ultimately, using crypto should feel like a credit card. You don't really need to know what's going on under the hood. However, we still shouldn't be making compromises on security. To better frame our argument, you can see that Solana and L2 volume has really been picking up, and ultimately volume is generally going parabolic. However, there needs to be better trading infrastructure to make this go even faster, as well as better chains.
To quickly touch on some of the trading applications that have been doing well in crypto, we saw that MetaMask swaps was very popular in 2021 because of the ease of use of using it. It was directly within your wallet, but it has largely fallen off the cliff compared to better trading products that have released recently. There was a big trend towards Telegram trading bots starting last year, and largely, one of the theses around these was that it met the user where they were. They're already spending a lot of time in Telegram. But actually, our take is that people use these because they just provide a great transaction execution. You're able to click a button, and the transaction would actually go through, and it would give you fast execution and typically a good price. But with trading platforms with a better UI around them, we've seen the trading volume of Telegram bots actually go down. So now products like Photon and BullX do much more volume than these Telegram bots, and they do around $60 million and $40 million respectively every day. So with that, what are we excited about building? We're excited about building a SEX-like experience for advanced on-chain traders. We believe that to bring more volume into crypto, we need to cater towards more advanced users. Like any financial ecosystem, there's going to be a small minority of users that do the vast majority of volume. And right now, these users, they typically need to build out their own custom infrastructure. I saw this firsthand when I spent time building out infrastructure at a family office. We wanted to run a lot of advanced on-chain strategies, and we had to build that out completely from scratch. And a lot of that infrastructure that we built has then gone on to influence how we're building stuff today. So what are the core pillars of how we're building the product? We want to build something that is simple, safe, and powerful. We believe that any technology, regardless of how advanced its feature set is, should be designed to be as simple and intuitive as possible. In terms of safety, we'll talk about this a lot more today, but we're doing transaction automation within trusted execution environments. And that will enable for powerful features we're excited about, like private DCAs and limit orders, so that traders don't need to publicly post their intention for a trade on-chain before it actually executes. It will allow for popular features like copy trading. It will allow for users to set things like exit strategies so that when a user enters a position, they can decide that they're going to sell 25% of their position when the trade hits a 4x so that they recoup their initial capital. It's strategies like these that can save traders time so that they don't need to spend their day watching a chart. They can just set things and forget it.
Here's a quick demo of our product in action. Here you'll see that I wanted to buy $30 of this token, but I had less on Solana. So I was able to pick Base as my additional chain, and with one click, I was able to buy $30 worth of that token. We handle the bridge for you under the hood, and we end up with 3 transactions. where there's the bridge, the buy from Solana with my initial funds, and finally, the bridge funds from Base onto Solana make up that final swap. Note that this UX is still kind of in progress. We put the demo together and shipped this last night, but this is kind of a sense of what we're working towards. So we got lots of questions about how this works, so we put together a system diagram to kind of really dive into the details. I won't go through each step in extreme detail, but at a high level, what the front end does is declare that they want to do some task. A DCA, limit order, kind of what Sam was talking about. The back end will send back the list of turnkey transaction policies that should be signed, as well as any metadata that the front end might need to know before signing for the transaction. Importantly, the front end will then generate what we're calling the task API keys. And this key pair is what ultimately allows the TEE to make transactions on the user's behalf. This task API key is encrypted with the TEE's public key and sent to the turnkey API to be authorized. Then the task itself and the encrypted API keys are sent to the database. And we wait for any sort of external trigger. In the case of a DCA, it would be time-based, maybe token price as well, making sure we're only executing within two prices, X and Y. Once those triggers are hit, it's sent to the TEE. The TEE gets the quote, verifies the parameters, ends up decrypting the API key, executing the task, and propagating updates back through the system. Then the task API key is then destroyed such that it can never be used again.
Yeah, so to talk more about TEs, we thought this meme was really funny at 2 a.m. last night. I'm not on enough sleep right now to say whether it's still funny, but to be fair, we think that smart contract wallets and intents, they're great technology, and we'll eventually build probably a smart contract wallet under a product for increased security, and we'll use intents to optimize transactions and get better prices for users when we can. But we generally think that with trusted execution environments, we're able to build a much more powerful product, and it's generally much more flexible and allows us to move a lot faster than otherwise. So as a reminder, TEEs, they're private confidential computing environments, and it's set up, as Shaker showed you in the system diagram, such that only the user has access to their private key, and that automations can only be run within the trusted execution environment. To quickly compare this to account abstraction, one way to think about it is we've largely taken a lot of the computation that people want to run on-chain with account abstraction, and we moved it off-chain into a trusted execution environment. This is more powerful. It supports the needs of power users. It has similar security properties, and it is much more efficient. One of the big problems with smart contract wallets for power users is that many of these users, they have dozens, if not hundreds of wallets, and it becomes very untenable for these users to deploy a smart contract wallet on every single chain for every single wallet that they have. To quickly compare this to intents as well, intents will be great at optimizing transactions for us, but the infrastructure that we have, it supports the long tail of user interactions, and it's much simpler as well. So to talk a little bit more about the security within TEs, the API key that has access to signed transactions, again, that's only accessible within the TEE, and then we add 2 layers on top of that. Turnkey gives us transaction policies. We'll create tightly scoped transaction policies when possible. But then on top of that, we create transaction-specific policies within the TEE that are important for running the exact task that we want. For example, for a DCA, we can check within the TEE that the price the user is getting will be in the range that they specified if they specified a range for that. If the user is copy trading, we can verify that the transaction occurred on-chain. It came from the exact user. The transaction being sent is for the same asset, such that we can verify that the transaction actually occurred. In terms of future plans, we do want to eventually open source the code that we run inside a trusted execution environment and allow for remote attestation so that people don't need to just trust that we are running this infrastructure as we say we do.
You saw this slide yesterday. In terms of product roadmap, we've launched an iOS app, Android app, and desktop app for meme coin trading. You can check it out today. It's in the App Store. As I mentioned, we're going to be shipping one-click cross-chain transactions very soon, as well as advanced order types. Later this quarter, we'll be shipping earning automatic yield. And one thing that we're really excited about is our upcoming rebrand. We believe that the rebrand that we're thinking about will better align ourselves with the trusted, automated tool for advanced traders. So to talk a bit about our distribution, yesterday I talked about how we can onboard new ecosystems with one click. As we build best-in-class trading tools, we will attract the best traders in the space. We'll then be able to support new ecosystems and onboard them from their existing wallets into those new ecosystems. New dApps will then want to get involved. The liquidity is there. They'll want to build on top of our product. And at first, we'll be, Sam and I will be building the integrations to these dApps. But eventually, we imagine a world where they can permissionlessly integrate with our UI. This is almost like an app store model, and we call it the app store thesis, and something we've been thinking about a lot as a future way to retain users and make sure that users only really have a single interface to trade on-chain.
To quickly touch on distribution a little bit more, we talked a little bit yesterday about how we're working with meme coin traders. We want to double click on that a little bit. We do have a group of great traders on our cap table and people that we talk with every day. And we're getting feedback from them constantly. And there is generally a playbook for these products going viral. When traders are making money with the product, they then share it with their Telegram group. Those traders then share it with their Telegram group. It starts to go viral. Then you throw referrals on top of it, and it creates a flywheel effect to sharing these products. It happened with Photon. It happened with Bullex. It happened with a lot of these Telegram products. So we're excited about running that playbook as well.
So why Monad? First, the speed is obvious. When we're running all these transaction automations, whether it be multiple swaps, and then depositing to a lending protocol, we want it to feel like magic for the end user. And the speed is just a cherry on top. The community is also important. I think in a world where we're all competing for attention, lots of new chains launching, it's clear that the Monad community is strong, and we're excited to kind of work with them as well. One-second finality is fantastic for us because it makes Monad a great cross-chain hub. With all else being equal, it's a much better trading experience on Monad, which users will enjoy. Finally, we're excited to optimize trading by running our own node, co-located with our trading infrastructure. We think that this will just further make the trading experience on Monad best in class relative to other chains.
Yeah, so quickly double click on a couple of those points. We think that community is really important for any chain. Largely, you can evaluate tokens across two different axes. You can evaluate them for their technology. You can also evaluate them for their community. And generally, the blockchains with better ecosystems do a lot better because it creates a flywheel effect where they start launching meme coins, people start making money. Those people that make money then start doing new stuff on the ecosystem. They get really excited about it. They become entrenched in it. People start launching more products. And it's this flywheel effect that we're really excited about that we're seeing early on with Monad.
Same team as yesterday. Sam and I have spent time building wallet infrastructure. John's a fantastic engineer. Jen was early at Partyful, and we're working with an awesome meme coin trader on marketing.
So to wrap things up, we're really excited about how on-chain will win in the long run. And what we're specifically excited about is supercharging on-chain activity with trusted execution environments. They'll allow for one-click transactions to any asset, advanced trading options that aren't available anywhere else, more yield with less clicks, and security that can hold millions. Thank you all for your time.
Are you guys users of Banana or Maestro or any of the others yourselves?
I've used them a little bit. I haven't used them that much. They are generally really good for getting a transaction to go through really quickly. But I don't trade nearly enough. I don't have nearly enough time since I'm building stuff to be extremely profitable at trading. But I have spent some time with those products.
And yeah, you mentioned that you thought that you had previously built infrastructure for institutions to do on-chain execution. And I was just curious, who do you think the product is going to be more oriented at initially? The folks who might use Banana Gun or the folks who, might want to get large, more institutional-looking trades off?
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit before we start trying to bring institutions onto the product, because a product for them needs to be a lot more polished. So we'll want to go after probably like whales that want to do things like private DCAs, want to do like private limit orders, and don't trust the current paradigm of products to execute those for them.
Hello. Good morning, Gmonad. What app stores are you guys on?
Both iOS and Android.
Do you have to pay the 30% rake to Apple?
No, we don't have to pay that.
You only need to do that with NFTs.
Okay. That was my question.
So we have just under 1,000 people tuning in from the Twitch and the Discord on the community side. So I'll be asking a few questions straight from the community today.
Cool.
Probably maybe a little bit easier, more fun than getting pressed by Charlie here. You never know.
That is fun.
So we have a question. Mike Webb is feeding them to me. Shout out Mike from Popeye in the community. And he wants to know, if I use a feature like copy trading, what kind of % profit can I expect relative to the person that I would be copy trading?
That largely matters on yes, how fast we're able to get the transaction in. We'll be completely honest, a lot of people use copy trading. One problem with copy trading is that a lot of the traders that get copy traded have a lot of people copy trading them. So sometimes that strategy isn't profitable, but it is something that people use a lot. One thing that we'll want to add on top of copy trading is probably a slippage percentage on top of what that user has gotten, such that the user can define exactly what price they're comfortable getting the asset for, and be confident that they're not going to get like destroyed on their price.
And to that point, like part of our job as a product should also be surfacing wallets that other people haven't really seen before. We have like a top holders feature that shows you the top 10 holders, what have they previously held, what are like their total assets, like how long has this wallet been active. So it's not a core part of our feature set yet, but we want to enable our users to find some of these smart money wallets before anybody else does as well.
Awesome, thank you. And then one other community question from Toon. Toon asks, I would like to know, what is the revenue generation model exactly?
Yeah, so we'll be charging fees on swap. It's largely a like centralized exchange model, where one thing that we probably want to do on top of what existing products have done today, they charge a flat fee. We'll probably want to charge a fee based on volume, such that high volume traders actually pay less of a fee. Because I think that makes a lot more sense for them. One thing that we can also make money on is payment for order flow, by potentially allowing people to background transactions, which doesn't impact like the price at all that traders get. We can make money off that.
A lot of the successful Telegram bots today run pretty sophisticated execution infrastructure. So if you think about BonkBot, it's pretty hard to land a Solana transaction, so they have to be very familiar with how Jito works, how stake-weighted quality of service works, etc. I'm wondering, like, what is your plan on the execution side, or have you mostly worked on the sort of permissioning key management side?
Yeah, we've actually spent a lot of time on the execution side. So we have like truly best-in-class execution. We give traders a couple different options. You can decide to MEV protect your transactions. You can also decide to go into turbo mode, which lands transactions like basically as fast as possible. You'll pay higher fees for that, but it's something that like I use on Solana all the time, just because I'd rather get my transaction in quickly, especially with an asset that is rising quickly, rather than it potentially take a little bit and then get a worse price on it.
We pretty much just like scrounged through a bunch of Photon transactions to figure out what they were doing, and copied a very similar setup.
How do you defend this business long term? Like, let's say all of the other Telegram bots and kind of trading interfaces also move to TEs, what would be the next step there? Or long term, where do you plan to build defensibility?
I think that really wallets are generally pretty sticky products. They're less so for advanced traders who will move from wallet to wallet based on what gives them some edge. But there's a lot of users that when they get onboarded onto a wallet and when they switch onto it, they stick on that for a really long time. Additionally, one thing we're excited about that Shaker hinted at is just having a large feature set of protocols that we support that will essentially be a moat that's pretty hard to overcome, and then allowing people to permissionlessly add new protocols, add new trading strategies on top of that. You can think about how Graph Protocol is for reading to blockchains. There's a similar opportunity for writing to blockchains that we're pretty excited about.
Cool, thanks.
And sorry, go for it. Just to add on that, ultimately we just got to hustle. BullX did really well by supporting Pump Vision first. They were also first, or one of the first ones to support Tron. So we just got to be fast as well.
Yeah. Advanced traders tend to consistently seek out the best tools to lower costs and kind of increase edge. Whereas you might argue that people who use MetaMask today, despite the plentiful amount of tools available, they might potentially not care as much about some of these features, and that's kind of why they might have stuck to an older type of product that hasn't innovated as much. For the advanced trader audience, is it just about grinding and keep shipping features and maintaining edge, or is there a point where you can kind of take your foot off the gas?
I don't think there's ever a point where we'll be able to take our foot off the gas. Largely, crypto moves so quickly. New chains, new alpha, new everything. We just need to, be there first and execute well.
Probably largely depends on the business that you want to build. If you want to build something really big, you probably shouldn't take your foot off the gas for a pretty long time.
What kind of fraction of your sort of infrastructure, underlying blockchain infrastructure, do you expect Monad to be at maturity here? Just kind of an ancillary one of many blockchains, or sort of the core of the system?
Yeah. So one thing that we talked about that we're excited about with Monad is 1 second block finality that makes Monad potentially a really great hub for users to keep their funds at. Because it allows for very quick cross-chain transactions. Market makers and bridges can release funds on the other end very quickly. So that's something that we're specifically excited about with Monad. We talked about how we're excited about with the community here. And largely, we see this as a flywheel, where if Monad is one of the best ecosystems around, they have a lot of liquidity, that it makes sense for us to support them. And then hopefully us supporting them will enable more liquidity and make us stronger entrenched in the ecosystem.
Thank you. Cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Everyone.
So thank you so much to everyone for having us back today. It's been so fun in the last 24 hours to see how strong Monad's female community is and their excitement for what we're building. So I'm not sure how many of you guys have ever been in the women's bathroom at a club, but it's truly where best friends are made. The compliments will power you through the evening, and it's always, oh my gosh, I love your style, I love your vibe, I love your nails. We gotta connect. For some reason, we've always just gotta grab that Instagram. So that's when the aha moment tends to turn into the shut the hell up moment as soon as they scan the nail and they see the notification. So much like women's club bathroom culture, nails are such an important part of a women's identity. I'm really sorry about this. I'm Gen Z. Which is why the global nail care industry is projected to reach $18.2 billion by 2033, driven in part by trends like press on nails and platforms like TikTok. On average, women alone spend $400 per year on nail care, while our core demographic regularly spends $100 to $200 per set every 2 to 3 weeks. In the US alone, the nail salon generated 1.3 billion. Sorry, I'm really sorry about this. I'm gonna have to slow it down, because I speak a lot faster when I do it by myself, it seems. With growth of 2 billion by 2032. In Asia Pacific, the market is even larger, with the region contributing over 35% to the nail care market. In the US, the press on nails segment is expected to grow at a CAGR of 5.2% over the next 10 years, over the next years, with a surge in popularity with consumers looking for quality at-home nails. Meanwhile, in Asia Pacific, it's set to even grow even faster at 7.2% in countries like Japan and South Korea, leading it through nail art. Chips taps directly into this market, providing a product that goes beyond beauty and a holistic approach to identity. As nails are just the beginning for the chipped ecosystem, and the wearable tech market is projected to reach $161 billion by 2033. Nails are our starting point for virality and consumer comfortability, with product line scaling from there. Since our launch 3 months ago, Chips has generated over 3 million social media impressions. In the last month since our app dropped, we've gained 400 app downloads and onboarded 150,000 beta users and been involved in 15 revenue-generating events. Our collaborations are further driving this growth. Recently, we dropped on Living Stills with Paris Hilton's e-commerce team, and in 2 weeks, we dropped with Rue La La, being featured to 2.6 million users per month, expanding our reach in the fashion e-commerce space. This is just the beginning of our traditional e-commerce placements, as we are currently pitching to multiple billion-dollar e-commerce platforms and consignment stores. We're also in the thick of it with a futuristic TV show that you might know that was at the top of the streaming charts last year, surpassing 1.7 billion minutes of watch time. And this partnership will also be in collaboration with several tech and crypto-aligned musicians, where we'll be dropping AI-generated songs onto profiles for a future nostalgia MySpace kind of vibes. I'd like to add that all of these partnerships have actually been inbound, and that's where we've really seen the value of what we're building, with the brands coming to us and wanting to collaborate with us instead of building these stacks themselves. So yes, I would say that our manufacturing and production and our entire brand identity does give us that edge. Beyond the physical product and ethos, Chips is purposely built on crypto rails by bringing real-world interactions on-chain through proof of IRLs. This layer allows us to verify high-signal interactions with proofs, making Chip not just a fun product, but a tool for decentralized identity management. Chip goes beyond basic identity sharing. Each interaction builds relationship points, helping create a high-signal, trust-based network for anti-Sybil protection. By verifying these IRL interactions, users build their on-chain identity through human connections and not through bots or fake profiles. And of course, there are significant opportunities to incorporate more crypto features. Users can earn tokens or airdrop from our partners based on their pearls. These interactions will further incentivize on-chain activity. Also, by using zero-knowledge proofs, we can ensure that users' data is private, even when the interactions are verified. Chipped allows you to share moments on-chain, such as the iconic selfie that we all take on Telegram, and post that to Zora, and also post your interactions on platforms like Farcaster and Lens. Chipped is designed so that crypto infrastructure truly works in the background. You'll even see this through our messaging on Instagram. We haven't just abstracted crypto from our messaging, we've abstracted tech. The way that we're doing it is literally just by calling them magic nails. The important thing when building these new features is to ensure that the crypto does stay quiet. So why Monad? I love that little thing that someone tweeted yesterday. That was super cute. Monad's scalable infrastructure can allow us to handle the increasing number of real-world transactions that Chip facilitates without burdening our non-native users with high transaction fees. As our user base grows, Monad's throughput and low latency performance ensures that PALs are processed quickly, creating a smooth user experience. This will be critical when we scale our gamification aspects and onboard more users who may not be crypto native. So this will allow us to scale our vision of wearable tech, blockchain-based identity management, and verifiable IRL connections, all in a way that enhances user experience without adding complexity. By building on Monad, Chipped will have just the technical backbone to scale globally. So the nails that I gave you yesterday, those are just like our seeding ones that we tend to do for like influencers and events. But this is our packaging that we do retail. And in the last few months, we have generated over 40,000 in revenue. It's multifaceted, giving us flexibility for scaling. So our sets retail for 60 to 69 USD with gross margins that are currently at 80%. And as we scale, we can bring these margins as high as 90%. We've priced ourselves competitively in both the tech and fashion spaces while offering a premium quality digital and physical product. Around 50% of our revenue so far has been through wholesaling of events. Most of our partnerships operate on wholesale, revenue sharing, and commission-based models, depending on the collaboration. One native collaboration I hope some of you got to experience this week was with Cyber, the social L2, where we created a full custom experience and shipped over 150 users at Wednesday's event. dudes included. We will be dropping similar experiences at DevCon with EarnOS at Friends Day and also at the Polygon Aggregation Summit. We have also received inbound for chip product placements on shows such as Good Morning America and the Today Show for holiday placements and national gift guides for the holiday season. By tapping into these both direct sales and collaborative opportunities, we do have the potential to scale rapidly while offering companies a chance to enhance their own customer experiences through Chipped. While scaling and distribution channels are likely not to be a constraint for our product and its growth, we do see potential constraints in manufacturing, considering how many moving parts we have in our supply chain. However, we have obviously taken course to avoid these measures by sourcing several avenues for chip manufacturing and encoding and diverse nail suppliers while maintaining a cohesive brand identity. So with regards to what our growth loops look like, most of our acquisition is done through events. And from a crypto perspective, we are seeing it being incredibly powerful to onboard partners of men who are in this industry. For example, a perfect example of this would have been on Wednesday. We had multiple men who brought their partners who were not crypto native, and multiple times I was told this is the first time I have felt comfortable bringing my partner to a crypto event. The tap itself is the moment, and is truly that aha moment for the user-generated content. And from there, that's as we grow as a social network and being part of the crypto ecosystem, that drives the social aspect of the platform. We launched our referral program about last week, and we've had around 30 users sign up to it already. While nails will continue to be our primary focus, we are world building, we are building an entire ecosystem, and we do have prototypes in the works for future products to double down on the chipped experience, cementing us as a leader in everyday wearable tech. If you have any questions. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. So I put it on, I was able to make it work, which was great. I got a lot of the glue on my fingertips.
Yeah.
Am I going to lose those or?
Yeah, you're going to die.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
What
Hand
kind
over
of-
your seed phrase.
Real question. What kind of information is passed when you are, doing the NFC tap? Does that stay just solely within the app?
Yes, it does just say solely on the app. So everything that we're building right now is on Privy. We are yet to actually start deploying these attestations on chain. So we're looking for the best kind of ecosystem to kind of do that deployment through. But it is, it's attestations.
And it's primarily sort of identity information that you're sharing when you do the tap?
Yeah, it's the connection between the two accounts, yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
What percentage of the users who use the nails based off of kind of like the partnerships, wholesale approach, come back to the application like a week after the event or a month after the event?
I don't have that data for you right now, but I can get that for you straight afterwards.
Okay. Maybe just like vibe-based, are they using the application after the event?
Yes, yeah. Especially when we are doing these events at the start of conferences, they tend to be the tool that they do use throughout the conference.
Long term, how programmable is the sort of full experience? And out of the different interactions, what do you foresee to be the most interesting ones for users?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear the big.
Yeah, so for the NFC chip, how programmable is that experience? Like, what kind of information long term do you think people will be more interested in sharing?
So when it comes to the chip being programmable, so I started doing chips on my own in March of last year. I was buying NFC chips, putting them into my acrylics myself, doing my acrylics, using NFC tools, copying, pasting links, and doing that. And it's an incredibly janky experience. The way that we have built this with the application, with everything being, in brand as a full stack brand, it just makes the user experience incredibly easy to program the nails. We're currently even just making it even easier within the app to allow people to realize that they have to, link the profile to the nail themselves. So we're just, everything is going to be in the app. Everything that comes to updates, app updates, they don't need to change the nails. That will always stay the same. It's an NFC tag, but everything will be, updates will be done in the app.
Assuming that this kind of wearable tech, both chipped and probably a lot of other stuff too, becomes really common and widespread. Curious what you're excited for in the world with that, and then curious what you think the overlap with crypto will be.
I think it does. There's some really great women that I've been in contact with who are very much in the biohacking community, and we've had a lot of talks about. We were talking about like whether we should make chips programmable or whether it shouldn't be, and I've talked to like crypto girlies who like this kind of biohacking nature and the kind of the cypherpunk side of this. We're taking that and we're really commercializing it and making it really accessible. So the way that they say it is just like, you know, I don't know, I'm not in the biohacking community, but I think the excitement that I see for it is just getting people comfortable with the future. I think like we have many wearables, like, you know, there's Friend AI, there's all of that, but they're not aesthetically pleasing. Like the whole thing is if you can't wear it with a sundress, it's not a consumer product. It's literally how I do see a lot of these wearables coming out. So I think, you know, it is just, you know, taking away that layer that people are genuinely scared of when it comes to like interacting with wearable tech. Like, oh my gosh, are they tracking me? Are they doing this? It's like, it's just a fun thing to do. Yeah.
This is probably a super naive question, and maybe the answer is no, that's dumb. But today on an NFC chip, or at least the nails, you can like put information, right? Are we ever going to get technology where like you can sign something, even if it's super primitive, where like there could be some form of private key on it and it's able to sign something?
What, within the application?
No, within the nail itself.
So that's really interesting. Yeah, we're looking into kind of understanding how, because there's real great real estate. So the NFC chip is also just a really small thing. If we transitioned into even different types of things, I don't think an NFC chip has the capabilities to really do like signing. If anyone is building that, I would love to know. But another thing is also looking at payments, how Apple have now opened up, you know, Apple Pay kind of abilities into nails as well, which is something that we're really interested in exploring. But then it's looking at like the dichotomy of, is it social, is it a paid thing, is it a social-fi? Like where is the social-fi aspect to it, and also telling the chip what it needs to do when it makes that interaction. It's all about just kind of understanding getting the correct hardware to be able to facilitate these actions.
We have two good questions from the community.
Mm-hmm.
So first we'll take Barry's question. Shout out Barry. Beauty products rely heavily on personal recommendation and referral. What is your strategy for influencer onboarding?
So we are about to start our influencer campaigns. A lot of it is through, you know, our network of influencers and our PR teams that we work very closely with for product placements. We do have a referral program so that every time someone buys, an influencer can, you know, have their code. They earn about $5 every time a set is sold through them. Yeah, it's very much traditional CPG influencer marketing campaigns.
Awesome, thank you. And then we have one question from our infamous community member, Ray J. Gen Z beauty fashion seems like a huge industry. Are there any other wearable tech companies in that area right now? And if not, what further opportunity do you see in terms of expansion within that particular market, given the size of female Gen Z consumer market?
So there's no one doing it. There's obviously a few other wearables. You know, there's IYK, there's 9DCC. Spatial is one that also just opened. They're all very masculine focused. And I think the edge that we really do have here is that we are a tech company for women by women. And we've managed to cultivate a really great ecosystem of like just die-hard fans. So I think that really does separate us like ahead in that aspect. And when it does come to Gen Z, and they control spending right now. If you look at TikTok, if you look at every TikTok account, they've got some crack 23-year-old marketer behind those accounts. And that is what is driving sales, and that is what is currently driving e-commerce, and that is what will continue to drive e-commerce.
Awesome, thank you. I hope that satisfies your question, Ray J.
Sorry.
Cool, I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello again. Thanks for having us here. Super excited. Yeah. So once again, we're Drake. I'm Brennan. I'm the resident degen, and this is my quant, Ben. No particular reason. But yeah, together we are putting the sex in perp.dex. So yeah, thanks to Monad's high throughput and impressive performance, yeah, we're very excited to bring the first like fully on-chain order book perp dex to life. Yeah, we went over these solutions yesterday and how AMM models have their problems, order book models have their problems with off-chain components, and how we're creating a solution that tries to solve all this. But I want to touch on kind of why we chose to solve this. And so Ben has about 7 years of experience doing high-frequency market making and arbitrage strategies on Binance, Bybit, OKX, and very profitable, super consistent returns. And him and his team they wanted to venture into DeFi and try to replicate those and see if it was possible, but they found out that there was a lot of issues and they just lacked the features and lacked the functionality and it just didn't work. It was clunky. And a lot of the chains just didn't allow for it. And then once we saw that, Monad had 10K TPS and just high performance, then we're like, damn, this is perfect. Let's make this happen. And so that's why we're here. And we touched on this yesterday, but all you got to know is market share. It's got up-only tech. It's just going to keep going up. So why Monad and not on an app chain? Because we got asked that question yesterday. We thought it was a really good question. It's definitely very valid. So first off, we think Monad's made for trading. It's built by traders, and it's got trading in mind, and it enables us to have this fully on-chain order book hybrid model. And some of the pros are that it's going to have natively minted assets instead of relying on bridges. Like, for example, Hyperliquid has over $500 million in a bridge contract, which it seems secure, but it takes just the signatures from the validators, which are all run by the same team. And you want to trust it, but there's always that risk there. So being able to work on Monad where we don't have that risk is fantastic. And we can also integrate a lot of our elements into other Monad protocols. We've been talking to a bunch of teams here this week about how we're going to do that. We're super excited for it. I'm going to touch on that a little bit later. And then also a huge point is that we think it's a lot easier to bring on users when there's a huge community and like a very vibrant ecosystem for different applications and projects compared to just having an isolated chain where it's like an uphill battle to bring users and acquire them. Like, we've seen a lot of really great protocols kind of fail, and just because they isolated themselves and maybe it was better for performance, but then there's a trade-off where it's tough to get users because they have to come there specifically for that. They're not coming for the memes, not coming for the community, So some of the features, Drake's sexy features that we're bringing on chain, cross-collateral deposits, so that you can have USDC, ETH, Bitcoin, Monad as collateral, use them all at the same time and manage your risk much better. You can swap in between them to perform strategies that are really common on centralized exchanges and drive tons of volume and open interest, like price spread arbitrage and funding rate arbitrage. We're also going to be working with, we've talked to a few oracles here, like Stork and Pyth, and we're going to be working on making customizable perp indexes, and especially if there's like new coins that pop up, like new meme coins, we can spin up like a new index like that and let traders get leveraged exposure to it right away. And I think that a lot of places are lacking in that, and it's exciting. And who doesn't want to go 50x long on Nero or something like that? So the last thing that we wanted to touch on for a new feature that we didn't mention yesterday was that we are enabling auto borrowing, which is common on centralized exchanges, and it's pretty much like on exchange lending. So I'll break it down here. Say you have you're using BTC as collateral and you open a trade. Unfortunately, you realize a loss of $1,000. Instead of automatically having to sell your Bitcoin to pay off that liability, it can get converted into a USDC-based liability in which you borrow the USDC from our USDC vault, and you'd pay much lower interest rates than if you're depositing like Compound or Aave and then borrowing USDC against it. So this lets traders not sell their Bitcoin right away. Maybe they bring in USDC from somewhere else. They can pay it off, get their full collateral back, or make another trade and win on that trade and pay off the collateral and then pay off the liability and get their full collateral back. So we're super excited about that and being able to enable that strategy. Once again, we got the funding rate vault, which I went over yesterday, and pretty much USDC gets put into the vault by a user. It deposits in the cross-margin trading account. swaps their USDC for ETH and opens a 1x short at the same time. So you have a delta neutral position, no exposure, but you're still getting the funding rate premiums. Then if funding rates flip, go negative, it'll close the position and wait until it's favorable again to reopen it. And yeah, we're super excited to also be able to integrate other tokens like, staked monad into this, and yeah, we'll touch on that a little bit later. So yeah, again, our architecture has 3 different layers. Starts with the on-demand auction liquidity, which comes into play right after an order is submitted on-chain. And it allows market makers to compete with each other within a specified time frame to fill the order and try to get the trader the best price. Then there's the order book liquidity that sits right underneath it, and it's comprised of limit orders placed by market makers or regular traders. And then lastly, the AMM liquidity layer, which is what our current V1 model is based on. And it's always going to be there as backstop liquidity, so if traders don't get their order filled by market makers, they're still going to get their order filled up to predefined slippage amounts through the AMM liquidity pool. So we'll go over the diagram real quick once again. And the trader puts in a 1 BTC long request. It goes into the pool. Market makers compete. They have 3 different time frames to fill it. With each passing time frame, the execution price rises a bit up until their slippage amount gets filled by the market makers, and trader has his position. They're happy. Market makers can't fill it. Goes to the AMM pool. Trader still has their position open. They're happy. One thing that we're really, really excited to bring is a monad native like order type that isn't really possible anywhere else, and we're calling it filled or expired. And so this allows for market makers to manage their inventory risk much better. And I hope this never happens, but if there's like a chain outage on monad and they have a bunch of orders active, after a certain amount of time, these orders automatically expire. So they don't have to place a second order to cancel them. So if the chain comes back online, they don't get a bunch of orders that are filled at terrible prices. Like the orders are just going to cancel immediately. This also has the effect of just reducing the amount of network traffic by at least 50%. Like on Solana, there's a lot of just transactions being spammed, open, close, and it just adds a ton of congestion. Depending on market maker strategies on centralized exchanges, almost up to 90% of the orders are placed, then canceled or expire. So we believe that this filled or expired order type is going to add an entirely new layer and make it much easier for market makers. Also, with our architecture and how the market makers and the on-demand auction liquidity are going to take the orders first, and they're probably going to get the most profitable orders, we don't want to screw over the AMM liquidity providers and have them just take on all the toxic order flow. So we'll be taking a bit of the profit from the market maker orders and redistributing that to the AMM pool so that it's a fair and equitable environment, and the liquidity providers don't get screwed over for something they don't really have control in. The business model, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. We have standard trading fee, and then the funding rate vault and performance fees create this really nice flywheel with increasing trading volume, gives more revenue to the liquidity vault, higher revenue for that, increases liquidity and open interest, and higher open interest allows for bigger funding rate vault capacity and so on. For go-to-market, we gonna have a few different seasons with lose to earn as our main incentive, and be space themed, and people are gonna get spice. Hopefully don't get too hooked on it like in Dune. But yeah, to expand on this, we're toying around with the idea of having a $10 trading credit for referrals. So not only is it going to have the standard, profit sharing from a referral, like you refer this person, you get 10%, 50% of their profits that they generate. But the person who gets the referral, they're going to have an added incentive to actually trade instead of just being sent a referral. And it's like, oh, here, you still got to put your money on the platform and trade. But if you get given a referral and there's $10 waiting for you there, that it's like, why the hell would you not trade it? They're not going to be able to draw it and game the system, but if they win, they can take the profits. We know that there's going to be some avenues for people to try to game this, so we're going to be implementing some IP monitoring and different ways to prevent Sybils from doing that. We have a bunch of exciting plans for leveraging the Monad community, whether it's through different on-chain competitions, like treasure hunts, like ARGs, the augmented reality games. And I'd also really like to host a bunch of events in Discord, like poker nights and maybe some Fortnite, Fall Guys, something like that, and just get the community fired up, rally them around a cause, and just have fun together. And lastly, we are going to be trying to integrate a lot of our components into other Monad protocols. So I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with like Gains, but they have GDAI, which is like interest-bearing version of the DAI token that's put in as liquidity. We're going to have something very similar with the DUSDC token, interest-bearing, and we can integrate it with other protocols and just leverage that to generate multiple kinds of yield. The same goes with the funding rate token. We're going to be able to find new use cases for that and, again, generate more yield and just more use. On that note, we've been talking with a bunch of teams already here this week and have found a bunch of really cool ways to work together. And first off, a priori, Ray's the most famous man this week, it seems. And we're really excited to add like their staked monad collateral or token as collateral on Drake. And also we're going to be creating a funding rate vault specific to it so that it not only increases the TVL, it'll boost trading volume for their token and give people who are staking Monad more ways to earn yield on it and just kind of double down. We also talked to Hyperplex, super excited to explore ways to get more liquidity through their rehypothecation. There's the Rysk team, which I think have some incredible market making strategies, which we're looking to also integrate. And it was late last night and I kind of forgot to ping them, but we're also going to be integrating with the Symphony team and letting them aggregate for us and just work together to make trading perps much more fun and accessible. Once again, some of the recent highlights we've had is we took first place in the on-chain summer build-a-thon put on by Base. And it was in the trading track, really competitive with over 300 applicants. So we're super proud of that. We also have a partnership with Chainlink to utilize their low latency oracle for our AMM pool and the the customizable perp vaults or indexes. Can't speak. And lastly, we got a security audit done on the full V1 code base. Yeah, and for the team, we got Ben. He's got 5 years of experience as a software engineer at Google and over 7 years of experience as a high-frequency trader. He led a firm, super consistent, profitable. He also won gold and silver in the ACM programming competitions, which are very tough and prestigious, and yeah, very proud of that. For myself, like I said, just the resident degen. I worked on a Coinbase listed protocol on Arbitrum, and the rest of our team are comprised of smart contract engineers, full stack engineers, and we also have our graphic designer. So with that team, once again, gonna make the corny joke, but we're putting the sex in perp decks. So yeah, thank you.
We can kick off with the community questions here. We have one from Monad Officer. Monad Officer asks, how does your platform detect or prevent market manipulation practices such as wash trading or spoofing to maintain a fair trading environment?
You want to take that one?
Yeah, so I think just several, if they're wash trading, they actually pay fees. And it's actually good for the liquidity provider. So I think, in a long-term perspective, the expected return actually should be a loss. So it should be, it's at the counterparty of liquidity votes, it's kind of profit of liquidity votes, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. And then Toon from the community asks, do token holders earn any revenue from the protocol fees, or what's the benefit for future holders?
Yes, we haven't have the specific details for the token economics yet, but we'll have a kind of revenue shares for the token holders.
Do you guys have plans to introduce cross margining for perps? And if you do, like, what do you see the challenges of accomplishing that? And if not, why not?
Yes, so cross margin. So why we wanted to build a cross margin on DEX, because we trade on the central exchange since like 2017, and it goes through the like the spot to futures and coin margin futures, and then go to the perp. And then from the isolated margin and then to the cross margin. And currently, most of the central exchange, they are going to move to the cross margin accounts. So that's why we will be seeing, okay, decentralized exchange will be definitely go to the same path. So that's why we are going to support cross margin. And the difficulty for the cross margin, I think, is the risk control. Like how you're going to evaluate, since your collateral, you have multiple collateral, how can you like calculate the adjusted equity for the different collateral, and how, if their liquidation happens, and how can you just like sell all your collateral to get the like USD back to the liquidity vault. So we actually have lots of research and stress tests for our risk engines, and we have several layers of the like if the margin. So we have your margin ratio is 120s. In central exchange, if your margin ratio is 105, so you will start like margin call, and they will get to liquidation. So our margin ratio is a little bit higher, like about like 120%. So we will be giving you a kind of errors. You cannot open any more check positions, and then if you go to the 111, we will be starting doing the liquidation and partial liquidation. And then if it's below lower, then we will be take control of your portfolio position.
What was the process like of determining which ecosystem to build on? I mean, how did you eventually settle on Monad? What were there unique characteristics of Monad that appealed to you specifically?
Yeah, so initially because we started building a little over a year ago, and our initial thoughts were Arbitrum, but Arbitrum is just very saturated in terms of perp dexes, and at that time Base was getting a lot of traction, and the community was cool on Base, and a lot of people are building protocols there. So that was our second thought, and we will be launching like our V1 on Base, but we realized there's a lot of limitations just because of the speed and like throughput for the chain. So even though Base is great, community is awesome, once we started looking into Monad more, we realized like what we actually can accomplish and our full vision in really creating that centralized exchange experience on chain. And the more we dug into it, the more we interacted with the community and the team, we just realized how fantastic it is. Like, Base is great, community is awesome, but Monad team and the community are just on another level. And DeFi to me was getting a little stale and just didn't have that spark and the fire and the fun that it did initially in like 2011. But I'm starting to feel that again with this and this community and these teams. So that really got us excited about building here. And I think, I've never really been this excited about something that's not actually launched. So please bring it to market soon so we can play around with it and get to work.
Cool. All right. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
How's it going, team? I'm Phil George, the founder of EarnOS, which is a platform which enables any company on Earth to reward any person on Earth when they engage with them meaningfully. Today we're going to be focusing on how we think you can unlock mass adoption. So I guess to do that, I first wanted to talk about money. And I'm saying something that seems pretty obvious. Most people earn it and spend it. We're focused on making it easier and faster. And I think that everyone in this space sort of already knows what crypto can do and what Web3 can do and all of its technologies. But I think sometimes we forget that the rest of the world doesn't. And I think that remembering that in considering how it is that we'll get mass adoption is really, really important. So the two people that we need to adopt crypto are companies and users. And we think that the reason that users haven't adopted it is because they don't really have a reason. It doesn't really solve a problem for them. And there's also a huge amount of friction. And the friction is going down from a software perspective, but it's not really going down from taking that first leap where you have to fund a wallet in order to do something in crypto. There needs to be something easier, something with a better incentive. And for companies, we keep trying to convince them that they need an NFT or they need tokens. But they don't believe that. They think that they just need more customers, more users, more this, more that. So if we could convince them that they can get more of the things they're after, then maybe they'd be interested in what we have to offer. And today that's what we're going to talk about. We're now able to instantly and cheaply create billions of wallets for any activity. That wasn't that possible a few years ago. And again, I think we forget how much of a change that makes. Imagine a world where every person and entity can engage financially, instantly, with anyone else. And again, we think about peer-to-peer transactions and we're all like, yeah, I can do that on MetaMask. But there still isn't a way for actual businesses or users to interact with one another on scale, en masse, that's actually easy to use for people. And I think that that's something else that we need to look at and look towards solving. Money is going to become internet native with all of these technologies getting so much better. And today we want to talk about how EarnOS is driving that future. So our platform at its core empowers companies to reward people on the internet instantly. And that means that you can have one company paying 1 million people instantly for an outcome, any outcome. We enable the seamless assignment, verification, and payment of any task that can be performed on the internet, whether it's engaging with a brand for advertisement or whether or not it's creating user-generated content to be ingested for training an AI. But I think the core thing is that by incentivizing brands to fund everyone's first Web3 wallet, we sort of solve both of the consumer problem and the business problem at once. You see, we can give the business what they're after, which is more customers, and we can give the user what they're after, which is a reason to care and an incentive. This is what it looks like. This is a user joining EarnOS, creating a wallet, in the same way that they'll sign up to any other platform on the internet, plugging in their social media accounts so that in this instance we can verify that they're probably a person. In this instance, they've been rewarded directly by us, but could be rewarded by any brand for any activity. Creating a username, an important part of any platform. And then here the user is issuing a debit card directly against the non-custodial wallet that they just created. But they don't know that. They just think that they've got money on an internet platform and they've just spent it at Starbucks. And we think that that's a really, really good example of a traditional user experience that is powered by Web3. And ideally, the users don't know that it's powered by Web3. Here's a more specific example of what an actual mission might look like on our platform. So we're targeting advertisements, brands, marketing. So in this instance, we're talking about a sunglass hunt mission that was live on our beta, where we attracted over 250,000 users. And in this mission, users were invited to try on a pair of sunglasses, post that picture of them wearing the sunglasses, and the sunglasses are virtual using augmented reality, and then post that on social media so that other people could engage with the content and be invited to try on those sunglasses. We had over 70,000 people complete that mission. And were awarded, I don't know, $300,000 in USD testnet funds. But to demonstrate our model, we wanted to start with the advertising industry. And we think that that's one of the best applications of this sort of incentive structure because one, it's $1 trillion industry, and that means that we don't need to win very much of it in order to do particularly well, but also because it just so happens to not be doing very well itself at the moment. Brands are facing immense headwinds for a number of reasons. One, about 50% of the internet appears to be bots. My thesis is that's going to go more next year and more the year after that. 120 billion of ad spend is wasted annually, which is more than 10% of the total spend and much more than the total amount of revenue produced by our entire industry annually. On top of that, lots of influencers, micro-influencers, nano-influencers are coming up, and they have become a lot more important to the actual flow of how businesses grow and get their name out there. That's really, really difficult to orchestrate and manage. So making an easier way for brands to work with creators to introduce users seems like something that would be pretty important for increasing the efficiency of those systems. Brands also are now demanding results-based marketing, and that's because the macro environment's changed, it's more and more competitive, and people aren't willing to just throw cash at any system anymore. So they want to know that they're getting actual results for their spend. So we've created something that we call cost per result. It means that if a brand runs a mission on our platform, they know what results they'll get per mission completion, and they know the cost per mission. So they get guaranteed results or they don't spend. If no one does any missions, they don't spend any money, and we don't make any money. This is important because it's focusing on delivering real people to real brands, and for us as a business, it's important because it means real revenue. It doesn't mean made up flywheels or potential token revenue. It's real dollars being paid out to real users and EarnOS earning real cash. The entire platform is designed to be abstracted end to end because we're not targeting Web3 users at all. We're targeting Web2 users. Why build a product for 10 to 20 million users monthly when you can build a product for 5 billion users on the internet? That's who we're targeting. We're not particularly interested in trying to bring Web3 users into something they already know everything about. So we are trying to realign the incentive models of the entire advertising industry by incentivizing everyone who plays a role. We incentivize agencies to bring brands online and give them a share of our revenue back for doing so. And we incentivize creators for bringing users online and give them a share of our revenue for doing so. So both sides of our marketplace are basically bootstrapped, using very similar incentive models that we've actually seen fall out and work in Web3. In this instance, brands win because they get the users that they want and they know the cost of them. Users win because they get rewarded for their time and get to experience a new way of engaging with money. Creators win because they actually can have value for the people who follow them without turning those people who follow them and trying to convince them to buy things that they don't need. Like imagine telling your audience of 10 million people that you can earn money online, and when they earn money online, you earn money online as well. It's not an adversarial relationship with your followers anymore. It's actually a relationship that makes sense. Agencies win because they can deliver more effective results to the brands that they represent, and they get a kickback of some of the revenue that they bring on the platform as well, which is a very similar model to what Google AdSense did when they first launched. EarnOS wins because we make the revenue on the success fees, and pretty importantly to everyone in this room, Web3 wins because it means that all these users who previously didn't give a damn have a reason to care. And when you have a positive first experience rather than getting rugged, you might want to look further and say, okay, well, what else can I do? And I think that that's really, really critical to the overall experience. So our sort of slogan for the company is everyone wins, which is remembering that we can use aligned incentives to build a better model than what we have currently. And let's be clear, in Web 2, the biggest beneficiary was advertising. It doesn't exist yet in Web 3 in any scale. So how do we deliver the users that are actually valuable to the brands? Instead of paying for advertising and hoping users show up, Web3 has industrialized shaping behavior and rewarding engagement. I love that quote. It was written by someone smarter than me, but I'm using it here. We're using web proofs so that we can deliver exactly the users that brands are after, and the users have the ability to verify that they are those users if they want to claim those rewards. We're not stealing any information. We're not monetizing their data without their permission. We're giving them the opportunity to prove their worth to the brands that are targeting them, and when they do, they can be rewarded. So if you're a Robinhood user that's made $1 million of trades in the last 30 days, you're probably more valuable to Robinhood's upcoming competitor than someone who's made, like me, $100 of trades in the last 30 days. So you should earn more than I earn for that competitor, for completing that, because you're valued, you're worthwhile. So we're using web proofs to perform a whole bunch of different mechanisms on the platform, and you can see that, and I can jump into them in question time. But the TLDR is that they're very cool, they're very precise, and they basically turn all Web 2's moats into attack vectors. And that's really, really exciting because it gives us the mechanism to take them all over, us being Web 3. So the beginning journey is about earning and spending because we think that that's the thing that most people do with money. But beyond that, there's no reason that we can't expand out what we're building into more journeys that we're all familiar with in crypto. saving, where you're yielding and trading, but importantly, using language that doesn't alienate Web 2 customers. Our model, very simple. For all spend brought on platform, we take 33%. The users are rewarded the rest. So if someone gets paid $2 for a mission, we earn $1, is the simple way of looking at it. We then take that dollar and we reward the agencies and the creators that built out the network on both sides. On top of that, we will capture value with any of the other outcomes that occur on the platform. So we launched our beta recently. We onboarded 250,000 people, not wallets, actually people. We worked with 5 global brands, Uber, Lacoste, The North Face, Sunglass Hut, and Baskin & Robbins, which I somehow managed to say in a completely different order that's listed there. And we paid out about $4 million in testnet USDC to prove out that this flywheel works and delivers the value that we're intending to deliver to the brands. So we completed more than 900,000 missions. We grew Sunglass Hut's social media by 175% in 14 days. We delivered 316,000 brand interactions to Uber Eats. And we gave 50,000 email subscriptions to, who was the last one? North Face, thank you. On top of that, in terms of our go-to-market, we've partnered with more than 15 global brand agencies who combined have access to about $5 billion of their brand spend. So that doesn't mean we have access to it, but it means that the people that we have access to it. We then have more than 400 creators, which deliver more than 800 million eyeballs of reach, that people that will actually be able to see the missions that we're hosting through our creator network. We think now's the time. We genuinely don't believe that this was possible a year ago. Someone on day one said, we're interested in ideas that were tried in the past and now may be the time. We think that it makes a difference that you can create wallets for next to nothing, that you can bridge USDC effortlessly at almost zero cost, and that these hyper-efficient chains are coming up. And the debit card thing has come a long way, which turns it into a familiar process that sort of anyone understands. We haven't built out all that. We're not trying to take credit. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and we're just acknowledging who those people are. From here, our goal is to continue expanding the amount of different verifications that we can run on platform, which gives brands more ability to engage more users in more interesting ways to encourage sort of returning behavior, grow out our agency partnerships, build out our creator network, build out a distribution network, a Google AdSense style model, but for EarnOS, and then launch additional products like the save and trade thing. Here's our immediate sort of next 6 months, but we sort of did that yesterday. The team, experienced Web3, fintech, consumer. Wayne, the really important one, is our brand agency expert who's onboarded all of those 15 brand agencies and will onboard the next 100. I think he's our secret kryptonite. He's the guy who's unlocking all of the revenue. I just wanted to leave it with this though. I think it's really important. Businesses don't want different. They just want a better version of the same thing they already know. And this isn't just for what we're doing. I think it's for everyone in the whole space. It's just tell them that it's going to do something better than what they're currently doing, and don't try to sell them on NFTs and tokens. I think it's the wrong way around. We don't even tell the brands that we're using crypto. We just tell them that we're going to deliver better results, and that's what they care about. We're going to fund billions of consumer wallets through the redistribution of $1 trillion of annual global ad spend into efficient growth with aligned incentives. And the really interesting thing about that is if we wanted to fund 1 billion new wallets, which is what everyone uses in every pitch, so I'm going to use it here, it would only cost $5 billion. Well, it would cost a little bit more because of our fees, but less than 1% of annual spend. And I think when you think about that, it's just nothing in the whole scale of things. We want to take people from 0 to 1 on their Web3 journey. That's what we're building. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Great presentation. Can you give me a couple examples of sort of variable payouts that would be based on differential value that's added to the brand by the end user based on their audience size or different amounts of value that they've given?
Yeah, so it sounds like you're asking me if are we good to use the Robinhood example that I gave before, or do you want a different example?
Yeah, just a couple more like that.
So in the Robinhood example, a brand could define thresholds of what they'd be willing to reward between a number of trades or a number of users or whatever the criteria are for the brand. So if they said for existing Robinhood users who have made between $0 and $99,000 of trade in this period of time, we'll reward $100, or we'll reward $1,000 for people who have done between $100,000 and $999,000 or whatever. Really whatever the brand determines is valuable to them. The other one that I really like using is Uber because it's a really relatable sort of thing, is like Uber's got a top tier of users that are kind of the premium users that everyone wants to onboard. If you can attest that you're one of those users, like the people who are trying to compete with Uber and do it at a much lower market fee, they're going to want you, and they're going to be willing to pay the premium for it. But it doesn't mean that they don't want other users that use it less frequently, because they need to establish mass, right? So we give them the opportunity to do that, and we facilitate the rewards and verification of it, so that all they're thinking about is running a campaign that's laser targeted.
So you're able to micro-target different cohorts based on their value to the brand?
Yeah. But to be clear, using the web proofs that other people have built because they're awesome.
My other question is, to what extent do your plans depend on Monad? I mean, how critical is it within the system that you intend to build?
We need the fastest, cheapest, easiest chains to use so that we can facilitate these transactions in a way where we can subsidize all the transaction fees. Because our users don't know what gas is, they don't know what transaction fees. We basically have to make the whole thing feel like Magic Web 2.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. So a lot of community members asking a very similar question. I will credit LKA. Shout out LKA.
Shout out.
The question is, what kind of data is EarnOS looking to collect on users? And then what does the flow of that data look like back to the brands for like their inside CRMs, et cetera?
That's an awesome question. And I think we have like a philosophical position with this one, which is that any data that we collect will be packaged for the user to sort of profit off in the future. But we don't want to collect it in like a surreptitious way whereby, if someone runs a mission and we collect a bunch of information about a user and then the next brand wants that information, that's not ours to sell. That's the user's to provide in exchange for the reward. So like the user should be paid 100 times for providing their email 100 times, right? As a very simple example, or whatever it is. It's not our place to sell that body of data onwards. But in terms of where we see data markets occurring for advertising data, if there is a way that we can efficiently package it and we can sell it on with the user's consent where the user's the one getting rewarded, then great. But that's going to be a concept that the user has to understand and be familiar with, because our entire purpose of our platform is to keep it super simple.
Very cool. Thank you. And then the second one is from FS7. What brands are you guys looking to partner with in the near future? And I might expand on that a little bit and say, like, what are good brands for you guys to go and kind of initially bring on, right? Like, I think Robinhood is a very good example, or Uber versus Lyft. Are there any other kind of categories of businesses that this is like a very obvious fit for that you guys would look to do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously digital fintech products are good because, one, they have high acquisition costs and they've got broad reach and a substantial advertising budget. But we've really been surprised at how much interest there's been for our platform with consumer goods. Consumer goods are really, really competitive at the moment. People are looking for an edge around there. So physical products that have education pieces that are digital in nature are really, really large, and a lot of interest from energy drinks, luxury clothing brands, sports, athleisure brands, things like that, which is really exciting to us because it really transcends the digital space in terms of not being limited to just like the fintech platforms. I mean, that'll be an aspect of it, but the consumer is actually the primary area of interest.
In crypto, when we've seen people run incentive programs, probably the most common criticism of them is that it's like quote unquote mercenary users or capital, meaning like you put money up and the users or liquidity or whatever that ends up coming in doesn't actually really care about you or is like low quality, just trying to extract the value. And I'm curious like what you think about the point that maybe the more that users are rewarded, like the worse the users get, because it turns into, you know, a mercenary attempt to extract it as easily as possible?
Yeah, so I think the two things there to address are mercenary behavior often results in like people trying to game the system, so it matters that the people that are being rewarded are actually people rather than, you know, like 1,000 accounts that are being generated, and that's why the sort of issuance of the debit card is provided to give us that final confirmation that the user is a human and that they're a singular human rather than an attack trying to, you know, act in a mercenarial way. But the second thing is how do you deliver the valuable users? And I think that the web proof aspect like answers a piece of that, but also it would be valuable to think about the missions that can be run on our platform as effectively like pushing people along a funnel. So like if the missions are completed that way, but if you turn it sideways and have them dropping down, perhaps the first missions are like high-level educational pieces, and then the second missions push them to the mid-funnel and try to get them to more engage with their things so that they can, because these brands know that they just need this many touch points and they know how many customers drop out from the top, right? So we're not necessarily focusing on every mission being an acquisition mission. It's education, it's marketing, it's storytelling, it's brand awareness.
Insofar as crypto is maximally abstracted and this is as Web2 schemorphic as possible, what exactly does the broader crypto onboarding flow look like? Like, what is sort of the moment where you pull the curtain back and reveal the hamster on the wheel?
This might not be the most popular answer, but maybe never. Like, in so much as that, like, the benefits of these technologies are that they, they make things faster, they make things easier, they make things smarter. But like, no one really wants the layers pulled back on Facebook and their stack using AWS, Cloudflare, or they don't use anything anymore because it's all their own tech, but when they used to. Like, I don't know if that's that valuable. I think that it's valuable for self-sovereign, like self-custody and knowing that, but you need to care enough to want to know, sort of thing. So yeah, that's my answer.
Awesome.
Cheers. Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Hey everybody, how we doing? I'm Big Mr. Blue, otherwise known as Mr. Madness, and remember, the cream always rises to the top. So, again, we're Levr.Bet and I'm Mr. Blue. Our motto, bet less, win more. And so, our real aim to combine the power of DeFi with the thrill of sports betting. And we do this through multiple angles. First, we're not just a sportsbook, we're a full-fledged Web3 DeFi protocol. That means we have fully liquid positions that are tradable in our own on-chain order book. We have leveraged bets managed by an on-chain liquidation engine that's provably fair. We have a pooled liquidity vault that backs the protocol. And most importantly, we're a permissionless marketplace. We don't turn away sharps. We have an internal saying, and that saying is, you might be better than the odds, you're not better than the liquidation engine. So let's talk about a little bit of stuff we didn't get into yesterday. First, let's talk about go-to-market. We have a few core pillars that we need to establish to make sure our business is fully functional. The first of that, we've got to build our initial community. We're doing that on Monad and through our beta test, which is incentivized. That incentivization and points program will link back to either bet to earn rewards or in the money call options once we hit mainnet. We look to use that to evangelicalize an initial community. Next, we have a top-notch referral program. Referral programs are a tried and true method to attract in sports bettors and get high value, high engagement influencers in the sports betting marketplace to make their community our community. 5% of our overall platform revenue goes back to a referral pool. That referral pool is then based upon stake weight on the last 30 days of referral activity, which means the most engaged and most active referral partners are going to stand to gain a lot of revenue from the platform, and they don't have to bet to get it. In a world where we produce $100 million in revenue on a year basis, that's $5 million that users who aren't betting can come and grab. Next, we look to incentivize partnerships, and not just with Web3 companies, but also Web2 companies. So we look for stuff like P11 that can allow us to place our logo on pitch for soccer games in registered jurisdictions for teams like Man U or Manchester United, or with Karate Combat and trying to get sponsorships to push on to their mat. We also are going to use athletes, celebrities, and more engaged in Web 2 aspects, team members. And so we already have an ambassador program where we have a handful of celebrities and athletes signing up right now. Check back on our Twitter for announcements on that. Then we look for targeted marketing campaigns. So in Web 3, this looks like using addressable to identify users that are participating in other GambleFi products and target them with ads directly. In Web 2, this looks like odds aggregators, ads on the odds aggregators, ads on the sports data websites, and reaching the Web 2 users where they're at with our message, which is, again, bet less, win more. All right, let's look at stuff by the numbers. Currently, as we sit here today, we have over 30,000 newsletter subscribers that we can reach out to at a moment's notice. More importantly, we have over 5,000 Monad community members all ready to come onto our beta test. And as we sit right now, there's over 10,000 community members across our social channels. I want to give a special shout out to our Discord members who are watching right now, memeing me as we speak. That's one of our favorite channels, and we'll look to continue to grow that Discord as our prime engagement point for our really, really hardcore users. And so what do those numbers actually mean? Well, they link back directly to how big we can grow. We talked yesterday about some TAM, and TAM is in the hundreds of billions, but that's kind of intangible. So let's focus that down. We look to compete directly with platforms like Shuffle. Earlier this year, in just 1 month, Shuffle pushed through over $1 billion in handle using a similar bet-to-earn platform that we look to incentivize once we hit mainnet. If Levr can do that, we stand to generate over $150 million in fees for our users in our vault in just 1 month. That is extremely powerful. I don't think there's another product in Web3 that can get to that type of revenue within the first year. We look to do so. And so let's get a little bit more tangible with it than even that. We simulated, as we're quants, we simulated an NBA season. We said, if I have 3 markets for NBA, over under, money line, and handicap, and we offer every single game in the regular season of the NBA, which is about 1,230 games, and we have X amount of vault TVL, and on that we have Y amount of liquidity on each game. If 50% of that liquidity is utilized at 5x leverage across those 1,230 games, we stand to make over 120% on vault TVL with just one sport. And keep in mind, we'll have basketball, football, soccer, UFC, cricket, F1, golf, and the list continues. So the revenue potential for our platform cannot be overstated. Now, where does that revenue go? First, it goes to the vault. 50% of all platform revenue links back to the underlying vault that backs the platform. These are the users that are the technical counterparty to the leverage positions. We think they deserve a healthy share of revenue consistently. Second, 50% of the revenue goes back to the platform, and this encompasses the referrals, our company, as well as the Levr token stakers. There's also liquid Levr rewards. So about 25% of our liquid rewards will go directly to incentivizing vault liquidity. The other 75% will go to the incentivizing action on the platform. Majority of those action tokens are going to go to providing users that provide liquidity on our in-game order book on a market-by-market basis. This allows us to really achieve a functional product because we're essentially paying market makers in our token to provide the liquidity there. Now, probably the most important slide I have today is our tech stack. We are built on the back of EVM and Solidity. I think it's the best architecture. I think it provides the most options, and it provides the most ability to grab users where they're currently existing. We also look to utilize Layer 0 relays. Layer 0 is a fantastic company. Shout out Jillian if she's in the crowd, and we're going to rock with them till the end of time. Also, and most importantly, are our data sources. We pull from 2 data sources right now, and we're in the process of picking up a 3rd. These data sources are the Rundown and lsports.eu. Both of them have both odds, game data, in-game elapsed time, results, everything you could think of across the spectrum. And instead of just pushing their data on-chain, we pull their data into our own custom API, we standardize it, and we push that standardized data on-chain. What this means is that if one of my data sources fails in the course of a game, I can seamlessly roll over into the next without causing any functionality hiccups in the product. That is extremely important for us, as it's happened multiple times in testing. And now, it's worth backing up, looking at a slide from yesterday, and seeing where we're at. Our MVP is finished. If you were at our Thursday night football game last night, you were able to see it. If you want to get some access to it, holler at me afterwards, but it's good and ready to go. We look to launch it immediately day 1 on Monad testnet. And again, we'll incentivize user participation with our point system. After Monad rolls into mainnet, we'll roll into mainnet and start taking in full cash bets. Then comes multi-chain expansion, and most importantly, on the back of full TVL in the vault and liquidity in the markets, we'll look to make a push into retail. So let's look a little bit about that Web3 expansion. We look to have Monad as our beacon chain. And what a beacon chain means to us is a few things. Where the TVL vault lives and where our order book lives. So we have our alpha right now on Boujee. It's a little limited due to their architecture, but it's up and working. We look to roll that completely over into Monad for beta. Hopefully, early next year, come on, Keone, we'll get to mainnet on Monad, and that'll allow us to take in full cash bets. And then we look to use our layer 0 relays to expand into chains that have good user focus. So this is stuff like Solana, Abstract Chain, Camp, the like. Now let's take a look at the product. You'll see some in-game betting happening here. We're going to go through, select a position. Here we go. You'll see our in-game widget that shows the scores, data, and everything, and then some live odds develop. And one of the things I want to highlight here is our in-game architecture is set to signature only. That means you don't have to use a gas transaction to complete an in-game trade. That makes it a lot faster. So let's let TB, my marketing guy, actually go through. You'll see him sign here, sign in, make the transaction, select the team he wants, the amount of bet he wants to make off of the order book, purchasing out of the in-chain order or on-chain order book. You can see our order book down there populated with market maker liquidity in your position. Next, he'll choose a game and he'll go over and make a pregame bet. When you make a pregame bet for us, what you're technically doing is purchasing tokens out of the game contract. There's an individual contract for every game and every market that has tokens that are keyed back to the amount of liquidity we've deployed on that game. And so technically, you're purchasing those tokens that will eventually be redeemable for $1 if your bet hits and you haven't been liquidated. You can see here our past bet positions, the health factors on them. I believe we may even get a resulted game. Oh, no, we will not. Oh, yep, we will. And there's the redeem button next to the tokens that have already been completed and are now ready for redemption at $1. Now, yesterday we had a question I want to explore a little bit more, and that's about liquidation. What happens when you're liquidated on our platform? First and foremost, we discovered something early on, and that's that we can't rely upon the order book to sell the tokens that we capture back into, which means the only thing we can rely upon is capturing your underlying collateral. So you see there a red liquidation line. As soon as your position passes that red liquidation line, which is dynamic, including fee set throughout the course of the game, it'll change, your tokens are marked as valueless. Your underlying collateral is captured, and your tokens are captured. You can't resell them, you can't claim them, and there's safety checks for any user that wants to sell into the order book or redeem tokens. Now, I also want to point out something really fun that happened yesterday. This is the Mets game from yesterday. Anybody watch the Mets game? Anybody? There we go. A home run ended that game. One of our beta testers was able to purchase tokens at 10 cents About a half minute before that home run happened, at 5x leverage, that user captured a 50x on their collateral in under a minute. And that posed no greater risk to my book than was currently calculated when that game started. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of leveraged sports betting. Any questions?
Can you go back to the liquidation slide? So one question is like, if you were to have shorted one side here, and then such a sharp move in odds happens, then the value of your position might actually be negative. And
so, yes.
I'm wondering, like, how does the system handle bad debt in the cases where you're just unable to recoup sufficient collateral to pay out?
So even if it goes past, all that matters here is that when it passes that liquidation line, we've captured your collateral. Even if the price goes down, we've still captured the underlying collateral, and that's all our risk modeling accounts for. There's a dual benefit to this, though. We also capture your positional tokens. And because we can't guarantee we can sell them, we couldn't let that have bad debt accumulate, so we just modeled against it. But what that means is that I now have those tokens. And there may be positions where my market maker bot can sell those tokens profitably in the future of the game. So what ends up happening here is unaccounted for revenue. That's a safety margin for all of our calculations.
I guess, do you see how, like, say I have a position that is worth, I have 10 cents and then 10x leverage, it's worth $1, and then the odds move very sharply against you, then that might be now worth 70 cents suddenly, and I only have 10 cents worth of backing for the position.
Yeah.
Where do the other 20 cents go, basically?
The other 20 cents?
Yeah.
I mean, where do they come from?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question, but let's take a slightly different view on it. You have, because it wouldn't be 10x, it'd be 5x. So you have 10 cents backing a 50-cent position, and it's going to liquidate you at 40 cents, right? As soon as that liquidation threshold is captured, I capture your 10 cents.
So as it goes below that, do you forcibly close out the offsetting positions as well?
No, there's no offsetting position. All that has to happen is after it crosses that liquidation point, I can't let you redeem the position in the redemption market, and I can't let you sell the position. Selling the position is what would bring us into negative platform health, right? Because you'd essentially create more risk for the book than was currently calculated at the beginning of the game. And we can get into that a little bit later in a sit down, and I'll show you how the platform functions.
So you can imagine these charts will look very different depending on which sport you're watching.
Yes.
So for example, basketball, there's probably a lot less general volatility in the outcome of the game. Whereas football, you might get, you can score 7 points at once.
Football looks a lot closer to this.
Yeah.
If you look at basketball, we tend to stay kind of within this range, and there's lots of crisscross volatility, right? And then you look at something like soccer, there's a lot less early volatility and a lot more late volatility. And so one of the things that we've done is we've dev'd out a separate liquidation engine that works off the trajectory of a game that could make it a little bit more fun to operate than a price-based liquidation engine. But we have to be able to test the full platform first, get a bunch of users through it, make sure that everything works with the price-based liquidation engine before we start rolling out that secondary one, which we think will be more fun for sports that don't have high volatility in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I can see the chart and just overall UX of this being very exciting for a lot of sports bettors. I also know most sports betting is done mobily. Are there any plans for like kind of a mobile rollout to be able to compete with like apps like DraftKings or ESPN Bet, typical apps that people will bet on sports with?
100%. So essentially, we have to build the hard version or expert version of the platform first to make sure that all of our underlying infrastructure is fully functional and everything just works. When we go to the mobile focus, it'll be a lot less focused on order book and live game betting. Think of a retail user that's coming to us in a mobile app doesn't need to know that they're purchasing into or selling or purchasing out of or selling into an order book live during the game. They just need to know how much they can clear their position for or how much it's going to cost them to purchase. So we look to have the power users approach the platform on the desktop version and have the more retail or quick use oriented users approach the mobile version of the platform. That'll be scaled down into an easier to use simple platform that looks a little bit more like our side sale button.
So I'm not like a sports betting expert by any means, but my understanding is that the typical way people get leverage is through parlays.
Yep.
And I would say I've never even come across a platform that offers leverage on conventional sports betting. Maybe this is the first. I don't know.
I'm almost positive that we're the first. We spent months essentially establishing the underlying mechanics of this with multiple PhDs. So if somebody else has got it, I tend to think they kind of adopted it from us. But on the parlay front, our product really pegs out to compete with wire-to-wire bets, where you've parlayed the multiple quarters of a game towards the outcome. And at 5x leverage, we pay about double what a typical wire-to-wire bet would pay.
So yeah, that was really my question is, what was the intuition that led you to think there would be, demand for this product? Like, who did you talk to? What made you think, okay, we have to build this?
So first we talked to our sports betting fund and said, what type of product could we use to offset risk in heavy amounts? We also looked at the fastest growing marketplace in sports betting right now is parlay bets. And so if you're going to compete with parlays and you want to attack them head on, you have to have something that's more profitable and more fun. And so when you look at a parlay, the dopamine hits come from making each leg of your parlay. And so what that really looks like to us is, imagine this green here. You're almost being liquidated or you're coming close to liquidation. You survive it. That gives you the same rush and the same thrill as making the single leg of your parlay, and it truncates it into the time span of just a single game. So we look to take that excitement and energy and profitability that's captured in a parlay and push it into a single game. And we think that's a powerful product that we can bottle and sell.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on the strategy on the types of sports that you want to expand into? Does it make sense to necessarily go after Western sports where, from my perspective, it looks like the move from wire to wire into parlay is kind of precipitated from the increased marketing spend that these platforms are competing with each other. So when thinking about the types of sports that you want to have on the platform, is the best path to go after like the NBA, like MLB, like NFL, or is there actually a lot of untapped demand for like cricket or like other forms of
Cricket's
sports?
my favorite, right? We think cricket's going to end up being the biggest sport in the markets that we're going to service. But little known factor, my guys at LevrBet Sports probably know this, cricket data is super expensive, right? There's just a lot of like small market betting on cricket data, which means they can glass wall the garden of it and they can charge an arm and a leg for the data. So while we think it's going to be our biggest sport, we really had to get through a little bit of product development and raise to then be able to go and purchase that data. And just the kind of, we live in East Coast time zones, so some of the testing being very quick to happen or really being convenient for us made us focus on the markets that we know and understand best. And we know that kind of which sports are analogous to others. So like we know football is very analogous to the action that happens in soccer, where the end of the game isn't really the outcome of the game, unless there's really early discrepancy in scoring, isn't determined till towards the end of it, right? Whereas cricket is closer to a baseball game.
How do you think about the competition against the large marketing spend budgets of like DraftKings, MGM, et cetera?
I don't want to attack them head on, right? I want to attack them with a 0 to 1 primitive that they're not going to be able to easily catch up with, and then leverage that market in introducing our product to it. And so if you look at an area where we get 0.5% of the total addressable market, we're a huge successful product. And when we get you, I'll put it like this. If a user comes in and they make a 50x return on their collateral down in 1 minute, they are going to scream from the mountaintops to every person they know to come and get on my platform. So we have to make sure that we incentivize that, and then we scream that from the mountaintops. And that probably is going to be a more important marketing channel than just about anything else we're going to be able to come up with.
Sorry, one more question.
Yeah.
So correct me if this is wrong. In this case, that you're basically like suggesting odds for the LP pool to act as the odds maker in the way that DraftKings would normally use its balance sheet to.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Is there any principal? Do you worry at all about the principal agent problem of that not actually being like you're suggesting odds to someone whose capital isn't actually your own?
So we have to understand that we can't just pull one set of odds from one single casino.
Right. I just mean in terms of like that capital is taking some risk on the basis of your suggestion of like what odds it should offer and what risks it should take. And I think like normally it would be the case that would be like the odds maker's own balance sheet, right? So if they like mess up and offer like some, bad risk, like they're ultimately on the hook. Whereas in this case, it would be like, if I understand correctly, the depositor is in the LP. And I'm just curious, like, I guess how you guys think about that. I'm not really familiar with any other similar models in like the traditional world, right?
Kind of the way we think about it is deploying risk in units. And so we have to protect the vault capital as if it's our own. We look at it as if it's our money and we want to be that protective of it. And so really the way to truncate your risk is to only deploy a small amount of vault capital into each market. So like for an NBA market, we'd be deploying 0.5% of vault capital into each market. And that means the risk on that market is really truncated to a small amount. And so we can lose in 15,000 games of NBA simulation, the most games we were able to run negative in a consistent row was 10 before the liquidation engine was able to even out the platform revenue. And so in that,
sharps on the other side of the trade.
Yes. We essentially simulated everything from favorite being taken fully, no bets on the underdog, to underdog being taken fully, no bets on the favorite, and every single plot in between it.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chopin, co-founder at Symphony, joined by my other co-founder, Mozart. And we're building the first agnostic execution network to make DeFi both usable, scalable, and accessible for all. I know it's going to look a little familiar for the people who were here yesterday, but we're also going to cover a lot more in depth today. So let's get into it. So first, I'd like to start with a quote by Theodore Adorno, and that is, "The task of art today is to bring chaos into order." And I think this perfectly exemplifies what we're doing here at Symphony for crypto. So let's get into the chaos of the present day in crypto. First, we'll follow our character Mozart, who just got introduced to crypto as a new user. His friend put him on 10x long Pepe, and he wants to go trade on chain. So let's follow his journey of what a new user can expect in crypto today. So first, you got your issues, you got your prereqs. You got a million different questions if you're a new user, even if you're a new experienced user. What is gas? What's the token address? What protocol do I use? Is it the best? Et cetera, et cetera. What the hell is an L2, Then you got tools, bridges, wallets, chains, protocols. All this can be very overwhelming for a new user onboarding to crypto, and even for experienced users, it's a lot of hassle. So let's go do a speed run from a 10x long Pepe trade on GMX. So he's an expert now. He knows how to use his bridges. He got all the tools. So now he's bridging his assets from Base to Arbitrum. He's adding the token addresses to his wallet. He added the gas. He bridged the gas. And he can finally go to GMX right now and open a trade. As you can see, this took about 6 minutes and 38 seconds. And this is for somebody who knows what they're doing, right? This is not scalable or usable for any new user, right? 73 clicks for one trade. Also, right? That's insane. And I don't know why we let that happen for as long as crypto's been around and how it's only gotten worse, but that things need to be changed. Third issue, liquidity fragmentation across protocols is exponentially increasing, right? Users can face insufficient liquidity, they forgot to bridge gas, bad, right? All these things makes the user experience terrible. But we're here to tell you today that liquidity is enough in crypto, it's just scattered. But we're here at Symphony, we're unifying liquidity across all chains, protocols, to create a unified liquidity layer to solve the user experience and to solve liquidity fragmentation. So I'm going to pass it off to my other co-founder, Mozart, who's going to tell you how we're bringing order into the chaos of crypto today.
Thank you. So as we saw from Chopin's examples, it's clear that a new user should not have to go through over 70 clicks, multiple applications, and have an extensive knowledge of DeFi to make one simple perpetual trade. What we're going to show you today is how Symphony solves the two biggest issues we see in crypto: liquidity fragmentation, poor UX. We're going to make a trade in under 3 seconds here. We'll go through the UI again, and then I can also go ahead and highlight a few new things this time. And again, for the folks that are new, this is a bit of an older UI, but just to highlight the infrastructure we've completed. Trading section at the top, all the shards we're going to create here, and we have a spot for newsfeed, Twitter, and everything like that at the bottom for the trade. We're adding more advanced features here to really specify to a solver what kind of trader you are so they can better provide you an optimization for your intent. We'll go ahead and select the collateral. Symphony is able to capture and lock your collateral on any chain we've integrated. This will be almost any EVM chain. So we'll go ahead and use base for this example and set our amount. Go ahead and pick our index token. You can see we have a number of them now from all the partner integrations we have aggregated here. And we'll pick our leverage amount. So once we go ahead and hit trade, the solvers are effectively competing to return us the optimal solution. The solvers are right now scanning between different protocols and chains to look for things such as best liquidity, lowest fees, and they're going to go ahead and return you where the trade should be executed. So now we can see what they've returned, and you can see it's a sharded position here to maximize liquidity and lower fees. So they're saying your trade should be split between gains Polygon, gains Arbitrum, and GMX Arbitrum. So once we hit confirm, that trade was now simultaneously executed on all three protocols. And a quick thing to note, again, we're using a unified smart account wallet. This is ERC4337, a custom one we created that's been already audited. And what it allows us to do is deploy this one on any EVM chain you're interacting with Symphony. So all your trades are done under that wallet. So the solver never, for example, takes control of that wallet. They never have the private key to that wallet. Every trade is simply done under that wallet. Now, we'll show you here that the shards were actually done on chain. One interesting thing we wanted to cover today was that our protocol really makes these legacy applications cross-chain. So if you think of GMX v1, which we're about to show, GMX v1 was never originally created with the idea of being cross-chain. However, what was just executed on GMX v1 was a trade that actually originated on Base. So it effectively brings these legacy protocols into the cross-chain type ecosystem. And lastly here, we'll go to GMX itself and show you that that trade was created there. And then we can just go back to our platform and quickly just show you an overview. Again, all those trades were done under the wallet we showed above, fully under your custody at any point during the life cycle of this trade. And there you can see each of your 3 shards. You can either manage them individually with those 3 dots, or you can manage the portfolio as a whole. So another thing we wanted to touch on today is kind of our founder journey and how we kind of came to this solution. So about a year and a half ago, we started working pretty closely with the Layer 0 team. We also have a colleague or co-founder who's from Axelar, so we work closely with a cross-chain solution. And the goal of our founder journey was we were trying to build this cross-chain perpetual type solution. The solution one was we would take someone's collateral on chain A, bridge it with Layer 0, and then call the perpetual protocol. And that was how we thought we would solve this. This solution did not end up working. What we found was that general message passing in its form was not fast enough for us. Sometimes it would take up to 2 to 3 minutes, even on some L2s. And the problem we faced was to capture a perpetual trade, to capture a price action or some sort of quick execution. This, again, was not fast enough. And this is where we came up with the Symphony model. It's what we're calling optimistic execution with secure callback. So the way Symphony functions is your collateral is locked on chain A. The solver is acting as a paymaster for your account abstraction-based wallet on chain B. They go ahead, act as a paymaster, fund the wallet. The trade is opened under that wallet, under your full discretion. And then we have a callback step at the end with Layer 0 to come back to the beginning to settle who gets that initial collateral. So the trade is executed successfully, the solver gets the collateral. If not, the collateral is released back to the users.
Sorry, just to ask quickly, because it'll be harder to come back to this later, does the solver in the moment when the user is locked collateral, but they haven't yet gotten the Oracle call, do they have a free option, or are you waiting for their trade to execute and there's just a delay in the Oracle posting it back to the origin chain?
In terms of when the collateral is locked?
Yeah.
So as soon as they signal the intent, the collateral is locked. And then it's locked, the solvers are competing, and that's when once the trade is executed, that begins the callback step. And then just touching on why we started with perpetuals here, a vast overwhelming majority of trades are on centralized exchanges. So our goal is to capture some of these. In the focus groups we've conducted with people in the community, we found that it's low liquidity on mid-cap assets and poor UX. And even capturing 1/5 of the centralized exchange perps would be over $2.5 billion in revenue annually. Again, just to talk about this network you saw, this optimistic execution with secure callback is generalizable. So we started with perpetuals, basically from the previous side in terms of its market abilities, but cross-chain swaps, there's a number of other things we can expand into with this same functionality. And again, it looked very simple, but touching on some of the core elements, Maestro, cross-chain state management, IPE, the intent pulling engine, handles intents from solvers, the orchestrator is a liquidity coordinator, the Symphony wallet is the cross-chain wallet, sharding engine processes shards from solvers, and Cortex is basically what we're calling our solver network. So now we'll go ahead and touch more on the solver network today.
So we've actually created the most efficient solver network today in crypto. And let's see how that works. 2 to 3 minutes, right? Solvers can utilize the same collateral per trade every 2 to 3 minutes on Symphony. This enables high capital efficiency and increasing fee revenue over the period of an hour for a solver. Also, in our system, there's no risk to solver collateral due to them not having to hedge their trade or participate in the trade at all versus other intent-based protocols. Second, 3.1 million. With just 3.1 million, Cortex can capture 100% of the daily average on-chain perps volume across all protocols and chains. And this was conservatively calculated based on only 5x average leverage. Third, permissionless. By being permissionless a solver network, we eliminate single entity solver dominance that we see in current intent-based protocols today, and we enable more fierce competition, thus lowering fees for the end user. Additionally, by being in this competition between permissionless solvers, downstream effects are more efficient and democratic execution algorithms overall, and we've also enabled the ability for user liquidity solver provision in the future, because 3.1 is not much in relative terms today.
And then we just want to touch on some of the benefits we think we could bring to the Monad ecosystem and Monad would bring to us. The first one, billions in liquidity on day one. So Monad users can remain on Monad because from day one of using Symphony, they get access to protocols across the ecosystem. One-click onboarding, just simplifying the experience as more retail consumer type users come on board. We really want to make perpetual trading as friendly and welcoming as possible. This one I think is really interesting. We really think Monad will be the hub for where perpetuals will get executed. We think due to finality and perpetualization of the EVM, we think this will be the ideal spot for perpetual trades to exist. So say we have users on Base and Arbitrum, we think a lot of their trades will start getting routed into Monad. And we think that's how we can bring a lot of liquidity and actually execution here. And for Symphony, Symphony really needs a chain with good finality and fast execution for core infrastructure, main staking chain. And that's like the main thing Symphony basically needs to thrive as well. Quickly to go over our roadmap, we are starting Q3, the one we just completed. That was core tech, so a lot of the core infrastructure is done. Everything you saw in the demo is on mainnet, so we're beyond testnet. It's already been audited. We're pretty far along in the process here. Virality, we've worked with a number of virality partners, the Web 2 and Web 3 space to kind of create different mechanisms for our go-to-market and gain some mind share here. We can always touch on that more in a bit. Growth is expanding to different networks and different integration, more different protocols we want to integrate, so different perpetual protocols we want to bring on board to capture more liquidity. And lastly, unification. We really want to capture the on-chain execution market. We see that as kind of our niche, and that's what we want to scale into.
So what does crypto look like after Symphony? First, we create a hyper-efficient market. So there's no more need for protocol forks, thankfully. No more vampire attacks, no more another Uniswaps on each new chain that pops up. And that's because we create unified liquidity and access to that liquidity day one for protocols and chains. Also, we create symbiotic relationships between our users, the protocols we integrate, and ourselves. When they do well, we do well, and everything flows together very nicely. All these together actually lowers customer acquisition costs for new protocols who integrate into Symphony, because no longer do they have to do short-term incentive programs to attract new users, thus hurting them in the long term. Second, we actually create AI agent rail infrastructure with Symphony through our Cortex which enables communication, execution, and a marketplace for these AI agents, which we believe will be a big industry in the future and actually replace solvers in the end of it. And hint, this is already in development. Third, fintech integrations. So we enable a one-stop shop for the best executions for DeFi on-chain for fintech Web 2 companies that want to come on-chain. And we've actually already talked and discussed with both Web 2 and Web 3 providers who are interested in integrating Symphony into bringing their users on-chain to do simple tasks from swapping to more complex tasks like finding yield and staking. This enables obviously more easier onboarding for those users and brings more people into crypto overall.
Yep, so I think we got cut off a bit on this one last time, but this is just an overview of the team. These are the founding 4 members. Myself, Mozart, I was previously doing DeFi infrastructure at Kraken, the exchange before this. You met Chopin as well at a spacecraft startup. Our CEO, Vivaldi, he was doing DeFi at Consensus and MetaMask. And then our chief scientist, who did a lot of our smart contract design, was doing cross-chain applications at Axelar before this as well. And then these are just some trash and statistics in terms of things we've done in the past, 33 plus strategic and technical partner integrations that we're working on. And here are just some of the core integrations we have and protocols we're working with, auditing, and just some of the back-end, Alchemy by Economy type partners we're working with to make all this account abstraction technology possible. Yeah, thank you so much.
So from the perspective of a trader, I think there's some benefits to just trading in a single venue. So you get capital efficiency from cross-margining. You can better understand your risk. You can see all your positions in the same place.
Sure.
What kind of users do you think would be willing to forgo those things in order to use a perp aggregator?
So I could take this one. Yeah. So actually, and I think a lot of protocols actually make this mistake of going 0 to 1 immediately. And I think in crypto, a lot of people are naturally skeptical and have a home base because they've been, tribalism for their protocol because they've had to do all this work to get there. What we do is we actually take a different approach and make it fully customizable. So say you're a Hyperliquid user, right? And you love Hyperliquid and you want to stay on Hyperliquid, okay. You could specify in your intent that you actually only want to trade on Hyperliquid. What we do for those users in general, right? Instead of you having to constantly bridge over assets to Hyperliquid every time to fill back up after you lose a trade, right? You could just use Symphony and unify all your assets from any other chain that you also have to trade on Hyperliquid. So we we take a lot of the steps to getting Hyperliquid out of the way, but also we allow you to see everything that's happening under the hood and customize it based on what you want. That way you know exactly what you're getting and you can feel safe and sound in knowing what's happening under the technical lies.
Yeah, we think it's also a huge retail consumer type person that doesn't want to deal with a bunch of bridging. They got their money on chain eventually. We're able to capture that collateral, lock it wherever it is, and just let you execute your trade. Another interesting thing is our other co-founder Vivaldi helped build MetaMask swaps. And he said a big thing they found there was that they weren't necessarily the cheapest, but they still had insane revenues because everyone loved the convenience of hitting their MetaMask and doing the swap. So it might have been more expensive than going to Uniswap or somewhere else and doing it yourself, but people still paid for the convenience of having it right in their extension. And we think we can capture a lot of what he learned there and that market in Symphony.
2 questions from the community. So we have Dimitrov asks, what is the maximum leverage?
So yeah, the maximum. So what we do is basically we get you there without you having to go there, right? So whatever the maximum leverage is based on what protocol you get routed to. So say you want to do 100x leverage. Well, now the protocols that you get access to are the ones that enable 100x and vice versa, right?
And the solvers will determine that. So say you pick 1,000 leverage and only 2 of our 10 integrations have that, they'll know to only pick 2 of the 10, for example, that we're integrated with.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Oznads. Will there be a trading bot with all these features for faster usability and fast transaction execution?
He's getting into a little bit of the virality part. That's a facet of it. Yeah, so we'll have a bunch of different both single trade executions that you can copy or also trading bots that will also do it for yourself. Also, we see like in the future, we mentioned AI agents, right? There's going to be a future, what we see is where you kind of just tell your AI agent what you want to do without doing all the mundane tasks yourself, and that will happen in the future. We basically sell the pickaxes to those AI agents mining gold, but we have the rails ready for when they're ready. But we can do that day one as well, going on forward.
Yeah, one thing to add on, I'm not sure if this necessarily relates, but we almost see Symphony almost as infrastructure as well as this perp product on top of it. And we're looking into more of like a back-end integration you can do with it. So you can build your own stuff on top of it without having to go through our Symphony perpetual UI, but still use this optimistic execution approach.
How do you guys... Say that I'm a user, I want like 10x leverage on an ETH perp, and I go through your guys' UI. Once that intent gets propagated to solvers, how do you compare the different suggested solutions? Or like mechanically, to be clear, like is what happens, the intent gets propagated and you guys receive a bunch of solutions from different solvers the same way that like CowSwap does, and then you judge each of them?
We have what's called the IPE, the intent pooling engine, that basically receives them all from the solvers and presents the best one to the user. The best one...
On-chain or off-chain?
IPE is off-chain. The execution is all on-chain.
And you guys mentioned that it's permissionless solver participation, right?
The solvers just need to stake in order to become a solver. And there's two ways you can view intents as a solver. We have an off-chain mempool, but then you can also listen to the events on-chain and become a solver that way.
Got it. And is the stake if they, like, for example, get selected to execute a trade, and then when the price moves against them, choose not to, you would like slash them?
There could be a slashing mechanism on that, yeah. And then part of that is the solver has to be good at building in, for example, the market's moving really fast, for example, building in maybe a slight buffer on their call data such that they know it's something that can actually get executed and won't fail because they tried to make the price too aggressive, for example.
Cool.
Something that y'all talked about yesterday was how the intents internalize user archetypes, sort of as far as like user personas go. Like, was curious as to how you do that on like a parameterization level.
Yeah, so if you saw we had like, are you a day trader, are you this, or are you that? The way that gets passed in is almost like these array of values. And we have like 10 right now, because the UI is a little older. We're still adding more kind of personas, and the newer one's actually different levers you can pull depending on things you're optimizing for. It gets passed in as this array, and then the solver can basically rank solutions they see based on like this 10 numbers of kind of what correlates to, do I care more about execution speed, or do I care more about like liquidity for low slippage, for example?
Cool. So on the user side, then it's given, not inferred, and on the solver side, it's how is it inferred on the solver side as far as like what different types of users are optimizing for?
So when they get an intent, it gets passed in that call, basically. So it actually is fully on-chain too, because anything a solver can do with our off-chain mempool, you can get rid of the whole off-chain system, and they can do it on-chain too. They can view the intent or the event from the intent, and that event will have like an encoding of like 10 numbers in an array, and like the first one 0 through 10, that's like, do I care like not at all about liquidity or a lot about liquidity, for example? And they see that, and then they can process that way. Does that kind of answer it?
Yeah, that like answers like kind of the first part of the question. On the solver side, sort of, is there a way to like for the user to like kind of bilaterally go back and like be like, okay, the solver like kind of fulfilled my intent, or is it strictly one way in terms of like?
Can they like see a solver gave it and then not like that solution you're saying, for example?
Yeah, more like in retrospect, like if like supposing a solver like doesn't fulfill like the meta level of the intent specific to like the user's archetype, right? Like,
oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so we actually integrate it, and we're like a reputation score type thing. And I think that's where we're going to see the most of that. We're still trying to figure out the best way for a user to like verifiably give a review, kind of. But we're looking into something like that. So when a solution's returned, we've discussed like if two solutions are identical, a reputation score could be something that could push one over, that this person is more likely to fulfill your intent like accurately to your desires, kind of.
Got it. That makes sense. And could you also say a little bit more on the virality and growth hacks?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a bunch of different programs that we'll be running in the future, and we've actually worked with both Web 2 and Web 3 virality experts to help form these like different layers, both on the protocol side and on the marketing side. So first thing that will happen is we have a limited access alpha launch based on NFTs cells, and then we'll do a beta launch that will continually scale that up with more users, with access codes, referral codes, stuff like this. And then we'll have a full public launch coming up soon. On top of that, we actually built a bunch of different social layers into Symphony, which I know we touched on about the trading bots and stuff like that, but also even more so where you can actually come on Symphony, create communities, creators can come on, earn a little revenue as well, and bring their communities onto Symphony. So it's kind of makes this a one-stop shop to everything you want to go to get news, to get trading, to get access to liquidity across anything, all in the fastest and most efficient system.
And with the social side he was mentioning, we've talked to a number of large traders in the space about really bringing them on first to help kick off this kind of social trading thing where you see people trading, doing interesting stuff, you can potentially follow and jump into that trade. Because with Symphony, you can trade so many assets through the aggregation. It's a really good platform to this influencer trades this crazy asset. I can now follow into that because I can access them all here. And we kind of can help direct that trading volume rather than you see someone on Twitter trade something and you need to figure out how to bridge and get there to trade that asset as well.
Yeah.
Of course.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, Vitz, for that awesome introduction. I probably should hand over my position as CEO of the company to you now. Thanks for coming back, guys. My name is JC. I'm the founder and CEO of Townesquare, and here is Longyu with us, our co-founder CTO. Townesquare is a consumer-facing layer that simplifies Web3 onboarding in just a few clicks, right? You already know that. And just a refresher on the memory from yesterday. So pretty much yesterday, what we did is, you guys saw how we meaningfully, in an example, reduced the user onboarding time and the amount of friction by almost 50%, using our DApp abstraction stack compared to what otherwise they have to go through with conventional front-end onboarding in Web3, right? So today, what I really want to go through further is deeper into DApp abstraction and explaining a little bit why it's the solution to consumer onboarding in Web3. And second is how projects can leverage our stack to onboard more users to their DApps and the protocols. And next is how our infrastructure stack works. It has great modularity, composability, and scalability built in to support the next wave of user onboarding coming to Web3. All right. So before I dive into the details, you probably can tell already that Townesquare is not just a tool or application, it's a set of infrastructure, right? So it's truly an interplay of both front-end design, back-end, and blockchain contracts, right? So for us to execute on this, we do have one of the best teams in Web3 to deliver. So myself, I've been in crypto for 7 years now. I've built in DeFi, I've built in social networks, Web3 native social networks. So I'm very familiar with how the user experience is in Web3. And my co-founder CTO here, Longyu, previously worked at Coinbase and Facebook as a production engineer, as a backend engineer, and he's highly familiar with how to scale a backend infrastructure stack to support new use cases, but also familiar with the scalability and the composability needed for Web3 native infrastructure. And another founding member of our team, Nicola, who is in Europe, has worked at Accenture before for 7 years and is very familiar with the consumer onboarding experience in general, right? So in terms of creating this interplay of front-end, back-end, and blockchain experiences, we are very well-positioned to deliver on that, right? So let's take a look at an example of how a Web3 DApp on Monad currently, what options they have to onboard new users, right? So for this example, I'm inviting Ray from aPriori to be showcased here. So Ray is the founder of aPriori. Many of you know what they do. They are a liquid staking protocol on Monad. And when it comes to the target audience they have, this is pretty much it, right? Someone who holds the Monad token and someone who is interacted on Monad before so that they can use the Monad token on aPriori to stake into staked Monad token, right? So this is pretty much their target audience. But what if Ray wants to onboard users from Ethereum? What if Ray wants to onboard USDC holders on Ethereum to their protocols? Currently, aPriori simply doesn't support that. Or if you are any Web3 DApp founder, your protocol probably doesn't support that beyond your native functionality, right? So the question here is really, if a user wants to go through from Ethereum USDC to staking Monad token on aPriori, they have to go through a few hops. First is they need to go from Ethereum, bridge their asset on Ethereum to Monad. And then second is they need to swap the USDC into the Monad token and then they finally would land on the a priori front end to execute that. So they rely on a series of third-party protocols like Wormhole for the bridge and assertion DEX or Monad for the swap from USDC into the Monad token, right? So the user journey currently for Ray really just looks like this, right? They need to go through like these 4 categories of different front ends from the wallet to the cross-chain bridge protocol, and then on the DEX, then finally via the distribution channel, maybe they find out about a priori's front end on Twitter, they land on a priori, the liquid staking front end, right? So the challenge here primarily for Ray is if a user wants to use a priori, they need to hop through wallet account, blockchain bridging, DEX, and distribution channels separately on different flows. So this creates a lot of friction in the middle, right? So when it comes to reducing the friction and bridging the gaps, what are some of the solutions that exist currently in this space? For example, in the wallet account space, we actually already have the solution for that, which is the embedded non-seed phrase wallets that you currently see with Privy, Web3 Auth, and Wallet Connect, right? But how do we come up with the solutions for the other parts of the user journey when it comes to onboarding? So using Privy, Web3 Auth, and Wallet Connect's example of being embedded wallet experiences, we actually can extrapolate the solution for the rest of the puzzle. For the cross-chain, blockchain experience part, if we can create an embedded cross-chain, cross-blockchain tool inside of the onboarding flow, that will reduce the user journey a lot. For the asset part, if we can enable native embedded swap inside of the onboarding journey, where no longer you need to go to Uniswap front end to do the swap separately, we can reduce the friction. Right? When it comes to the distribution channel, if the projects can own the distribution channel itself and share it anywhere, then that part of the user journey's friction can be reduced also. All right, so the reason why the abstraction stack is so well positioned to solve the problem is essentially what's going on here, right? So on top, you have what we call the onboarding applications. Using APR's example, they would have an onboarding application that bridge user from USDC to WUSDC, wrapped USDC on Monad, and then from the swap to Monad token, and then liquid staking on a priori. But it goes beyond just the liquid staking use case to all the other DeFi, NFT, and GameFi use cases as well. But what's really powering that experience in the backend is a priori only has the liquid staking functionality. But we would have a whole set of other features from other protocols abstracted from those individual dApps into our backend library. This is what we call a modular features library that function as the backend powering the dApp abstraction experiences. So any developers can leverage this to power their onboarding experiences without having to require the user to hop between different front ends, hence where the user friction is coming from at the moment. Right? So here we have an example coming from yesterday. So this is the dynamic API generated to power the Lido onboarding experience if they just want to be able to onboard USDC holders on Ethereum to Lido directly without having them to go through the Uniswap front end, right? So for each of these onboarding application, we would dynamically generate a backend API to power the experience. So no longer user will have to hop through the front end part, they can be seamlessly onboarded to Lido in just the onboarding application flow. Right, and then I will have Longyu to explain a little bit of how it all works under the hood.
Yes, everyone, please bear with me a little bit to go through some code snippet. I promise you we'll have some interesting action right after. So this is in the backend how we conceptualize, abstract the Lido example shown in the previous slide. Essentially, there's two actions. One is the swap from USDC to ETH via Uniswap, and then, well, it's truncated, but the staking into esteemed through Lido. So we abstract each action as a module within our backend library. And this library is expandable to support use case or actions beyond just DeFi applications. So so that's our modularity abstraction design. In addition, we have composability enablement. What that means is if application has a preference for to have an additional like a preference on what protocol to use, essentially they can submit that request to basically reroute to a new contract.
Submit that request to the backend.
Yeah, it will be more obvious when we go through this onboarding action. So Ray is onboarding, its workspace is created, and he selects the onboarding asset and staking assets, and does some visualization customizing. Assume that it's, yeah, and then he can select from a drop-down of which protocol to use for each action mentioned, but he can also submit for an additional. And lastly, a shareable link is generated for onboarding app. So that's the onboarding journey via our UI. And what you see here is the application layer, but what operates under the hood is the scalable infrastructure that enables this application. So that includes like, well, we'll need to rate limit on requests, and we'll need to gatekeep traffic, as well as the failure handling mechanism for failed transactions in intermediate steps. Yes. So, okay.
Yeah.
Back to.
So what you guys just saw in the last part of the video is the onboarding link generation for each onboarding application, and it truly unlocks the freedom for projects to create their own distribution channel anywhere, right? So you can share it on Instagram, X, Telegram, Discord, or even just like on email, Gmail, right? So once the onboarding application is generated using the modular features, it would be able to support a variety of social login wallets to cater for a variety of onboarding use cases, and then that onboarding link can be shared anywhere as a distribution channel. Right, so here's a good example of how a priori could just share their onboarding action link on their Twitter profile to allow for users to be onboarded using, holding USDC on Ethereum to their protocol on Monad, right? Another use case that will be very interesting for us to explore down the line is affiliate marketing. When it comes to affiliate marketing, it's probably the most successful marketing program in crypto. When it comes to the example of Binance, OKX, and Bybit, you see all the top tier centralized exchanges use this, and you see the KOL sharing their affiliate marketing links inside of their Twitter handles or like YouTube video descriptions, right? So what we can build into the onboarding links down the line is for the individual users to generate the onboarding links, and then they get a share of the transaction fee as a reward for onboarding the users to their customized onboarding link. I think this will be a powerful tool for not just the projects to onboard users, but giving the freedom of onboarding users to everyone, to KOLs, creators, or just like a community leader on socials. Yeah. Yesterday we didn't get to go through this, but this is something that's really important, is how we compare ourselves to other available tools in Web3. So in our opinion, there's 5 critical categories of features inside of user onboarding. First is embeddability on Web2 interfaces. The second is whether it's cross-app interoperable. And then third part is whether the project or the developer can customize their onboarding actions. Fourth is user targeting. Are they able to target a specific group of user? And obviously, fourth is mobile compatibility. This is where we really excel because we've given a lot of thought into all of these 5 categories. So what you see here with Protocol on EVM or Tippling on Dialect on Solana, it's really they only excel in certain parts. Especially, all of you will be familiar with Solana Blinks already. And the biggest problem with Solana Blink is that it requires the user to download the Web3 wallet beforehand. So it's very problematic for them they will not be able to onboard non-Web3 users in their case, right? And I want to, just take a step back and share our perspective a little bit on the overall industry. When people think about the most consumer-friendly blockchain right now in Web3, they probably think about Solana, right? That's the go-to. That's embedded in their mental model, right? Solana has built a lot of tools like Solana Pay, Solana Action Links for consumer use cases. Whereas if we look at EVM, there is really not a collective answer to that question. Like, what are we going to do in the EVM world, on Ethereum, or on all these layer 2 to answer that consumer question, right? So here, what we see the opportunity with Monad is we can come up with this collective answer to that question and make the consumer experience great again on EVM. Starting with DApp abstraction, starting with our onboarding standard, and make this happen, and then finally hit back to the Solana. I mean, I love the Solana community. I still hold my Solana Monkey business NFT, but I think overall we still need that collective answer on EVM. Like, what are we going to do with all the consumers? Are we just gonna let Solana take like all the whole pie, or is there something that we can do? And we believe this infrastructure powered by DApp abstraction is the answer. And lastly, can we go back to the previous slide? I sort of double-clicked. Yeah, and lastly, there's also an on-ramp consideration here. Using MoonPay and Coinbase Pay. But what we really like about MoonPay is, if we think about it as a modular feature, it's actually embeddable inside of the onboarding applications because they have this thing called MoonPay SDK that allows the feature to be embedded in our front end. So when it comes to this point of friction of onboarding, it's actually much lower than what a lot of people would expect. But they take about 3% in terms of the fee for the onboarding transaction. Yeah, I will just leave it there and to leave the floor for questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
For all of the different modules, you guys had swapping, staking, sending, bridging through various different protocols. Do you guys build all of those modules yourself? Is it open for external developers to add new modules? So for example, if you guys support Lido, but you don't support, say, Rocket Pool or something, or you support Uniswap, but you don't support PancakeSwap, do you guys have to add those new things? Are external developers able to add them? How does it work?
Yes. At current stage, it's closed. So as we onboard more applications, we will add the support, add those modules. But in the future, it's a consideration to open source that to make it more effective for developers. But then we have to think about security in mind.
Great presentation, guys. Thank you. Can you share a bit more about the revenue model?
Yeah. So it's interesting. Some people ask about what do you see this onboarding infrastructure in 3 years, right? We kind of just came up with an analogy internally of thinking of ourselves as the Amazon of Web3 in the sense that Amazon powers store owners or merchandise manufacturers to create their stores inside of the Amazon platform without having to use Shopify to create the website from scratch, right? We sort of, I think, do the same in the sense that we create all of these onboarding application portals for Web3 developers and projects to use without having to do the coding from scratch to create the onboarding applications. So really for us, I think the revenue model here is we process all of these onboarding transactions and we can take maybe 50 bips or 25 bips off of these transactions and say that we process the next million or the next 10 million onboarding transactions from people within Web3 or from non-Web3 users. We can have a steady revenue stream from all of these onboarding transactions. And also maybe there's another segue into token design space. Currently this onboarding infrastructure stack is very expensive, right? It's very modular, it's very composable. So it does leave us a lot of room for design space for token designs, yeah.
Do you expect to go out and get the users yourselves, or are you going to pawn that off to the protocols that are, relying on you for the integrations?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the current Web3 go-to-market space, yeah, usually a lot of the user acquisition is done in partnership with a lot of these DApps and protocols. But what coming from Asia, some other perspective we also have is there's a very strong consumer base geographically distributed. So working with like OKX Web3 wallet, working with Bybit Web3 wallet, and some KOLs and creators to target their audience to enable that affiliate marketing use case can also be very powerful. But yeah, I think around Monad testnet and mainnet, we'll start by establishing this standard as sort of the Ethereum, the EVM answer to the Solana consumer go-to-market standard question. So we'll focus on the Monad native use cases first.
So I initially had 2 questions from the community. Charlie basically asked Adam's question word for word, but just wanted to give a shout out to Adam on the live stream. So the second question is from Dawns and Sunsets. They ask, since they mentioned Solana Blinks, is it possible to ask what are their advantages compared to the Coinbase Smart Wallet regarding onboarding?
What are Solana Blinks advantages to?
Basically, how do you guys compare and contrast to Coinbase Smart Wallet with regard to user onboarding?
Right. Do you want to take that?
Yeah. So I have a little bit understanding here. So what Coinbase tries to do, or is doing, is create the super app in Coinbase. So everything is still embedded in the app. But like I have personally used it, and of course I understand that like I can navigate around. They have different tabs for to basically it's a browser browser within the app to interact with DeFi. But then like think about like a non-crypto user. Are they like how long before they get lost within all these confusing UI, right? So for us, simplicity is the key. One click will be our slogan, right? So basically, yeah, we want to break down the onboarding, the whole abstract away the on-ramping, right, the swapping, staking, all these words that are only very familiar to people who are in Web3 for a long time. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And then one follow-up question: as an advantage over Blinks, you guys mentioned that you need to have a wallet, right? So they're really targeting crypto natives. The example you use is staking, and I have to imagine that people that want to stake tokens, like 99% actually probably are crypto native, at least in some regard. Are there any other examples for non-crypto natives where you could see this being a very good kind of onboarding ramp to getting them to whatever their desired action is? Yeah,
I think there's like 2 prongs to that question. The first is like if we just think from like first principles, like what is staking? Like what does that get user, right? Ultimately, it's about yield, right? If it's staking of USDC token, essentially lending and borrowing, they can generate yield. To an end user or like a non-crypto consumer, it really doesn't matter where the yield is coming from, as long as they're getting that above the like a US bond, like 5% or something, right? So just thinking about first principles, if that yield percentage is attractive to a non-crypto consumer, and they want to get into it, and we can simplify the onboarding process, I think if that friction is gone, then there will be way more interest coming from the perspective that this is beyond just staking the Monad token. That's the first prong of to the answer. And the second prong is outside of just staking, I think there's also a vast design space for bringing interactions from like GameFi, NFT. There's a lot of discussions around NFT ticketing, etc. There's also a lot of design space in DeFi that has nothing to do with liquid staking, right? It could be just daily lending and borrowing. It could be bringing the social betting, perp trading experience directly to the user without having to read the candle chart, right? There's like a vast design space there. What we really want to do is, going back to the earlier question, is support these other protocols beyond Uniswap, having this stack being composable and modular, so all the features can be contributed permissionlessly by developers to scale the infrastructure.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Hopefully this weekend you guys will go out, enjoy some food with friends, family, and obviously use Plato. But today I wanted to dive a little bit more about the team, myself, why we started Plato, and then get in a little bit around the data, what we capture, and so a little bit more demo. But just to start off, before 2018, before we started Plato. I'm originally from Taiwan. I grew up around my uncle's restaurant, actually, which I mentioned a little bit yesterday. But the reason why we came to this idea for Plato was post-COVID, most restaurants were really struggling. Everybody had to use Uber Eats and DoorDash. My uncle owned a restaurant since the mid-'80s, and he's never had to use Uber Eats and DoorDash. Obviously, knowing that he knew that I did a couple of startups beforehand, he's like, hey, can you help me drive foot traffic using sort of digital marketing or just marketing in general? And so I basically tried to do performance marketing, apply some of the things that we did, and that's really the reason why I experienced the problem firsthand of performance marketing failing retail restaurant. And before that, I would say. The mobile startups that Dante and I started before, where one was a pretty silly one, was valet for on-demand valet parking, and that was in 2014, 2016. And the one before that was a mobile security company where I was actually one of the BlackBerry developer at one of the financial firm years and years ago. And so BlackBerry Android was one of those things that I was very good at programming. And so we did kind of like a Find My iPhone for BlackBerry and Android back in 2008, 2009. So, but with that, that's just kind of a little bit of background about myself, about the team. But Dante and I, we've known each other since 2003. So we're partnering in crime. And actually, just a side note, if you go on Amazon and looked up, sorry, not this slide. If you go on Amazon and looked up BlackBerry for Dummies, you'll see my name and Dante's name, just tidbit. One of the things that I want to dive into is kind of go to market. I believe in, we believe a lot of experiments. And so when we started this a couple summers ago, one of the things that we did was try to, find the first 500 users. And so before the app was even out, we actually did a PFP mint. And at the time, this is the winter of 2022, we actually launched our PFP collection on Solana. And so that was kind of our first foray into how do we acquire Web3 users. And so from there, we've done a lot of different tests, whether it's Galaxy, Zeely, just trying to figure out what is the best way to first get Web3 users into our app, into our community. And what we found the best were a collaboration. And typically, we do a marketing collaboration first, and then we do some more in-depth, potentially tech integration. So I think FSL, which is the Find Satoshi Lab, which is the guys that make StepN, we did a raffle mint back in June where there was some prize pack, but that's actually the seed that was planted in Japan. So a lot of people came after asking me, like, why Japan? Why is it happening so much? And so that was actually one of the collaboration that worked really, really well. And what we love about building Web3 is that they have obviously GMT, and GMT is still trading. And so we actually incorporate GMT right into the app where people can buy our premium pass using GMT and get a slight discount. So again, a lot of that integration, a lot of that collaboration is kind of how we first get into just get our Web3 users. But the one thing that we've discovered is that as we're getting Web3 users, when you dine, I'm sure everybody here is using Telegram on the weekdays to communicate. But on the weekends, when you're out with friends, you're just sitting down with people that are probably not Web3. And that's actually what happens where a lot of the Web3 sort of natives, when they're using Plato, they're actually sharing with their friends that are not Web3. And so I think what we found was through our referral system, our leaderboard, it's a great way for us to get and expand. And so that's why I mentioned yesterday, 8% of our user base actually are coming from existing Plato users. So a lot of people also were thinking, hey, you know what? There's a lot of food influencer. Why haven't we done anything like that? The problem with Web2 user is that once they start using our app, while the user interface is pretty easy, you sign up with a phone number, but a lot of times after a couple of dining, they're like, hey, where's my rewards? Where can I get real perks? And so what we found is that specific in Japan, as we're signing up new restaurants, now there are actual restaurants that can get discount and perks. And so that's actually the second step of our go-to-market is once we have concentration in a particular region through Web3 users, then we start signing up restaurants, and then we can actually open up different avenues to get Web2 users in. And I'll get into what, there's two ways really getting to Web2 user. One is obviously the traditional YouTube Shorts is really popular in Japan, and obviously TikTok everywhere, but also the restaurant itself. So I'll go through a use case of how we work with the restaurant, not in Japan, but actually here on getting to the Web2 users. Another thing I wanted to go through that I didn't cover a lot is the data that we collect, right? So, you check in, so we have a physical location of where you've been, capturing food photos, so we know your dining experience, and then at the end, the receipt. And so through all that, right, we can actually know, the type of user profile you are. So this person, right, you can tell, he orders something that's gluten-free. So we know this person is gluten-free. And this guy loves veggie scramble, so probably means he doesn't eat a lot of meat. And so we are what we eat, right? Typically, that's what we say. And so from the receipt, we have a lot of user intent. We have many profiles that we can build. And that's really the targeted acquisition. Now, these two are badges that people get. And I'll show in the app in a video where if you've been to 3 different restaurants of the same cuisine, right, you're a level 1 sort of cuisine connoisseur of that cuisine. So, level 4 actually means you've been to over 100 of the same type of cuisine. There's not a lot of level 4s on our platform, a lot of level 1s and level 2s. But that's another way for us to provide not just a user acquisition where a restaurant can track the cost, but really targeting the type of user. And this is lacking whether it's you're using Belly, whether you're using Google Maps as a user base. There's not that verified user profile. Because anybody can say, hey, I check in, and made a review on Google Maps, or I made a check-in and made a review on Belly. There's not that verification. And in the age of very easily generated AI content, I think verification is really critical. And that unique data set is kind of what would differentiate us from a recommendation engine. And the last thing about receipt, and I'll show you how we anti-cheat right now, but receipt is a very low fidelity way of just verifying that you made some purchases. We've actually integrated with Plaid. Now, Plaid is, for those who don't know, it's a data aggregator when it comes to finance data. And so the problem is that if you're a first-time user and you download Plato using your phone number, you're not going to give us your Capital One or Chase account through Plaid. And so that's been a struggle. And so obviously we're rolling out sort of a receipt-less verification, but to some of our most sort of frequent user, just to see. But the problem with Plaid is that it's only covering North America, a few countries in Europe, and I think Australia as well. But anyway, so that's another key piece of what we're trying to do, which we're not just based on receipt, and we're trying other ways as well. I do want to point out, that's Dante who's sitting in the back. So a couple things I want to point out of how we help restaurants. So when we look at restaurants, there's 2 types. Ones that are, haven't opened for more than a couple of years, one that has been around the community for a while. So O'Connor has been around for 10 years. They're packed every single weekend. They're a bar brought in grill. So they got a big bar on the left side and a bunch of tables. And so what we did was we put this table tent, they call it table tent, where a user can actually scan. So these are Web 2 users that are coming to a restaurant and scanning in. Now, O'Connor is providing a promotion where if they scan, right, they get like a free appetizer. But what they really wanted to do is increase their weekday traffic. And when we ran this for 3 weekends, is on the weekends, people scan. And on Mondays and Tuesdays, we time a push notification. So we're actually driving people to say, hey, did you know that on Tuesday is buy one, get one burger? And if you didn't, now you know, and you can go and actually leverage that. And so they actually saw a 24% increase on these weekdays that otherwise they would not have been able to, right? And so again, they actually have a couple bars in Central Jersey, and this is kind of one powerful way that we've been doing. The restaurant that we've been signing up in Japan, a lot of them are actually relatively new, so within the last year or so. So we're running some, obviously, restaurant raid that we're doing with one of the ramen places, and a couple other ones. There's a sake bar, so if you're in Tokyo, download the app for sure, because there's some actually cool things that we're doing with restaurant there. But this is a video of the user profile that I really wanted to show. So again, this is live. This is one of our user. He's got a 62 days streak. We know how much he spent. And this is the badges that I wanted to. So this guy is one of the power user, obviously. And these are actually on-chain badges. It's actually compressed NFT that we mint. And so not only that, but also you'll see all these different achievements, right? So achievement, whether it's you've been to 60 different restaurants that nobody else has and earned different badges, or hey, you're a big spender, right? And so these are things that we can actually make available for the restaurant to target, whether you're a high-end sushi place or you're a Vietnamese place that is sort of two money sign or one money sign. So that's definitely one thing I want to do. The second thing I wanted to show you guys is review. So you actually don't get to review, you don't get a chance to review until you actually have been verified. So one is optional. You only have 3 days to do it, and it's pretty. I would say we've made a lot of iteration through the restaurant review process, but it's really simple for people to do. And I would say at the same time, it is something that we're continuing to improve so that people can give quick feedback, not just on the restaurant, but on the individual dishes, because the pictures of what you like is really critical for us in the second half of another video that I want to show you, is the whole personalized recommendation, which is this video, maybe would play. Oh, let me see. There we go. All right. So this is a personal recommendation. Like, what do we do with the data, right? And so I would say a lot of time when you go to Singapore, like when you travel, it's like, hey, what do the locals eat around here, right? And so again, this is a development build, I would say. We don't have this in the production build right now, but this is live in our development. And so this is not personalized. So this is like very ChatGPT, very useful. But here, as you say, hey, I love some pastrami, this is where the personalization comes. We know how much you spend. We know what type of cuisine you like. We know actually the distance that you go from your home base. So we can actually make a really personalized recommendation. If today Gemini decides to feed its, decides to take the data from Google Maps and just feed it in, number one, most reviews are probably either really good or really bad. So you probably get the same group. So it's not really good. And two, it's not verified. And also, they don't know how much you spend. They don't know, what you like. And so this is, I think, one of our key advantages of, on the data side. This is just kind of showing, typically when you sit down at a restaurant, you ask the waiter and waitresses, like, hey, what's a popular dish that people want to get? And again, these are some of the really good user interface that we're trying to build in to get people engaged. So one last thing about anti-cheating, obviously, receipt is a low fidelity way, as I mentioned before. but it's a very time-consuming process to train the TensorFlow model. But we've done it where as receipts are coming in, as food are coming in, all these are labels at which we're feeding our model. So the more data we have, the better it is. A lot of it right now is not as manual as it used to be 3 months ago. And I think three months from now, it won't be as manual as it is today, but it's continuing to get better. Another question, why monad? And so, like I said before, we minted our PFP on Solana. Solana promised sub-second finality. When we, as we build our gamification for season 1 back in April, one of the things that people could do is bring the PFP into the app, and that's a transaction. But because there's so much bots happening on Solana, and it just doesn't happen. And so it was really poor experience that our user received as they're getting their PFP into the app. And why do they want to do that? Is because if you have a PFP holding a noodle and you go to a ramen place, you get some extra earning. And so a lot of these gamification people love. And so, obviously the speed is what we're hoping to achieve with a new chain and Monad, as well as the fact that the community, right? It's almost like we want that degen energy, but we also don't want a lot of bots happening. And so I think events like this, where you guys are really wanting to have builders that are building real businesses, real value, and I think that's where we're most excited about. So yeah. One last thing about the token. A lot of people thought that we were already live. The token's not live. It's a point system. So our fat dollar is a point system. And I'm not going to go through this, but you guys can certainly ask questions. But a couple of really key things is obviously our Plato prepay, as well as the promotion. And so all the red sort of diamonds are sort of actions, and the greens are where kind of the money is. But I'm not going to go through this, but definitely something that we're looking for a chain. Again, back to why Monad is a chain that we really, really want to release our fat token on. And we don't want to go with the wrong chain. So it's one of those things. It's kind of like a one-way street. Once you go, you could kind of come back, but it's going to be a really hard thing to do. But other than that, love to have any questions that you guys have.
Thanks, Robert. On the anti-cheating side, how do you deal with delivery drivers that have access to the food and the receipts, and then they could pose as?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So from the food, so if you actually kind of look at the video, we can. I don't know if you guys could replay the video really quick. So with every receipt, we can see the food. Delivery drivers usually have takeouts and things like that, right? And so we recognize there's a pattern. And so actually you get banned by the system if either the system will flag you automatically or our manual moderators flag you. And so those are some of the things because we did. So this is a very iterative thing where we're always finding new ways that people are cheating us. And so last fall, this is before we launched the season, we saw a lot of Grab drivers in Asia doing this. So yeah.
So in theory, if you are as a ordinary buyer that wants to use Plato and you're not going to the restaurant, but you're getting delivery, you wouldn't have a way to disambiguate between that.
We don't, because you're not checking in physically, you're not going to be able to do this.
So you require that they go to the restaurant.
Yes, physically, in person. Yeah, that's the mission, driving people in-person dining. So,
for the receipts, when you go to the restaurant a lot of the time, you don't get a physical receipt. They just show you a terminal and you scan it on your.
That is true.
How do you incorporate that?
Yeah. So no, that's a great question. It's definitely one of the holes that we're seeing. Japan, New York City as well. And so I think this is where, because right now if you take a photo of a photo, a good chance that the OCR is going to reject you. And so that's a problem we're facing, and that's why with the Plaid integration or the data aggregator. Those are some of the things that we can resolve, but the problem with data aggregator is we can't get to the receipt level. we wouldn't be able to know like, hey, did you have alcohol with your steak, or did you have dessert right with your meal? So it's definitely a balance that we're still trying to figure out. We haven't figured out everything yet. So
cool. So the restaurant side of it and food side of it seems really interesting. I guess one question of mine is just like, how much do you think crypto really adds to this? Like if it's successful in like 3 or 5 years, what part of the success do you think is like, oh yeah, we couldn't have done this without crypto, versus just like you guys like restaurants, you have really good go-to-market, you're really, high hustle getting people to adopt this and use it. Like, and yeah, the core question is just like,
why crypto?
Why crypto?
Yeah, no, as I've mentioned before, marketplaces are expensive to expand, especially in the beginning for the sort of merchant side. And so the way we want to leverage crypto is to say, hey, as you're staking your FAT token post TGE, you're giving signals to the community which one has a lot of sort of user going there, staking their money at those restaurants, because that creates the bounty pool. So let's just say I stake and I get some 5% APY yield in FAT token. I can actually contribute a portion of that to the bounty. Now, let's just say a very motivated community member go and get that restaurant onboarded. Once that is onboarded, who stake in the beginning, actually I'm getting a portion of the revenue for a period of time. And so that's really the mechanism at which we're really trying to solve. Because yeah, you're right. A lot of the thing I showed is it's almost like the user didn't even think that they're part of a Web3 app. But it is that we're trying to solve, which is acquiring merchants is really expensive, and that's what we're really trying to leverage the community, and that's the motivation that we're trying to give to people.
That makes sense. Thanks. And one other question was just where in the stack do you think you sit relative to say like Toast or Square? Where if I were just imagining like, who would be best like positioned to do this, it seems like maybe one of the point of sale.
To do what? I'm sorry. They're well positioned to do what we do, or
to have distribution with restaurants where they have data on like the item level purchases of users and be able to go. I mean, Square and Toast both already have my phone number and email, and so in theory, it seems like at least for all the restaurants that have adopted them, which at least in the U.S. is pretty large, it would be maybe tough to compete with.
That's correct. Yeah, no, I would say they're the ones that's holding. It's not even the credit card companies, right? Credit card companies only get the final transaction. They don't actually get the itemized. So yes, you're right. It is the POS system. And that's kind of the data lock that we're trying to unlock, right? With our user, sort of capturing the receipt. Because that's, they're sort of the guys who hold the keys to the kingdom when it comes to itemized. So yeah.
Buzzer's about to hit us here, but got to get at least one community question.
Sure, no problem.
So Adam asking from the Discord, how does Plato distribute its revenue between the platform and its users, if at all? And then the second part is the revenue generated from restaurants or the user?
Yeah, no, as I was mentioning to Charlie before, is as you're a user and there are restaurants that you love that haven't been onboarded, you can stake your tokens at these restaurants right from the app. And as users are doing the same, and that restaurant gets onboarded, as they start spending money, as the restaurant starts spending money to say, hey, we want to run a restaurant raid, on this day, or hey, we want to be placed on certain area of the app, the restaurant is paying for that. As they're paying for that, if you're one of the person that's staked at those restaurant, you're the one that's going to be receiving a portion of that revenue. And that's how we kind of give it back to the community. So hopefully that answered both questions.
Awesome.
Any other ones?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
The amount of folks that have made the travels from all around the world, both competitors, guests, friends, the Monad team traveling the far distance from downstairs to here. We really appreciate you all taking the time to spend with us and be a part of our first Monad Madness. It's been an amazing opportunity to be able to highlight some of these teams and give them a chance to show off what they've been working so hard on. So we just want to give a quick round of applause to all of the teams, all 20, that competed in this competition. Let's give it up. I think, secondly, it would be a mistake to not acknowledge our talented panel of 7 judges. We really appreciate them taking the time out of their days. I think, lastly, I just want to make the point that there's so many people here that are talented, that are working on interesting startups in our industry. At this time in New York City, there really is a breeding ground of talent for people that are going to go on to build the next great set of protocols that very well could change the way that people interact with finance and many other industries. So keep pushing. And without further ado, I'll bring on Keone to announce our 3rd place winner.
All right. Yeah, I mean, the energy is just incredible. We had such a fun time in the judging room. It was not easy to, make the final decisions that we made as judges, both yesterday and today. And I think that's just a testament to the incredible talent that was on display today and yesterday. So one more time, just want to give it up for all of the contestants. You guys did an incredible job. I'm so excited about what's to come in the crypto space because of all of the just really powerful projects and powerful visions that were here today and yesterday. So, I could probably talk all day, but I know everyone is waiting for this moment to find out who the 3rd place winner is. So let's just do it. All right. Oh, no. Okay, got it. What? I don't have it. Oh, sorry. Yes. So I've been told that if you happen to have confetti, don't shoot it until we get to 1st place. We'll do some big applause for 3rd place. All right. So the 3rd place award goes to, and this team will be earning a prize of $75,000. 3rd place goes to Levr.Bet. Congratulations. Levr.Bet, will you come on up? Woo! Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we'll just take. Congratulations. All right, and we'll have Kiernan come up to give. We'll have Kiernan up to announce 2nd place.
Alrighty, folks, you know me. Next place in 2nd. Again, the judges took a long time to deliberate. We have a team that's winning $150,000. Sauce, give it up for Sauce. I'll get on your right side here. Awesome. Say again. What's up?
I didn't prompt him to say something.
I know. I
just go with it. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Alrighty. Our 1st place winner is going to be announced next. We're going to bring somebody else from the team up. Give us just one moment here.
right, Is this on? Okay, great. All right, are we ready for first place? I could definitely guarantee that there was like an energy in the judges' room. I was there. I promise I had nothing to do with the final vote, so don't worry, I didn't throw it. But without further ado, and get ready for some confetti here. Please welcome to the stage and congratulate for a prize of $225,000, EarnOS. I forgot that dogs don't like fireworks. I'm sorry, Inago. We love you. Okay, now I'd like to welcome to the stage Kevin and Danny to announce 2 additional winners for Community Vote and the Audience Live Award.
IRLs first, and then we'll do
It's getting a little slippery in here. We're open to any volunteers. If you want to stay around after and help us pick up this awesome purple confetti, you're more than welcome to stick around. I see a hand. Appreciate you. All right. For the winner of the IRL vote, from everyone in the audience here, everyone who was tuning into pitches yesterday live from New York, let me open this envelope. Live from New York, baby, live. And the winner of $25,000 is Symphony.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thanks. Thanks, man. Thank you. Awesome job. Thank you.
And now the man of the hour, Mr. Intern.
Monad. Everyone who has heard about Monad knows how important community is to everything that we do every single day. They are the backbone of what makes really all of this possible. We had over 2,000 different people tuning in over the course of the last 2 days. And we decided to get interactive with the community, introducing a community vote. So, without further ado, the community favorites for an actual exact tie. So two community vote winners, each going to win $25,000. Give it up for Hyperplex and Plato. What an award ceremony. Great confetti, great idea. We'd love to welcome our fearless leader, Keone, up to the stage to give some closing remarks on an awesome few days here.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Danny. Thank you guys so much. Once again, I'm just so honestly blown away by every single competitor. For everyone who made it here today, it was, a very competitive process even to select the 20 who came here. We're so bullish on your success, and we're so excited to see what you accomplish in the next 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. And we'll be here rooting for you and helping however we can. Honestly, just the energy in this room today and the competitive spirit, for me, is a reminder of how fun it is to go out and compete. And so I hope that, for our team, I hope we can do more of these. And then I hope in general that with the industry, we find new ways to get that competitive fire going. I know that we have some fierce competitors. As I look around the room, people who love to go head to head. So let's keep it going. Let's keep that energy up. It's honestly humbling to be here among such a talented group of folks. As Kieran mentioned, I hope that everyone got something out of this experience, whether it's practice standing and speaking in front of thousands of people, and hope that carries you forward. And I hope the connections here were valuable as well. Looking forward to celebrating with everyone tonight at the Monad e-Girl party. It's going to be fun. It's been an intense week. I hope everyone can just now enjoy the weekend, enjoy the Friday night, and spend some time together. So once again, congratulations to all the competitors. And yeah, let's keep it going. Thank you so much. Congratulations, guys.
If we could just get all the competitors back for a brief photo op, we'll get going. We'll make sure we get a great picture of everybody. And from here on out, you're welcome to hang out in the space. But we're not running crazy late tonight. I know a lot of folks have had a long week. So thank you again for everybody that came.